Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we're back live and direct to the African Chess Confederation Super Zonal Chess Championship 2025. This is the first of its kind, and it's been what is it called? Hosted right here in Nigeria. And this tournament started from 11th to the 16th of April 2025. And quickly, we're going to dive into the sponsors and partners for this event. We have FIDE at the top there. We're having the African Chess Competition itself. That's the mother body for chess in Africa. And we are also having National Sports Commission. That's for Nigeria. We have Chess Slums. Thank you very much, Tunde Okoya and his team. And we also have the City Height Luxury Hotel, which is very much the venue for the event. It's going on a City Heights Luxury Hotel. And a wonderful shout out to Rights Food for partnering and sponsoring. And of course, walking into this room, he wants to sneak in. I'm going to mention his name very soon. Don't worry. Don't worry. I'll call your name. Anyways, also to the Nigerian Chess Federation, thank you very much for making this happening. Organizing an international event, in fact, two international events back to back within the space of 1 month. It's something that it's very commendable for the federation. Thank you very much to the NCF president, DIG Sonny Mohammed, and to the vice president, Prince Adekunle Yinka, and to the entire board members of the NCF who are doing a fantastic job in making this happen. Thank you very much. God bless you. And quickly, we dive into the games. And before then, I have to also introduce once again, my fellow chess analyst. They booked. In fact, it should be named the Peter Leko of Nigerian chess because the same way Peter Leko is booked, it's the same way this young man is as well booked. A pretty shout out to Mr. Lakute Oluwadurotimi. Mr. Lakute, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Round six, yeah?
Yes, round six. And this round six, at the moment, we're having three players leading. We have Olisa Tennyson leading on tiebreaks. And what is it called? FIDE Master Abdulrahman Abdulraheem is also they are also on the same point, but because of the direct encounter head to head, is second. And we have the lady from Algeria, international woman international master, Lina. Yes, Nassr. She's also there tying for the same points with the three leaders. And so we are expecting maybe at the end of this match, and at the end of this round, rather, we're looking at who is going to, what is it called, stay at the top. Who is going to drop out? Because the guys at the back are also hungry lions fighting, looking for whom to devour. And quickly, let us delve into game by game. And we'll first look, as usual, at the game which is going to be probably the toughest match of the moment between FIDE Master Abdulrahman, who is playing the black pieces, against woman international master Nassr Lina in this beautiful competition. So let us dive in into from the first move, and Lakutola Rotimi tells us the intricacies of the builds we have on the board.
Yes, thank you, Chief Wales. But I'm going to make an exception for this round. We're going to start with the game Tennyson. Just because he's leading the pack in this tournament, I feel like we should start with his game. It's still the opening, so we can check out some moves. Okay, so Azumi and a lot of Nigerian players, maybe following the footsteps of IM Odion, play a lot of London system openings, and it's easy to learn. So it's also a very good opening, easy to learn. So you can just focus on other things, middle game, end game. Once you just learn this opening, you can even use it from now for life. So it's a good opening to learn. So Azumi starts with the London system, e4, d4 is played, e3. All right. So there's a bit of difference between the knight f3 move order and the e3 move order, but yeah, it's not okay. So for instance, after e3 and your opponent plays c5, I think in this position it is possible to capture on on c5. This is and try to keep the pawn. But in the other variation where the knight is on f3, if your opponent plays the move pawn to c5, it's not advisable to capture the pawn. So there are some subtle differences between e3 and knight f3. But okay, we're not going to delve too much into some obscure theory. D5, E3, C5. So here, like I mentioned earlier, it's possible to take the pawn, but it's if your opponent has studied it and knows what he's doing, then maybe it's not really worth it. Okay, so pawn to C3 is played. This is typical of the London system. You bring the bishop outside of the pawn chain and then you set up this triangle with your pawns. Very solid opening for white. Um, gives a lot of black players problems because it's so difficult to break down if you are playing the black pieces. Okay, so knight bd2 and queen to b6. So this is an interesting move order. Knight b to d2. Normal and usual is a move knight f3, but sometimes people. So this is a more usual setup, but usually sometimes people play knight b2, and the idea sometimes it depends on who is playing. The idea is if your opponent can play a move like pawn to e6, and if bishop to d3 is played, then your opponent will play the move bishop to d6, and your opponent plays bishop to d6, and you take, and then you play the move pawn to f4, claiming that you have gotten rid of your dark squared bishop, which would normally have been trapped on c1, and then you have set up a kind of stone wall structure. So that's one of the ideas of an early knight bd2, leaving the knight on g1 to so there are ways to fight this. Sometimes I play the move, the interesting move, pawn to h6 with the idea of pawn to g5, trying to break up on the structure. But okay, let's go back to what happened in the game. So knight d2 and then followed it up with queen to b6, putting pressure on the b2 pawn. Um, white played black. White played queen b3, protecting the pawn. Pawn to c4 is played, gaining space. Okay, so one might ask, why not just queen captures on b6? It's a move, queen captures on b6, but it's a good move for black because here black is in time. No, but black is not in time here. So normally black is in time to play, black is in time to play the move b5 and b4. For example, if you're not really paying attention to what's happening, b5, and even if the move a3 is played, b4 follows, and black quickly breaks open the queen side, and because of the activity on the queen side, black is usually the one pressing here. But because in this position white is in time, so I believe a3 is possible. For example, after b5 threatening b4, you can play the move rook to c1, and it seems like I feel maybe this position is all right for white. Maybe you can press here, but okay, that didn't happen. After queen to b6, pawn to c4, queen to c2 was played. Knight h5, targeting the bishop on f4, and then knight captures on g3, and this is, I think, the current position that we have on the board. I've seen a few games like this exactly. I was going to say that e5 or sometimes even f6 and e5, f6 and e5, trying to just gain the whole center of the board. But okay, Tennyson goes for the direct e5, and okay, we have upon us like a very interesting game. Yeah. Okay, there are many ideas here. I've seen FM Abdulrahman play something like this against IM Odeon, and it was some very specific preparation, but I don't know how it goes. Yeah, I can't remember the line. There was a very famous game where everybody was like really surprised because Abdulrahman, I think it was in the National Championship 2022. He just won the game in about 19 or so moves.
Wow.
Yeah, it was.
That was deep prep.
Yeah,
deep prep.
it was a lot of prep, but okay. Well, maybe Azumi will continue in this fashion. I don't know if this is part of the prep. Maybe I'm already falling for the prep, and there is a way to just crush white here, maybe with and then bishop here, and then targeting the pawn on e3. For example, knight g4 or something. but I don't know if it works. If it works, yeah.
Well, a little interesting pick into Azumi Aisha, because I saw her less than probably 20 minutes ago before the even game started. This 20, less than 40 minutes ago before the round started. And we were talking about the number of games she's going to be playing, because she played the Zone 4.2, she's playing the Super Zonals, and now she's also going to be playing National Friends of Chess. And guess what? She's also going to be playing the National Sport Festival, like on a back-to-back basis. And guess what? National Sport Festival is going to be federated. That's the information reaching to me. It's going to be federated. And she was like, immediately after this tournament, just immediately after, first things first, that she's going to go get herself a solid massage. She'll go to a massage shop, get a professional massage, have that time out, then come for National Friends of Chess on Thursday to start battling with or else, because you won't just want to gas up. It's been very interesting for her, and the matches are very, very tough. She actually testified to the seriousness of the games going on there. It's only like we tell Drew Timmy actually that thinks the Zone 4.2 is a warm up for the National Friends of Chess. Anyways, before you continue, should we start moving into the other games, or else we just get stuck here for the next maybe 2 or 3 minutes or 5 minutes before what's going on? Let us pick all those guys and we'll come back here and we'll continue from where they stop, except you have something that...
Yeah, just want to quickly point out that I'm a bit like, if I don't know if it's prep or not, I'll be a bit shocked by this move if I face it on the board, because I'll be thinking that I just take the pawn on e5, and then I play knight f3, and I can play against this pawn on d5.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'd feel generally happy. Maybe even b3 or e4 can come at some point. Maybe some rook d1 putting pressure on this pawn. I'd be happy if I were white here and I felt my opponent was not in preparation. But okay, I don't know if Tennyson has. But
hold on a second. Immediately after you play e5, I mean e4. No, immediately after you play e4, but because you said you were going to play e4.
No. I meant like it's part of the possibilities.
Yes, if you play knight here, then what random move should we give for black right now?
That's a
maybe we give black because we need to protect that knight right now. Maybe we give black bishop to e6.
d6.
I mean bishop to d6. Sorry.
Okay.
So, now I get. It doesn't work the way it's not working the way I was actually forgetting that the knight, your plan was to capture the knight. Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure e4 is working here.
And because now if you try e4 here, now look at it. If you try e4 here, then knight g4.
Targeting the pawn.
So how do you start working against the knight g4? Okay.
Yeah, but okay, e4 is not necessary at all. You can just continue developing your pieces, or you can just capture first.
Yep.
And then
bishop takes back.
Yeah, you can now start thinking about how you want to continue.
Yeah, I think knight f3 can continue, and the knight can now land on conveniently on d5 or e4 later. I mean on d4, and you can put your pawn to e4. This is interesting. I don't want to be a little bit too forward. Go back a little bit. As a member of the Pawn Grabbers Association, my hand is itchy.
Okay.
Rook takes h7.
Yes, but it's possible.
And that's why I said as a member of the Pawn Grabbers Association.
Yeah, but the problem is that your pawn is also hanging here, and if this pawn falls, everything might fall.
Takes, takes, queen takes, then queen takes pawn, then rook. Your rook attacks the queen.
Yeah, but then you're the one losing the pawn.
Now I'm the one losing the pawn. Now I completely understand.
Okay.
Yeah, I completely understand.
Okay,
Yeah,
so let's.
So I shouldn't be itching, grabbing pawns, right? No problems. Well, somebody wants to sneak in, but we will not allow him sneaking. We are make sure he's going to walk in. Give it up for one of our wonderful guests in person of Ogusheku Babatunde, aka whole teams of African chess media. and
Hello.
and it was very instrumental at the chess challenge winner takes all where we are running this commentary between FIDE Master Abdulrahman Abdulraheem versus then FIDE Master Callistus and Yetonga. I can remember he was spotting some tactical, insights, and that even Lakpete was beginning to wonder that probably is a little bit a weak player compared to where old teams is. Don't worry, he was checking the engine then. I did not.
We were not checking the engine.
No, he was the only one checking the engine. He just checks his phone like this and gives it, and you will be like, oh my god, this man is so brilliant.
I'm thinking that at some point, maybe when Otims just gives up everything about African chess media, that he will probably write a tactical book because his tactical vision was impeccable.
I'm even surprised his bullet rating is something like 2004, right?
No, 2200.
But your tactical rating was on chess.com was about 2.5 or 2.6.
No, 3-1.
3-1.
Yeah.
Beat that. Your tactical rating was still 1.7 last time. That was why you couldn't win his 4.2. Just tactics.
Yeah, I mean, if I had Otims at some point just telling me there's a tactic here,
Yeah, exactly.
maybe I'll win his 4.2.
So, but he was there when you were playing the blitz, when you were winning the blitz. So he was giving you. So now you were. Now we know. Okay. Anyways, we're back to the game. Please, can we please switch away from here and look at FIDE Master Abdulrahman's game against woman international master Nassr Lina from Algeria, and this lady is a very talented. Oh my god! And this position is looking like war. I saw G4, but let's start from the beginning.
All right, so black is Abdulrahman FM. He's probably trying to, after his loss yesterday against Tennyson, he's probably thinking to himself, he has to just win all the games and hope that it is enough to win the Super Zonals.
Yeah.
So as black, let's see what he comes up with. So this is knight f3, knight f6. I believe Nassr Lina is one of the co-leaders in this tournament.
Yeah.
So he'd also want to beat one of the co-leaders, definitely. So knight f3, knight f6, e3, leading to a co-system. So we talked about the London system where you play your bishop to f4 and then play pawn to e3 and then c3. And then c3, but in the co system, which is I've mentioned this before on stream, is a favorite of FM Papagio.
Is it an FM?
Oh, maybe
I
am
did not collect it.
No, FM elect.
He's FM. Even the IM, I think there is a story.
No, there's no IM there.
There's no IM there. It's just the FM.
elect.
So he's not ready to pick the title. I think he wants the GM title.
Yeah,
but
probably.
before we go further, please let me just use this special opportunity to give a special shout out to Stephen Chess. Thank you very much for joining, and Dr. Roland. Dr. Roland, thank you very much for also joining us here, and to Mr. Adeniro Owolabi, thank you very much. Special shout out to you guys. Please keep watching and you drop your comments. We will definitely be reaching out to you as it is. We'll be asking questions. Maybe there will be freebies, or maybe just maybe. You never can tell. So please let's get it on. Over to you, Laputa.
Yeah. So this the London system, bishop f4, pawn to e3, but this one is the core system, and it's a very solid opening. Also, okay, pawn to c3, e3, pawn to c6. So it has transposed. We have transposed the opening into some sort of semi-Slav opening, and knight c3 is played, knight d7, all the standard moves. Usually, you are trying to be flexible with your pieces. You don't know if your bishop is going to e7, if it's going to d6. Sorry. You don't know if it's going to e7, you don't know if it's going to d6, you don't know a lot of things. So first you want to make the moves that you are sure you're going to make. And knight d7 is one of those moves. You know that your knight belongs on d7. So you play the move and then you're waiting for white to play. So usually black is making some useful moves. And the reason is because if you play the move immediately, bishop to e2, for example, you capture on c4 first, making sure that
bishop moves twice.
Yes, and then you've won a sort of tempo. For instance, if you go here, let's go back a move, and if you capture on c4, then that means white captured on the c4 in one move. Yeah. So that's why usually you make some waiting moves before capturing on c4. So okay, queen to c2. white is also waiting. Says, okay, I see you. You want me to capture on c4. You want me to play bishop e2, and then you will capture on c4, and then But
Yeah, don't worry. You can continue. Sorry, there's a change of power source. Don't worry. We just look like shoelets over here. But trust me, we'll be back in the next maybe just 2 minutes. It's just one of those things. Yeah.
All right. So white plays the move queen to c2, saying, okay, I'm going to wait one more move. I'm looking at you. What are you going to do? So bishop d6 is played. I believe, yes, bishop d6. This was the exact position we saw in the game between Tennyson in round 4 versus but Tennyson round 4 versus Abdulrahman. So this was the position we had on the board. But I think the inclusion of b3, that was the difference. Okay, so g4. That is what is this opening? Is this the Shirov gambit, or whose gambit is this? I think it's a Latvian gambit or something. It's a favorite of Alexander Shabalov and Alexei Shirov. They used to play this a lot. Pawn to g4, and Abdulraheem has a lot of he has a lot of experience in this line actually. Yes, I've witnessed the game between FM Papa Ajibola Olariwaju versus Abdulrahman in this exact line, so I know that he has some experience here. And the game I think ended in a draw, but after the game, Abdulrahman was explaining some subtleties to me. I was like, all right.
But wait, was it played from the white side?
No, from the black side.
From the black side, because but this is even interesting for Papa to be playing this kind of g4. Now I understand. Papa has already started. But this is what he does. He looks at his NCO.
Let Papa catch you.
He's becoming soft very recently.
Okay.
So there are a few moves. I can't remember the theory of it, but h6 is one of the main moves I remember being, and is what was played. Okay, bishop d2. You have played g4. You're probably going to castle to. You have played g4. You're probably going to castle to the queen side. Yeah, and then just use this pawn for some sort of attack. So bishop d2, d times c4. All this I think I've already seen in their game before. D times c4, bishop c4, and then pawn to b5. Yeah. Okay, maybe you are saying to yourself, this diagonal has been weakened. It's time to bring the bishop to this diagonal. All right, let's see how it goes. I think this is all theory anyway.
Really?
Yeah, this is all theory. Yeah. You would even notice it from the time usage of
both players.
Yeah, and FM Abdulrahman is 129, which means he hasn't really thought about. He's just probably choosing which one of the setups to go for, because probably he has maybe more than one setup he uses in this particular line. Okay, so bishop b7, bringing the bishop to the diagonal, to the promised diagonal. Rook g1 is played, discouraging castling, because if black castles, you are already ready to open up
immediately
this king side using the hook on h6. So rook c8, hinting at some pawn to c5 at some point. I believe it's also possible for black to just keep his king in the center. And then just
white
wait.
king is also still in the center.
Yeah, and if he castles to the queen side, maybe he's already ready to play b4, c5 or something like that.
Seems we're going to be having serious chaos right now because both players are not ready to castle.
This is the calm before the chaos.
The calm before the storm. But I think I agree with you. I think Papa likes this kind of structures as whites. Cause trouble. Just blow it open. H4 looming for G5 for the white perspective. For black needs to play A6 first before he even has a plan to play C5. Yes, he has to play A6 before he can play C5.
If there's a castling to the queen side, A5 is also possible.
Oh, I was even looking at it from the person, just make it slow.
No.
With A6 first, then C5.
No, A5.
Well,
or what do you think?
There is also the possibility that if your opponent just castles, maybe you can even just play
C5 immediately.
C5 directly.
Yeah.
No. Why would they give her the pawn? Because if you play C5 directly, first things first. Look at it. Knight takes pawn on B5. Yes. So you have to respond to stimuli.
Yes. Yes, I understand.
And that the problem is the response to stimuli is a knight taking the bishop on d6, which is going to be knight 4 on the same rook and the king.
Yeah.
And so therefore you won't even have that attack that you're looking for. So,
So I'm not sure.
a6.
I'm not sure if it works here, but there was a famous game, I think. That was maybe we can bring it up after it was a game.
But you do know that
Before.
if the knight captures that pawn, that after the castling to the queen side, the queen and king are on the same file.
Yes.
And then there's the pawn captures, which opens up. Yeah.
So
the
let-
check
no,
is
no, no, no.
also
So let-
there.
let- let-
Yeah,
let me-
the
let-
check
let
is
me-
the
also
check.
there.
Yeah, that's the problem.
check is also
It is
there.
knight check, that's the problem.
Okay, so what I'm just trying to show you is that sometimes
If you castle,
sometimes
okay,
you can
this.
even,
Knight takes,
and then you can just drop your
you
piece
go
on
back,
it, and then,
then,
you are threatening.
hold on,
That's
hold on,
the
hold
step
on, you're
there.
not threatening anything yet. Hold on a sec.
No, that's the threat.
No,
That's
no,
the
hold on a sec, hold on a sec. Just, can you please hold on a sec? Of course, just push the pawn back up. Just give the pawn back. I just playing to you.
Yeah, but you have given the pawn back.
No, just give the pawn back and take on that pawn.
No, but you can't really take.
No, even knight takes pawn. Why can't you do knight takes pawn immediately right now?
Knight takes pawn
Immediately take the pawn.
immediately.
Okay,
Rook attacks.
So the thing is that usually if your king is castled on one side, you don't want to open lines against your king.
Exactly.
So if
Rook
you are
attacks immediately.
if you are
Rook
grabbing
attacks,
pawns and
Queen.
leaving-
But no, but I think I'm still.
You're
Isn't it still comfortable for?
How?
It's,
How?
I'm confused.
Once-
actually.
you're confused, right? Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Because the only thing I'm saying is I'm only saying the rook takes pawn check, right? I mean the rook takes pawn h2, which is not a check at the moment. So knight devs back. Let's humor me.
Yeah.
Humor me. Knight goes back.
Yeah.
You want to take your pawn,
Rook
right?
takes.
Rook takes. No bishop.
That's also one.
Yeah. Okay. Now this is.
No, I think rook takes first.
No.
Bishop.
Wait.
I think rook
No,
takes
if you do
first.
bishop here, just queen
I think
queen
rook
b3.
takes first.
Rook takes, yeah.
Rook takes queen
first.
b3.
Queen b3.
Yeah.
Bishop.
Bishop.
attacks,
Yeah. Bishop attacks. Then bishop can also block.
And then
Bishop can block. Bishop can go to what is it called to. Bishop can go to e3. I mean d3 rather.
Yeah, you are not wrong, but you are not right.
I agree. I'm not proving I'm right here, right?
The
so
problem
there's
is
knight
that-
check.
There is knight 4.
Oh, okay.
There's knight check.
Sorry.
I'll be
No,
happy.
no. What I meant is you don't have to hurry it up,
Yeah,
like because
true.
the king is a bit open. I don't know, maybe in this particular case, but usually when you're playing, you don't
There's
want
also
to.
queen b6 here.
Yeah, you don't want to open up your
No,
king.
queen b.
But
No, I'm not scared of queen b6.
At the same time, there's still pawn takes.
but I don't think we want to spend too much time.
Yeah, on side dishes.
Yeah.
So let's go to the main line.
Okay.
So yeah, but of course you don't need to sacrifice a pawn. You
The
can just
pawn,
play.
Yeah.
like was playing the game. No. So I think b4 was played.
Yeah, h4 was played.
h4 like
trying to
yes,
Yeah.
make
Pawn
some
for pawn.
progress on that side of the board.
beautiful.
Pawn to b4, asking the knight a question.
So
Okay,
who's gonna get there first?
so this a move hasn't
Knight
been,
has to move.
a move hasn't been made yet. But if the knight moves,
Knight has to
A5,
move.
A4.
if the knight moves, then I believe maybe pawn to c5 is starting to look like a possibility.
Yeah,
Definitely.
but the
It
most
is.
important thing, the knight must shall move. One way or the other. You can. I don't think G5 doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
G5 doesn't make any sense. Because that's the only
Yeah, it
counter
doesn't.
attack you have. But two pieces are hanging in your own case.
Mm.
In his own case, only one piece. So
Yeah.
therefore, the knight must move. The question is where.
Yeah. So I guess this position is possible.
Does it look like white is in? Looks like white is in.
No, white is definitely
trouble.
in trouble. White is definitely in trouble.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to say White is in trouble because I can see that the bar is still looking like
Yeah, no, it's
Okay,
one
so
thing
it's
to
already
see the
saying
bar.
minus 0.83, so it
Uh,
favors black.
It's not even about the
Obviously,
minus.
it's not
It's not.
about the
It's just
minus,
about
it's about the
the
position.
position. If you look at the knight on.
Yeah, but I mean, if your opponent comes to the board playing G4 and then playing H4, you would think that probably the person has an idea. So you would, you know,
a
you
plan.
don't want to be too optimistic. So you just say to yourself, okay, I think my position is comfortable.
And that is even for someone that's
That's
not
for the
that's
player.
no that's even for the player that has not seen that kind of position before. But for what you just said, you said something like this as it came up between the same player and Papa, and you know Papa Ajibola Lariwaju, once is the attack thing, even sacrifices, minor
This is
imbalances. This is
another
so if you have done this, then
possibility.
Yeah. So does this force knight captures on E4, or can we make another move?
Well, I guess
Okay,
knight captures on E4.
knight takes, then knight F6.
Yeah, knight F6,
Knight F6.
again.
Yeah.
That should.
Come in.
And then we can
Okay,
have
knight F6.
knight F6, and then we can now have the C5 pawn push.
Queen moves.
Where? Yeah,
to
that's the
prevent
question.
it?
Where?
Yeah, there. E3, D3.
But it doesn't stop the C5.
No, it does because of the check.
The check bishop.
Bishop. Okay.
C5.
C5 will still come.
C5 is coming. And the interesting thing about the C5 that is coming, do you know it's even possible if the queen doesn't stay in that position that runs away too far. C4
No,
will
C4
come.
is coming. That's if we now have G5, C4 is a very good possibility.
Yeah, if G5, C4,
Yeah. Queen,
B1,
yeah, most likely.
Queen B1.
Yeah.
Bishop E4. Maybe.
How to trap a lone queen.
Then
Queen there.
queen moves.
Yeah.
Then you take.
Takes.
Okay, so you want to take maybe to open up the H file,
Yeah, pawn takes.
and then you now move your knight somewhere, and this is
And,
domination.
Yeah, because now C3 is coming.
Okay, so okay, we had been to.
We're enjoying the sublexes.
Okay, so
Okay, so-
some moves have been played. Knight captures on E4.
Of course, like
Yeah.
we would have
Queen
said.
captures on E4, and then Abdulrahman played Queen to
Queen
B6
B6.
to
Instead.
support the
C5 front push.
to support the C5 break,
Yeah.
which is also looking good. Okay, so because of the other game,
See the slight difference. There is no G5.
Yeah, there's no
No
G5,
G5
but at
forcing.
the same time, the pawn advancement would have been something else.
Do you know something? I was just thinking about that same G5 right now. I was looking at it after even the pawn takes. It's not even compulsory the pawn takes back. A rook takes. Did you consider rook taking?
No, rook taking is.
I connected
not-
this in my mind, but I don't think
But
it's-
it
Okay.
doesn't really work because now at that point there's bishop captures the knight and then that pawn falls. That's after.
No, you have a rook.
Okay.
What about the pawn on G7?
No, the pawn on G7 could have easily moved to G6, and it's there's just too many.
Okay, so
Answers.
for now, what I can see is that the C5 will be played. Black
Yep.
looks happy,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
We'll come back to this in a few moments.
No
After
problem.
checking out all the other games.
Wafashruk WGM versus WFM Sana Omprakash. From
Yeah.
Uganda,
Yes,
right?
from Uganda.
Do you have any info about her?
Well, she was a strong player. She is a strong player in Uganda who has been literally dominating Uganda in recent times, and it seems it's an interesting story for her because she's originally Indian, but she plays for
Uganda
Uganda
Federation.
Chess Federation.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's fantastic.
It's actually quite interesting to see her representing Uganda and Zone 4.4 at this event.
So in short, we're more like we're saying FM Harold Wayama.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Mr. Lakute, you're the doctor of the games. Do the dissection.
Okay, she's white. Wafa Shuruk is from Egypt, yeah?
Yes.
Indeed.
All
And
right.
she's the highest rated player, female
Female
player,
player.
on the continent.
All right. So a tough challenge, but she'll be looking to win.
Yes.
She has the white pieces. So Sana started with the move pawn to e4. Sicilian on the board.
Your favorite.
Knight f3, knight c6, some sort of Sheshnikov, is it? And then pawn to e5 is played, knight goes to b5, targeting this d6 square. Of course, you don't allow that. Pawn to d6 is played. Bishop to g5.
Definitely.
So we have been talking about this for a while with Chief Wales.
Yes.
We have always been talking about the d5 square.
Square.
And once again, we see it here. The bishop goes to g5, pinning
Yeah.
the knight, and we are getting ready to put the knight on the d5 square.
Definitely.
If we get the chance. So a6 is played. All these are standard moves. And then knight goes back.
Yeah.
b5, threatening to play b4. Of course, you just put the knight on d5.
Exactly.
Bishop to g7.
Interesting.
Pawn to g3. So
Why pawn to g3? Why not just c4 immediately?
so there are many moves that have been played in this position that have been tried. A lot of good ideas have been tried. A lot of bad ideas have been tried. Some ideas by white include pawn to c3, trying to reroute the knight to
I guess it depends on the style of the
C2.
player, because pawn to c4 would have been
pawn
quite
to c4.
interesting.
Pawn to c4 is also a possibility. Black plays pawn to b4, and then the game becomes a bit complex.
Yeah, so with pawn to b4, there are various options actually. One of those options is knight back to c2, attacking the b4 pawn, and at the same time relocating through the e3 square, and a lot of movements for the knight.
Yeah, trying to route the knight to equal
Exactly.
square. So all this is theory, and I feel like both players will know. I don't know too much about it. I only know that
This
Black is
whole-
playing for the bishop pair, and he's going to try to make sure that the game doesn't get static, where he is left with a good knight versus a bad bishop. So what he will try to play some breaks, usually pawn to f5 and pawn to pawn to f5 will come, like pawn to f5, and then the other pawn too can still later come to f5. Just making sure to break open the structure and trying to make use of the dynamics he has. If we go back, I believe I played this position once in a blitz game, and I tried the funny move g4, trying to
hold on to that.
Yes.
Hold.
Yes, and it was a very strange position. Yeah, but I don't think this is any good anyway. So g3 is played. I'm not really familiar with the theory, so I won't say too much.
Well, at this point, I'm not familiar with the g3 pawn push. In this position, I usually go for the c4 pawn push,
C4,
which is more attacking in a way, and then reroute the knight. There's also an interesting idea with the c4 pawn push, which comes with the b4 pawn push, and then there's the queen to a4 move, which and then the bishop, and so there's just some ideas in that regard that would be interesting. But let's go ahead with what was played during the game.
All right. So G3 castles,
Hmm.
bishop G2,
Hmm.
rook B8, castles.
Yeah, it feels like a lot of wasted. Well, a number of wasted moves during the opening.
Well, I mean, they are developing, so I guess it can't be too bad.
Yeah, but at the same time, what I'm saying is for White is literally handing over initiative to Black.
Well, the problem is I wouldn't want to be too harsh
Harsh.
because I can see that their time is like 125 and 131.
Mm.
So in my mind, I feel like probably it's possible that it's not the main line, but
But
maybe it's a special line that
Mm.
Sana plays and is comfortable with. So
Yeah, it's
So-
possible.
after F5, pawn
Mm.
captures on F5, bishop captures, and then the knight went to E3. So clearing, um, trying to dislodge this bishop. I'm a bit surprised by knight E7. Okay, but this was attacking.
Yeah, the Knight.
It was attacking the knight, and this was also attacking this.
Big Bishop.
Yeah, but wasn't it possible? Okay, bishop D7. So it
Queen
seems
takes.
yes, it seems
Yeah.
like I said, it seems
Mm.
like it's possible that this is special
Prepared
preparation.
line.
Yeah,
Sana.
by Sana. So knight E3, and then knight captures, knight captures. But Wafa Shuruk is somehow still. She still has 1 hour 29 minutes. So
Meaning she also understands the line.
yes, so I'm a bit surprised by this. Queen D3 is played, and then followed it up with rook to D1, trying to make sure that black doesn't get the chance to push the pawn to D5.
But
Where-
then there is still the possibility of E4.
Yes, but E4,
Bishop takes.
yes, bishop takes, and the king is a bit too open.
E4, bishop takes. F5,
Let's check.
bishop check. Yeah, so it doesn't. Yeah, because I was looking at the possibility of the bishop capturing on B2. Yeah.
Yeah, but that pawn I think is not really so important right now.
No, it's not so important. It's just kind of relocates that knight, at least to the back.
B6, pawn to. Okay, so rook B6.
Hmm.
I was thinking, okay, rook B6. Does it have the threat of? Does it come with the threat of D5? So
Definitely.
if maybe you capture and then
Yeah,
rook,
rook. Yeah. No,
Yeah.
but bishop takes check.
okay,
Takes-
bishop takes check, and then you can
and then
take
you
the.
can take the rook.
So if it doesn't come with that threat, so the reason I was saying this is because I want to know if to play the move pawn to C3 or to play the move pawn to C4. Both look good. So pawn to C4, for example, if pawn takes, then the knight
Knight
takes.
comes into action.
Yeah, and
You
then
don't want that.
the knight can start
No,
rerouting
the
to.
knight can take the pawn on D5. I mean D6.
Okay,
immediately.
yes, the knight can take the pawn on D6, and it looks really good.
Sana.
It looks really good for white.
We would like to welcome the Presido with the big machine. Welcome on board, sir.
My son is there. The king of slow game.
Master of slow play. And before we continue with the analysis, we would like to use this opportunity. Yes, I'm sure.
He's on.
Yes. What? Yeah. Okay. Please. Can you please pass the mic? Okay. We have Prince Adewale Adeyinka here, who is the Vice President of the Nigerian Chess Federation, and of course, NCF have been doing a very wonderful job. We've already given kudos to NCF running an international tournament of this nature, 2 of them back to back. Can you please shed more light regarding the preparation, how we got to this point, and the way forward? Yes, sir.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think you just caught me unaware there. I'm not aware that that is what. But again, it's good to tell people how we get to where we are today. I'm happy to have a strong local organizing committee, LOC, that put this together. So early in the year, the ACC president organized a program called Meet and Greet for the entire Africa. And of course, I was able to attend the meeting on behalf of Nigeria Chess Federation. And during the meeting, we were told by the ACC president that there is going to be there is a slot for someone in Africa to pick, and she presented the model that there will be a maiden edition of Super Zona, whereby all the Zona champions of 2024, Zona champions of 2025 come together to actually participate and play. So which means that it is expected that all the zones are meant to actually conduct their Zona chess championship. And that was what actually drove Nigerian Chess Federation and said, no, we must actually have a very, and earlier we already got the hosting rights by Zone 4.2 to host Zone 4.2 Chess Championship. And we just feel that hosting Super Zona alongside with Zone 4.2 will be a good thing for Nigeria. Apart from the fact that it will reduce cost of attendance for them, there is home soil advantage. So we feel there should be that home advantage. I don't know whether there is home advantage in chess, but maybe we are seeing the home advantage panning out so far. So that's what led to us hosting back-to-back Zone 4.2 and Super Zona. So Super Zona, basically, the reward there is whoever is the winner of Super Zona will actually go and participate in the Grand Prix that is happening in Uzbekistan in September. I don't know whether...
Super Zona, I think it was the World Cup.
And
there are two.
Grand Prix. That's amazing. That's amazing.
Yeah, so, and the ultimate is the World Cup that is happening. I don't know whether it's happening in India or not, yet to be confirmed but it's likely. So that's how we got here. So we, as organizer, we exchanged email with all the zonal presidents of Zone 4.1 to 4.5. We got responses from some. We intensify effort to get more responses, and by the time we were doing the full and final planning, we have practically everybody confirmed attend except one zone. I think that's 4.4. No, 4.5 we got confirmation.
Oh yeah.
We got confirmation from Susan. That's the 4.5 president. Just last minute. So last minute, I think Africa is one of the most difficult places to travel around. It's quite unfortunate. It's difficult to travel around. When you look at the cost of traveling from Kenya to Nigeria, sometimes it's as good as traveling from Nigeria to America. In fact, sometimes it's more expensive to travel. So I guess some people don't understand or don't appreciate the fact that World Cup is a whole lot of things. So people look at immediate financial benefits when compared. I mean, as a chess professional, I think you should look at, if you're a professional, it's not the immediate financial benefit that you should actually pay attention to. Rather, the career, how you want to build a career in chess category. If I have opportunity to play in World Cup, I mean, that's a big thing for my CV. Yeah. Unfortunately, that cannot happen. Or maybe it can. If Lakita should win, I can go as official together with him. So I can also put it in my CV. In 2025, I was in the World Cup. Yeah, what I was there for is not So some people don't see it that way. So that's why you have. So it's meant to be 10-10, but eventually we have 6 female and 4 male attending. So what we then do, we consulted with the qualification commission. What can we do? Options were thrown at us. 1, fill up the female section and make it to be 10 and go ahead and play the tournament. So question is, what happened to the male section? So we are unable to solve that problem. Because for male session, we have the 2 champions from Zone 4.2. We have the Chad man. We actually have a man from Somalia who was unable to enter the country because of the way the Somali is actually classified in Nigeria. So he was unable to enter. In fact, he arrived in Nigeria, but issues cannot make him to enter the country. So at the end of the day, we looked at it that, okay, the best is to solve 2 problems at the same time rather than solving one problem and leaving the other problem. So we now decide to play one tournament, which is an open tournament. Female can play in the open tournament, but male cannot play in the female tournament. So we decide to, okay, we have 6 female, 4 male. So put them together, you meet the first criteria of 10 individuals. The second criteria is you must have 5 federations. I mean, if we mix, you have Uganda, you have Egypt, you have Algeria, you have Nigeria, you have Chad, you have Cote d'Ivoire. So we have 6 federations. So we meet the second criteria. So with that, we sent email across to necessary commissions, department, individuals, ACC, and the rest. And we got to go ahead. Okay, you can proceed with the tournament. And of course, there are some conditions that come, which I might not want to disclose at this point. So until the end of the tournament, I will mention those conditions that were given. You know, I mean, somebody expecting that, how can you have 6 female and 4 male, and you expect a man to come behind a woman, and you still want me to give title, or you still want me to give card or slot to such person? You know, that's something that at the end of the day we will see whether it's happening or not happening. But so far, I think we are having a good tournament.
Yes.
I see WGM dropping 2 points already, 2.5 points already out of 5 games. For the friends of WG, I'm sure they would be disappointed. But again, doesn't mean that she's not playing good chess. No, it just means that Nigeria chess, or people who are representing Nigeria, have actually come of age and they are performing very well. That's why you see that performance that we are currently seeing. Have we gotten to where we're supposed to get? No, we still have a lot of work to do. We need to actually have a bigger international tournament in Nigeria beyond what we are having now. But again, I would like to stop here so that we can allow you to keep analyzing.
No. I actually wanted to mention that,
Yeah.
in fact, the highest rated player, highest rated female player, WGM Wafa Shuruk, actually lost to 2 of our female
players.
Yes, so it's,
while it was,
that's how I was following.
she was able to beat one of our male players,
yes.
you know. So it was very strange, you know. You expect that she should dominate the female and try to get draw against the male, but it's the other way, you know.
So it shows the strength.
Shows the strength of the field. So I'm not disappointed. I'm happy about it. There are so many learnings here, and we believe that we'll make good use of those learning while preparing for further international tournaments in years to come. Yeah.
All right, amazing. Yeah, I took the move back. We're waiting for you. I was discussing with OTNs of Africa about the move to make here. If to play the move pawn to c3 or pawn to c4. So I was still thinking pawn to c3. But once I saw you coming through the door, I said, aha, you are going to be choosing pawn to c4. You know, because pawn to c3 it looks very slow. We want to just play maybe knight here. But pawn to c4, immediately we are challenging and asking black what we want to play, because we are trying to play maybe for like the light squares and we're trying to get this knight to a more sensible square. So we're thinking, is it pawn to c3, knight here, maybe knight here, or knight here, then knight b4.
You know, we are learning every day. Personally, I'll just play calm. I'll just play c3.
c3. I'm shocked.
I'll play c3 calm.
I'm shocked.
Expecting that if if black should push the pawn on the b5, then my knight goes to c4.
Exactly.
And all those, then I'll be able to secure my knight,
Yeah.
and I'll still have control of.
Yeah, but we're looking at what happens after c4. You know, how would black respond?
Well, black can just push the pawn.
Push the pawn.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you've gained extra control of this pawn. That means the opponent can't push it, and then you can now maneuver the knight to d5
There's
or
still
f5.
c5 even at this point.
Aha, maybe even c5, trying to win the.
Okay, because of the double queen and.
So there are some.
Well,
threats
so
with
for
c4.
for okay, c5 is actually well.
That's why c3 is actually better.
Okay.
That's why c3 is better.
Oh,
Why
C4
c4?
is better.
Yeah, but I'm not sure because in the game, Sana played the move pawn to c3.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
That's calm.
yeah. But I was thinking that maybe she would have considered it more. Okay, pawn to c3 was played. F5 trying to. Yes, please.
Before he says anything, I think we'll use this opportunity to what is it called, introduce Mr. Josh himself, Yekbito Joshua, who dominated what's it called, Ibadan chess for a very, very long time, of course, and it was also the National Open champion. No. Was it Asibo? Richard Asibo. Yes, it's on. It was the under 2000, which propelled him immediately to the over 2000. So now he's no longer in the.
To go and learn.
To go and learn.
The hard way.
The hard way. So now you can
So
actually.
I wanted to say after c4.
Yeah.
I think it's a Sicilian Open, yes. Just looking at the structure.
Yeah.
It's a special. So
Special.
after c4, I think black doesn't even have to take. In many cases, I just leave the pawn, you sack it, so that if you take on b5, I get to play d5. You understand?
If you take on what?
If you play c4, I wouldn't even touch it. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, but we were looking at d5 earlier, but we thought it wasn't possible because, for example, d5 here, we thought it wasn't possible to sack it because the pawn is just a pawn, it's just a free pawn.
Yes, not
So-
at this point.
So let's go
Yeah,
rook
so
b6 and then pawn to c4.
I even don't like that rook b6 that black.
Yeah,
is playing.
it looked strange, but okay.
Strange one time.
So
So
pawn-
after c4.
No, the question is how do you protect
So what's the
that
waiting
pawn?
move? What's the waiting
How
move
do you
want to
protect
do?
that
Okay, so
pawn if
waiting
you don't play
move.
Rook b6.
rook b6?
Yeah,
Please go back two steps.
1, 2,
Yeah. So
So
how
this
do you
D
protect
pawn.
the d6
d6
pawn?
pawn.
Oh, it was already hanging.
Yeah.
Yes,
Mhm.
it was already hanging.
So that was the only way to protect.
Yeah, but so what I found strange was that it looked like white is better in this position, but I was looking at Wafa's time and it's like 1 hour 28 minutes, which
So
means that
she's
she's
in prep.
yeah, but it's not
Mm.
clear what this prep is.
But wait, hold on a second. Does it actually mean? Is there anything? Is it relative at times that
Okay, can
players? Hold on a second. That players that are playing very fast that are in their prep. What if they are not even in their prep? They're just playing in the way.
Yeah, so the thing is that for some people it's like that, but for Wafa, she's an experienced player, so I would expect that if she's playing fast, that means she's most
That
likely
she's comfortable with the
yes,
position.
she's comfortable with the position. That's like what I would expect. You know, sometimes I've seen people bluff. You know, they are actually not comfortable with the position, but they are playing fast. But yeah, I mean, usually experienced players, when they are surprised, they will slow down. They will take their time. They will try to figure something out. So that's why.
So rook b6.
Yeah, rook b6. Okay, we can go knight c2. Okay, trying to reroute the knight maybe to or e3.
Yeah.
E4 is played, and then d5.
Interesting.
So what do we think?
Well, at this point, the most likely is to first and foremost try to break the pawn chain, the pawn connection with f3. I think I'll prefer
Oh, we are weakening some things.
yeah, because after
Instead of
f3,
f3, it's more of f4.
well,
f4.
the reason for f3 in
The
this
fear of the
po-
pass pawn.
F4, there's a pass pawn.
Cannot pass. Where is it going?
the reason for f3 in this position is to ensure that instead of the 3 connected pawns, there is 2 connected pawns that can be broken with the bishop capture, amongst other things, because of the queen and the rook on the same file.
Okay, so that means f3. That means the queen has to move away
Exactly.
somewhere because of the.
Exactly.
Pawn.
Bishop touch, yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
so is there a good way for black to
continue.
take his queen to maybe queen a8,
Queen a8.
keeping this pawn under.
Well, with Queen a8, after the capture, the question is what will you capture with? Because now
capture with the pawn on,
with capture with that, then rook times rook.
and maybe queen times.
Now with queen times, you now have the knight flip.
Do you even have to move the queen?
Even if you don't move
Yeah,
the
because
queen,
After
so
F3.
for example, if you don't move the queen, let's say you make a waiting
You
move,
can make it,
then
play rook d6 now.
then this
rook d6,
This
Because,
happens.
instead of king h8, have
So-
d6.
rook d6, yeah.
rook d6, pawn capture still, or
So what I was thinking is, if we go back a bit, I
Mm.
was wondering why. So I wanted to put this knight here, but
Mm.
the knight will be chased away maybe
exactly
by a5.
immediately.
So that's why I wanted to start with the move pawn to a5,
Yeah, a4 is actually
Pawn to a4.
semantic.
pawn to a4, yeah.
Mm.
Trying to create.
So what happens to B times 8?
After
Eight
B times,
times.
he's not doing the
Okay,
he's not
maybe-
doing the knight.
Maybe
Knight
knight
e3
e3,
is fine now.
Knight e3,
What happened to
pawn
pawn
push,
pawn push,
Yeah.
a3,
Yeah,
a3.
pawn push.
d4.
No,
A3.
no, I thought D4 is a good move.
Yeah, d4 is actually a good
D4?
move.
Yeah.
No,
What?
but why is d4 a good move? D4, it doesn't that lose a pawn?
Does it?
How?
Pawn captures.
Pawn
Okay,
captures
because
also.
of the check.
Yeah, because of the queen
Mm.
check on this diagonal.
Yeah. That's why I think a3 would.
A3 is not good. If a3, there's knight c4.
a3 knight c4.
I don't check actually because rook can always go to B4. Rook B4 first.
Rook b4,
Yeah. And after you do the
d4,
yes.
pawn captures.
Say.
First of all, we don't even have to capture first. We can play the
Exactly.
check
Yeah,
first.
immediately.
Check
But yeah, so
Okay.
yeah, that's why I was hoping that maybe then we can now play rook here and then start putting pressure on this a pawn. That's the reason for the a4 move. Because I don't think it's so easy for black to push any of his pawns.
But what's
Without
wrong with
creating some
a3 in this position?
Yeah, but
A3.
a3, that's what he's saying. Knight
A3,
c4.
knight c4.
Knight
Knight
c4.
c4.
Yes, munches the pawn for free.
Does it munch the pawn for free?
Yeah.
Rook b3,
Rook b3.
Yeah.
Yeah, still knight takes pawn.
then bishop captures
On
On
on c3.
Nah,
Do you want to open up your king like this?
exactly.
Hmm.
Sweet.
You got it?
Queen b6.
Queen
Why
b6,
queen b6?
knight now, knight,
Let's try
knight.
to-
Wait, what am I saying? Wait, though. Hold on a second. Oh, okay. I'm just saying the what's it called?
Exactly.
The rook.
So
Instead of queen c2, why don't you just I don't know.
Okay. Okay. After
Nine.
rook takes.
It seems so. I don't like it for some reason. Like it feels like you have just given up the most important defender of your king.
yeah, but
So that's why I'm skeptical of
Yeah,
the move.
I get, but at the same time, you have your pass pawn,
Yeah,
Which pass pawn?
that pass pawn is
the
gonna
a
fall.
the a pawn, the a6 pass pawn.
It
After giving away the bishop,
pawn takes.
rook takes
But what was the thing the bishop captured there? He pawn.
pawn. Yeah,
And if you do
Yeah,
queen takes pawn
maybe
doesn't
this is
work.
possible. Is it possible?
Queen
It
takes pawn
looks-
doesn't work.
It looks almost strange. But
Queen
maybe
takes
it's
pawn
possible.
doesn't work.
yeah. It
So
doesn't.
what happens after? What happens after queen e3? For example.
Queen a3.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Queen a3.
Yeah,
But
there's
queen
still
a3 does the.
there's still queen d b8.
Why?
Okay.
Well, wait. Hold on a second. Can you please
That
explain why
that
the
queen
queen?
check can come in, but
Why what?
I
knight
want to
blocks.
understand why the queen is going there in the first place.
It's going where?
He wants
Why
to
the queen
check.
is on E3?
He wants to check.
The queen wants to
Yeah,
check.
I want
Yeah.
to.
Check now.
Yeah.
What do you think?
But maybe it doesn't work because there's just.
There's D5 because I mean D4 rather. Because I was looking at what D4, what happens D4. Your check does
No.
not affect the price of Gary in the market. Because
D4
after queen there, the knight easily just moves.
No, I don't like it.
No, I don't like d4
Whoa, you don't.
because of the queen check.
Hey, queen check. What happens to the queen check?
I'll take the
Queen
bishop.
check, knight.
Bishop goes back. No.
Okay,
Bishop goes back.
Bishop cannot go back because the pawn is already blocking the bishop
Yeah,
from
yeah,
going
yeah.
back.
Oh, the pawn is blocking.
Exactly.
Okay, queen goes. Okay, now I see.
So knight has to,
Knight
block,
has to
and
block.
then queen exchange.
Queen exchange, rook
And
takes.
then
uh-huh.
pawn takes bishop.
Okay.
And then pawn takes pawn again.
Oh, okay. I get
Okay.
it, I get it.
So in the game between Abdulrahman, before we go to the last two games that we have,
Yes, after the knight takes, queen takes. We saw
after
this
queen
position.
b6, threatening pawn to c5,
Yeah.
we have
We were talking of c5.
pawn
Yes.
to c5 anyway,
It happened.
and it seems like every piece of black is happy, although it's not clear where his king will castle to. But also, the white king is not even clear what he's doing.
What the game is doing, yes.
So pawn to b3,
Mm.
king e7,
Aha.
Wow.
That's the way
King
to move forward.
e7.
So the rook is coming to d8.
Yeah, that's the only way to move forward.
Wow.
Wow,
that's-
that's a beautiful move.
Yeah, that's the only way to move forward in this position. You can't afford to castle.
Oh, but okay.
You can't afford to castle.
Do you realize, Mr. Lakuto, do you realize that all these tricks that you are showing right now, somebody's going to use it against you in the next in the next 2 hours? You will
I've
come
seen
down.
one already.
He's just waiting. Oh, okay.
Okay, pawn to g5. But
Yeah, pawn takes.
are we not going to try to open up the
Oh,
this
definitely.
h file
Yeah,
for the rook
that's,
somehow?
that should be the next.
But
Okay, so if white capture and black captures, what do we capture with? That's black.
Spawn. That's the pawn.
pawn.
But if you capture with the pawn, then the rook suddenly gains access to.
Okay, if you capture with
If you capture with the rook,
the rook, next rook thing.
Bishop
Okay,
takes
well,
queen.
there is
No.
a pawn. There is a
G6 first.
sir.
Yeah, I don't think you want to take this pawn. Maybe you can
Oh,
even start
no,
by
bishop
playing
knight
knight f6. Why not knight f6? The threat of knight f6 is bishop e4. Just trapping. Queen, can you trap it? Yes, you can trap it.
No,
Can
Yes,
you trap
it's
it?
a
yes, you
trap
can trap it.
it's
So what about rook times?
Rook times
pawn.
G7.
That's what I said. Rook
Yes,
and
then
G7. Rook bishop.
rook,
Just
bishop,
tap
then
the queen.
queen to c4.
Yeah. No,
Queen
not
to
c4.
c4.
No, not
Why queen? Why not queen to?
Yeah, but you will lose the knight.
No, you will not. Okay. I
Queen to
see.
c-
I
Yeah,
see
queen
the
to-
rook are
yeah.
joined together. Yeah.
Queen to c4.
And then
that's
the
why.
bishop can just.
Take the knight.
So it's not good.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to
get
play
it.
for.
That's why queen to c4.
Yeah, but queen to c4, are you not entering into the discovery?
No,
There is a.
there's no problem about that because queen will capture the pawn instead.
So okay, let's do the math. Pawn takes.
Pawn takes,
Woo.
queen takes.
Pawn takes. Queen takes. Right.
I don't feel comfortable with that queen.
Then
there.
bishop attacks the queen as
The
well.
bishop attacks, it's not a problem. But I thought we had captured that pawn
On G6.
on
On
G7
G7.
No, we haven't.
before all
No,
this.
no.
We haven't.
No, you went a step forward.
Forward. I think you suggested queen takes.
Okay,
takes-
so-
Rook take.
you-
After
So what
knight
happened
move,
was after knight here, rook
Rook
captures.
takes.
We
Ah,
said
that's first.
bishop here,
Yes.
Mhm.
Then queen to
C4.
c4. Yeah.
then
pawn
pawn
takes one.
capture.
Yeah. Then queen captures.
Queen captures.
Yeah.
Then bishop attacks queen.
This feels so dangerous. Yeah,
Yeah.
Bishop attacks queen. Or
like there are so many possibilities. There's also even just queen capturing.
queen takes queen.
It looks so
Queen
dangerous.
takes queen. Knight takes.
And then the rook can come in, and the black pieces look so much more active.
Queen takes queen. Knight takes. The rook takes pawn.
Why do you say queen takes queen? It's a
Pawn
possibility.
takes. Pawn takes is also possible.
Pawn takes. Okay.
Pawn takes is
Yeah, I
also
know it's
possible.
possible. I think probably that's probably the best move so far.
Knight takes or pawn
No,
takes.
pawn takes.
Yeah.
Maybe pawn takes should be better
Mm.
because in a little bit, not like
Yeah.
because
What is this look?
bishop takes knight now. Bishop takes bishop. Rook takes pawn, and the bishop is actually stopping the rook from coming to h1.
Yeah, definitely.
I can't see like the follow, but it looks like black should be much better somehow. Maybe
Much
rook.
better.
maybe rook in.
Rook in.
Please ask the oracle.
No.
Before
We
asking
don't-
the oracle,
we don't
just
deal-
say
we don't deal
you
with
said
the oracle
You think
here.
black should be much better.
No, we just ask the
Yeah.
oracle who's better. That's what he's asking. Not the moves, just who's better. Just click and click back.
Yeah, it's not
That's
much.
all.
It's just minus 0.3.
That's all.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, let's see the opening of the other games. There
Yeah.
are two other games that we haven't seen. We haven't seen Torish's game at all.
Okay.
Pawn to e4 again. Torish, normally she's a
Deep for me.
You were surprised, right? I was used to beat the WGM.
Exactly. That's exactly.
Deep
E4.
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 Yes, that's the way to go.
Exactly. Tell them. Tell them.
We were playing downstairs. He played knight f3. He said best by 10. I said delete. Stop it.
Stop it. Stop Shebe.
Knight So again, this Vienna game, maybe with
Again.
the idea of playing f4.
F4.
Or
Yes,
something.
that's the same idea she used.
Finally she
Now she
plays
played
f4.
Vienna.
This is not like a king's gambit.
Yeah, but okay.
But it's a little bit
Knight
different.
captures, queen f3. All right. I feel I've seen a few people play this line before. f5, d3, takes.
I think it looks like the
d4, queen g3.
what's the name of this opening that Papa used to play?
Yes.
Latvian gambit.
Latvian gambit. From the black side this time around. From the black side this time around.
Okay, so queen g3, maybe clearing the square for this and trying to.
Stopping.
Just saying bishop
That's-
should not develop.
Yeah. So
Interesting.
and then knight, bishop f3. So the knight wants to come to e2.
E2.
That's good.
Is it?
Yes. It's beautiful.
Knight. Okay. Okay. Knight f3. Bishop b4. Bishop, and then king captures.
Nice.
Nice, yeah.
Nice. Really.
Some very.
Yeah,
I
but
don't
for
understand. What
a
do you mean
classical
nice?
game,
No, this is
I'm not
nice.
sure what's happening.
Yeah, this is
chaos
some
of
really
The queen,
interesting.
the black queen would have been itching. Imagine the c7 pawn is not there.
Exactly.
You know, so like
but now the C7
there is
pawn is
C7
there,
pawn there.
so the
The
queen,
queen-
is not going anywhere.
yet.
The queen is not going anywhere.
So black.
Look at the pawns. Look at white's pawns.
So why
It's
is this?
they are restricting that black queen.
Now,
What? Okay. So let's say you castle.
Castle. Rook can always come from the A file to say D8, E8. I mean E1. Sorry.
rook to e1. Which of the rooks? Rook a
No,
to
rook
e1.
A to E1.
Okay. What?
So that the second rook can come to F1.
Okay. So
so-
what if the knight goes to f5, e7?
Well, there is the possibility of queen to say, no, you moved the wrong. Okay.
That's correct.
Oh, hold on a second. I'm sorry for intruding. What's coming in now is saying Lakwete should do more commentary. Recommended by FIDE Master Fawoli John Oyeyemi. Ajibade Afolabi. Wow, it's a full house. Good analysis and commentary. Thank you very much, guys. Special shout out to you guys. Thank you. So you can continue.
Knight to G5 is a possibility here.
Okay. Threatening this
Yeah.
knight e6 move.
And also looking
Okay.
at.
So if black plays c5,
Really?
Yeah.
possible. I'm just saying.
Okay, because of the check. There's also the queen. That's why I preferred rook A to E1 instead of rook H. Rook A to E1.
Okay.
Yes.
Rook a to e1, knight
Yes.
e7, knight g5.
Knight G5.
Okay, apart from the f4 being possible, which
Yeah.
I should consider, but okay, let's say c5 is played.
C5 is played.
King d1.
Not yet. Rook H to F1.
Rook h to f1, queen check.
But this is not the current position.
That's
No,
This,
yeah,
well,
When-
this is just analysis.
But
Why don't you analyze from current position?
Yeah, it's from the current
It's
position
from
we
the
got,
current
got here.
position.
No, position has moved out.
Oh, okay. We were looking at the line after. Sorry.
Mm.
Okay, bishop captures, knight
Knight
captures,
captures.
bishop to b4 check, takes, castles,
Castle.
queen to
Queen is
f4,
F4,
trying to
yeah.
prevent
I
pawn
was
to f4.
expecting this.
And also keeping that's a free. Does that look like a
Okay,
free pawn?
queen e7, trying to maybe
Mhm.
disturb the black king a bit if he can get through to the dark squares. So knight times d4,
Yeah,
knight
so
times d4,
Queen takes.
queen check.
Wow.
Mm.
Okay, if you can keep the extra pawn and somehow not get your king into trouble, maybe it is possible.
Definitely. So the question is,
I don't think you should take this pawn though. I don't think black should take this pawn.
You should probably just keep more pieces in the center just to harass that queen. I don't
Yeah.
know. But which rook?
Which of the rooks? There's one holding the pawn. There's the other one not holding.
I'm
the pawn.
tempted to play this move. Rook.
Yes,
I agree. Well, at this point, queen just comes back to f2.
That's the only way to stop
If
the pawn.
white can exchange queens, I think that
Yeah, it's fine.
this game should just be
Yeah,
over. However,
queen to f2.
queen to f2,
c5 is
C5.
needed in this position.
c5.
Is it
Immediately.
the move black can play now?
Okay, maybe not, because once white plays d4, it becomes something else.
How did that queen get to g5, please?
It came to check.
What's the previous,
It came to
what's
check.
the previous move? Okay, there was a check.
Yes, there was a check there.
I'm thinking we can even play c5 now, sir.
b5.
Let's try c5.
c5 immediately.
Yeah,
Ba.
c5 immediately. Because if b5, then
If-
there's c5.
Yeah.
Just sack, open up. Let's see if we can brute force our way.
Let's not forget that these guys are actually playing.
Yeah, but
and something is on the line,
Oh, definitely.
and we are here.
Yeah, we are.
No, we are just
We are
analyzing.
chillaxing, and we just want to sack.
No, we are just
We
analyzing.
just want to sack.
No, because if you look at it really, you'd know that once d4 comes into play in this position, like those pawns will just keep rolling.
I'm really tempted. That why can't we just try to open up the position?
What of c5 after b5?
So you're not going to open it up. You're not going to take my gift.
No, definitely not.
How about maybe pawn to b4 and try
Then
to
d4.
harass the king
Then
more?
d4.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Let's go d4.
Like it's just.
Or even pawn to b4, giving you.
But I think that's.
But I still
I think I'm
wouldn't
enjoying that
take
c5 now. If he doesn't capture, I'm enjoying the c5 if
with black.
white does not capture.
No, white will have to capture. I think.
White will
If
have
black plays c5,
to immediately.
I think
White has to
white
capture.
if white doesn't capture,
Then
then
b5.
now I think I'm enjoying. I wasn't even looking at it from the d5 perspective.
Mm.
I was only looking at it from the rook immediately into that d5. I mean
Oh,
d4. Immediately. That was the part where I was looking at it from.
That's why.
So if it doesn't take rook d4,
Yeah.
Okay. So,
but the question is if it takes.
we'll have to come back to this position in like a minute because it seems like we have not looked at one game at all, and he is the one showing up on our screen. I think is that Amako Arnold?
Amako
Yeah.
Versus who?
versus
Achim.
Bacha.
Bachar that
Defeated.
decimated. No, we won't use the word defeated.
No, defeated.
Decimated Torishe.
That attack was
That was a fantastic all-out attack. I'm sure the prince actually would have loved that position. These are the kind of position he craves. You just hear double, triple, I like the things that will start shaking.
Bishop
Okay.
C4. But
Why didn't he go d5 then?
Yeah.
Is it d5? It should be d5 immediately. Why?
Yeah.
Why d5? Because if you look at it,
Games.
let's look at it from the d5 perspective. You push d5. What about your own life skirmisher? Then where?
is this not the popular game between like a famous 1900
The
game where
opera game.
yes, the opera game where maybe was it h3 or d times e5 was played?
I don't know.
Okay, let's say d times e5. How does
Knight takes.
Knight takes.
no, but knight takes knight takes.
Knight
Knight
takes.
takes.
Yeah, there's no knight on c3 yet.
So
Then
bishop
how
goes
does-
back to e3.
Yeah. So then how does the opera game go?
The opera game that was in, I think that was a night house, right? That was a night c3.
Yeah,
There was a
knight
night c3.
c3.
There was a night c3.
Oh, there was a knight.
But in fact,
no,
even-
but there was no knight c3 because the queen could slide to b3 in that game. I think they captured on f3 and then the queen
And
went
you-
to b3. So okay, h3. How do you respond to h3?
Okay, h3, yes. h3 is a good move. Yeah.
h3.
Bishop
Okay.
times knight.
No, but- yeah, but wouldn't that lead us to the game? Huh?
NF3.
NF3.
NF6.
NF6.
And there's queen b3 in here.
No, there's the queen b3 now. But queen b3.
Yes,
Okay.
there's queen b3.
Yeah, I think this will now lead to some sort of like
White is
what
better.
happened.
White is better.
Well,
Just like that.
well, I can't
Just
remember
like
the
that.
is
Just like that. What happens after b3?
Queen b3, white is
is it-
just better. Let me see your lines.
White
eh,
is better, but at the same time,
G4.
it's not.
It's probably
Was this what
queen
was played?
c3.
No,
After queen b3.
after queen b3.
Knight bg2 was played in the game.
Okay, knight bd2
Yeah,
was
yeah,
played,
yeah.
and then pawn to
C3,
c3, trying to prevent knight
Bishop
d4
takes pawn, check.
and pressure on this,
After that, queen d7.
and then maybe planning to bring the
takes-
queen to a4 if your opponent castles queen side. Bishop c5, queen b3. Okay, putting pressure on the b7 pawn.
Yeah.
Bishop b6, bishop d5.
Knight
Interesting.
d7.
Yeah, I'm beginning to prefer black here.
Oh, is it that? What? Oh, that was a bait. That pawn on f7 was a bait. Don't take it.
g4. Wow.
Jesus is Lord.
With your king this open,
Hmm.
I'm shocked.
No, what's wrong with this?
Ah.
Right, actually. How are you going to take?
Okay, so the thing
Knight
is,
c4 is coming.
yeah, but the thing is that you've castled on opposite sides, and
Yeah.
okay, you are black is supposed to attack on this side of the board. White is supposed to attack on this side of the board. White hasn't started any attack
Yet.
at all
So
yet.
tell me, what is White going to do now with the G4?
Bishop just goes back to g3.
Bishop to
G6.
Six.
Bishop g6. First things first.
Yeah, but even if not bishop to
Long
g6,
time.
it's also possible to sacrifice something. It's looking like it's possible to sacrifice something. Already it's-
G6 pawn push
Already
is also a possibility.
g6 is possible. Knight g6 is possible. Trying to get to f4. I'm shocked. Like it's not even. I'm not even a little. I'm shocked. Completely shocked about this one.
Okay, I think I'm enjoying the knight g6 idea. Even whoops.
Knight times pawn.
Okay, she took on the bishop, attacked the queen, and had see
Take.
takes. Even with the fact that the bishop is still hanging.
Still
Sacking
Yeah.
something.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think
Yes.
that's the way to go.
See,
Mm.
this is beautiful.
Yeah, the king is open,
Whoa.
but
Okay.
What was that queen back move? I don't understand.
yeah, I don't. I think. I think he has completely misplayed.
Let's go back to that queen.
But it was
So
it
after
was looking
rook
beautiful
check,
before. So from here,
The second
How do
rook
you
is
get
supposed
to
to
that
come.
Was it possible to take?
Take, that's what I'm
And then
looking
play
at,
queen
and
f5.
get to the light squares exactly.
Is that possible? Maybe
It
just
sh-
king
it
h2.
should- It should work.
Maybe
wait,
just
wait,
king
wait,
h2.
wait, wait, hold on a
King
second.
h2, rook a5.
Yeah.
And we are coming.
Okay, so let's look at it. Bishop captures on d4.
Yes.
Pawn
Pawn
captures on
takes.
d4.
Light square.
Queen.
Queen to h3, attacking the
Queen
pawn.
to f5.
But hold on a second. Can you please step back a little bit?
Okay.
Because we're looking. Okay, knight takes pawn first. Knight takes
Okay.
No,
knight takes
Black
e4.
to
Black
play.
to.
No, after bishop takes.
Okay.
Knight takes pawn first.
Then
It's still the
queen,
same thing. Queen will still go to
queen
f5.
still goes to f5.
Queen goes to f5.
No,
Yeah.
but now
Knight
knight
takes
can
rook.
take
Knight
and
takes
then
rook.
protect it.
That's true. Let's go back again.
Okay,
Thank
but
you,
no. But let's see. This it's not possible that this should not lead to a crushing attack. I'm shocked.
Okay.
G4.
Yeah.
Even like the I'm shocked. Okay, let's try out some. I mean, it's not our pieces. We can,
So you can do anyhow.
we can afford to sacrifice. We can afford to sacrifice something.
Okay.
All right. So
Knight in there.
what happens?
The problem is you can't get in queen g. You can't get in queen g5. You can't get in queen g6.
No
Probably
problem. No problem.
looking after the pawn on h. So therefore, king h2.
Yeah.
Okay, king h2 is played. This is a bit slow. I wanted to play pawn h6. But it's a bit slow.
Pawn h6.
It's
so
too slow.
rook can move out.
But
a5.
wait, even it being slow. Wait, go forward. Go forward.
line I'm looking at here.
Yeah.
Oh, just bishop takes that pawn.
Bishop takes pawn takes.
Queen f4.
Now that looks a little bit interesting. Yeah, this looks interesting.
Mm.
This looks interesting.
Okay.
This looks interesting.
And also you have the possibility of
Rook
playing rook
swing.
d6
Rook
to
swing.
I think
Yes.
this
Now
is
this
good.
maybe this should be the way to go. Maybe just.
I think it is.
So how
I should.
President, you were the one advocating for the white position, saying g4, yes? Why
No,
not?
G4 is just natural move.
Okay, so
Natural move.
alright, so Oyepito has suggested that he will take on g4
Then I take
and then he will play queen f4.
Queen f4. Push the pawn. Yeah. There's no cross. What's
Push the
challenge?
pawn.
Yeah.
There are so many.
There's queen.
Okay, sorry. You go back. There is a check. There's a check. So
There's
just step
queen.
up. Like,
The king up.
yeah,
but
king up.
there's a
Takes
check
pawn, still
again.
check.
After the check, you go back.
Then now there's
Hide. Yes.
No, immediately.
King h1. What will happen?
Rook d6.
No, it doesn't work. This
So
doesn't work.
knight
doesn't work
h1.
because knight moves.
Knight h2.
Then rook pins.
No, not even that knight h2. sir.
Rook pins.
Rook pins. Rook pins, yes.
Rook is the move.
You shouldn't even.
Rook pin.
You wouldn't even.
Rook h immediately.
Because we have
Because there's queen takes check. If the knight flips.
No.
no. Oh, okay.
No, it's okay. Take bishop times pawn.
Bishop
No,
times pawn.
that bishop is not good.
President, don't do that. Rook f under will come.
Okay, rook.
Okay, so what happened to
Jack climbs
rook
up
h2?
Rook h2.
Sorry, rook h1.
G,
Rook g1.
Rook h1.
Rook g1.
Sorry, rook g1.
G1,
Uh-huh.
okay.
Rook
And,
g1. Okay, rook times h2, king
looking
times
at it,
h2.
well, it probably doesn't work.
Rook g1.
Queen,
Are you not still going to
queen, wait oh.
So what happened to it?
No,
Wait, hold on a second.
Press no.
Rook
Please
sacks.
go.
Can you sack on the knight?
No, wait. What happened to this rook? So what will you do?
Can you sack that knight?
You are trying to move rook to g2.
Queen,
Like we said, queen
queen
e2.
h.
Queen e2.
No.
Queen what?
Like that, play queen e2.
But
Queen.
e2.
Can somebody help me with rook takes knight? Check.
Queen e2.
Okay, we also have CM Onopite Kennedy in the house, and
Yeah.
maybe his tactical vision can help us. I think he's the only titled player in the house.
Yes, he is.
So yes,
He is.
He is.
Is this a crushing attack for black, or can white defend? What is happening?
E2.
Who used to play?
Naturally.
Black to play?
I'm actually looking
What does
at
black have
queen
after
queen h4.
Rook is just
Yes, there's queen h4. The rook
Yes.
just moves to g2.
Even with rook moving to g2, there's bishop captures
on f2.
on
But
f2.
there's no more
Yeah,
attack
but
now.
No, the attack will still come. It's always
Okay,
there.
so there's queen h4, but after rook g2, I'm thinking maybe knight g6.
But wait, why would I
Knight
play?
coming
Wait,
to
hold on
f4.
a second.
No, there's
Okay.
knights. There's
The
knights.
knight comes
But
back. This
no,
knight comes
F-
back.
Knight
But
f3
wait.
even.
Everything.
No,
Are you guys
why
forgetting
F3?
you have a
No.
knight
Knight
on?
F3.
You have a knight on d2
Knight
that
F3
can go to
attacking the
f3,
queen, attacking
unleashing
the-
an
the
attack
rook.
on the rook.
Exactly. Knight
That's
f.
why-
So
that's why
knight-
Knight
queen
F3.
H is slow. Queen E2
So knight
like
f3. We
the-
just
Okay,
go
but
and
queen
sit down
e2,
on
we're
h3.
wondering
Bishop
what
would
happens after
capture
queen
the-
d1.
Then
the
queen
rook.
F.
Hmm?
Now queen F.
Then queen f, then rook g2.
Okay.
That was what I was. That was what I was.
Is white being so defensive here? What's wrong with white's position?
Okay, so wait.
This is where
So
we're
let's
coming
let's
from.
take it back. Let's take it back. We had this position, and I thought like white shouldn't play pawn to g4 because all the black pieces are on this side of the board.
Definitely not.
You know, all the black pieces are on this side of the board, and it looks as if there should be some sort of sacrifice here. You know, in the spirit of
Yeah.
Tactics.
Kanayo, there should be some sacrifice here.
So you are
White
setting
is
the
okay.
piece and you are hoping for compensation now, Abi?
Yes,
Like a
so
missing attack,
but
impossible.
maybe you have a better move instead of bishop captures on g4.
Bishop captures it doesn't look like it works to me. I
Exactly.
wonder how you people even got to the variation you were playing.
That's what they
No,
play.
this is all they are playing now.
No, I mean after the
So
captures,
capture.
I wonder how
So
you got to
capture.
the final position. you were
Okay,
playing.
capture.
Captures.
Just
Capture.
take that.
Captures.
Queen
Queen
F4.
F4.
Can't I just play knight h2?
Knight H2. There is queen check.
Queen g3 check.
Queen G3
Well,
check.
we don't need the check
You
yet.
don't need a check yet. Rook lift. How about rook lift here now?
Rook lift immediately.
I really want to.
If you start doing
Rook clipped immediately. King will just.
Wait a minute. You can go back. There's no need for knight h2.
It's not bad.
I'm
Knight
meant
H3 is
to
not
take
bad.
on f2.
No, queen F. Queen F5.
I'm meant to take the bloody
Queen
thing
F4 is taken
on f2.
Queen F4 is taken.
You don't take a pawn. with
You will take
bishop.
what?
Yeah, the idea is to have e6 available to my bishop.
Mm.
I don't get.
If you play
Queen
queen f4, I'm
Mhm.
simply going to take on f7.
Okay,
Okay.
F7, exactly.
All right, we're not taking on F2. We don't even need it.
F7.
We don't need to play this Queen F4. We can just keep it in our pocket.
In
we
lead.
have it.
Really?
Yes.
So what will you do?
You are that good that you are,
Knight
you are
takes
even
bishop.
keeping things in pocket.
Yes.
Knight
I think
takes
white
bishop.
is.
I think this position is fantastic
Wow. Okay.
Knight takes bishop.
No, it's for fantastic for who?
for black now.
It's not possible. It's not possible.
For black now.
Knight
No,
takes
this
bishop.
thing it can't be.
Wait, knight takes bishop.
Yeah, but
Eh,
knight
pawn
takes
takes
bishop.
now.
Let's
Somehow.
just complete the variation without moving the pieces.
Knight takes bishop. Pawn takes. Knight attacks queen.
We have to show them because we are showing to the world. We're not doing it to ourselves.
You can just draw
Then
arrows.
back,
Yeah.
then-
Yeah.
Can we go back one or two more?
If your knight have to
Hold
go
on,
to
see?
that
Hold
part
on.
of the world after sacrificing a piece, then what are you doing?
I think maybe we should sack the piece on h5 instead. So instead of
No,
taking
but
the
it doesn't
pawn-
have to take.
He's
That
not
that
going
was
to
why.
take.
And so then leave it.
Okay.
Just play the
H5.
No, that one doesn't work at all.
G5.
That one should not work. I'll be surprised.
G5.
Then
And
now
queen
we can
F4.
play Queen
I am
F4
going to
Now we
take
can
my
go back.
pawn on f7. Collect that thing.
on
Okay, take the
F7.
pawn on F7.
Yes.
Then rook
Yeah,
attacks the
E6.
bishop.
After bishop
Yeah, rook
e6.
attacks the bishop.
After
Uh-huh.
bishop e6 check. What are
King
you,
just steps
King
inside.
B8 and
what are you still
Conveniently
playing?
safe.
and now
Wait.
And
you
now
I
what?
just want to go bishop g2, bishop h3 and bishop g2.
Okay, bishop H3.
What are you playing for again? Bishop h3, my king is safe. In
Bishop
fact, I don't want to
H3.
do anything again. I want to come and drive all your
Queen
men.
check. Queen check.
Queen check.
Bishop H2.
Bishop g2.
D2. Pawn push.
I laugh my belly here. I laugh my belly here. Can we go?
Dark clouds are coming.
Can we go?
You know, in the real game, the guy didn't sack.
Can we go? I think we can.
He sacked, but
Oh, sorry.
it was the
Knight
wrong
G5.
side.
I was thinking queen
He didn't
e6
sack.
check. Queen
Didn't
e6
sack
is no
the-
longer a
He
check.
left the bishop in the real game.
He left the bishop.
He left the bishop. In
And
the
we'll
guys-
go back. We'll go back and see how
We'll
he
go back and
he-
see.
okay. So
That's
it seems
exactly
that
what I was saying.
there's a
Game is
result.
finished.
There's a result already. So
Yeah, there's a
let's.
result.
What?
already.
Game is that's finished.
What's the result?
Yeah, 1-0.
Oh my god.
That's what I was saying. Leave the bishop, but then play on that move
Check.
instead of taking that knight.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
now he started playing something else.
Yeah, he saw Mirage.
He started running away.
Mm.
No, that's
It's not
how
much.
the guy typically plays.
That's not
Mm.
bad.
See, did you see that?
Mm.
That's a free piece, right?
Blunder.
You will beg tire.
So you thought it was one checkmate.
Exactly.
Why are chess players like this? Somebody gave you a queen. Huh?
And
And you will not take the queen.
Is it by force?
So at this point,
Okay.
every time, go back again. Yeah, so I'm saying if you want to start, go back again, back, yeah, again. Yeah, so after
G4.
yeah, so I'm saying we'll start the piece by just leaving the piece there, so we should make another move.
So what move?
Rook,
So maybe rook d6.
rook d6 actually.
Immediately.
D6,
Yeah.
knight C4, but knight C4 tries to capture one of the pieces.
Attacks
No,
the
no,
rook
no,
and then
I'll
the
take
bishop.
on f3 now.
Which?
Let him take.
Okay, you take on
Yeah.
F3. Okay. So okay, rook D6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, rook d6.
Saying all right before I'm going to.
So white, black did not sack, right?
no, black.
No.
No.
Sacking like this, you can take it if you want. Sack.
Oh, wow. I'll be surprised if this kind of Tai Chi works. So. King G2. Defend the knight.
Exactly.
Threat is
First things
knight,
first.
knight c4.
Okay.
So what happened next?
Knight.
Knight where?
I'm not scared of ghosts.
Knight where? If you move knight, I move knight.
Yes.
Move knight, I move knight. To c4.
No, but how is this attack not working? Okay. No.
There is no attack. Which one is attack not working? You have a bishop that is.
No, now this is crushing. Knight
It
Can
is,
we check the queen
A5.
first?
it is even crushing.
Why not knight A5?
Can we do what?
Chase the queen. That's what he's doing. Knight a5.
To where?
Okay.
Yeah,
What's stopping the knight from the queen from simply
So
moving?
knight a5 is stopping
To where?
knight c4 immediately. Knight a5 is stopping knight c4.
Say
Right.
queen c2. Remember, I'm still attacking your bishop.
Queen c2 is dangerous because
I
bishop.
I don't want to
So
go.
now
to
the
Bishop
first
can
thing-
go to Bishop can go back.
No, first thing, take the bishop.
I don't want to go.
Knight
to
takes bishop first.
pawn takes.
Knight takes bishop. This
And
bishop.
pawn takes
Pawn
the
takes.
bishop
Now
will
I'm
go back.
threatening knight.
This
c4.
bishop.
No.
Okay.
If knight takes the bishop,
This
Okay.
knight takes this bishop.
yes.
It
We don't
doesn't
want
work.
to take the bishop.
Huh?
We don't want your bishop.
Just Bishop back immediately.
No,
Okay,
his
so
idea
what?
is knight
Bishop
takes
G6.
bishop, pawn takes bishop, then bishop g6,
Yeah.
right? It
Yeah,
doesn't
exactly.
work. I have knight e4.
Then
My threat, knight e4.
Knight e4 with an interesting knight 4 knight check coming with the rook, capturing with the rook, capturing the rook.
Okay, so
Flesh and blood does not reveal that to you. And after that, bishop g5 is coming.
okay. You know what? Just for a final this thing. Minus 2.2. This position has to be winning for black. It's just not possible to play pawn to c4 like it's not possible.
It was why that played pawn to g4.
It's not possible.
I thought
This
you were
has to-
analyzing why can't
No.
white play pawn to
No.
g4. Oh, it actually happened in the game.
So black should be
So
winning
you
here.
have
But
all
the
your
question
pieces
is,
on the
what
queen
was
side,
it?
and you are the one playing g4.
Yeah.
I thought Lakwita was the one inventing g4.
No, but I have to check. What's the correct move here?
Then that's a problem.
Okay, so just bishop g6. You don't need to be fancy. Just bishop g6.
Just go back.
Okay, we're looking for
Then
fancy.
H5,
moves.
H5 will probably come in.
All right. Okay, so that was the last game, and that was the first result. Maybe is it possible that Mr. Achim Bachar is very tired? You know, after playing against the Zone 4.2 champion and winning, he feels like he has
No,
achieved.
he's never
Oh,
he's
okay.
never patient in this game. He plays too fast. Once he sees an idea, he just plays the move. He doesn't analyze. He doesn't calculate.
Yeah. So Azumi still has what I think is just generally a pleasant position
Against Tennyson.
against Tennyson. Maybe you can play against the D5 pawn. Maybe just
Yeah.
maneuver forever. But maybe it's also nothing.
Oh,
Everybody's yeah.
doubling on that.
Everybody's happy. So Wafa. So we left the game last around knight c2, e4, queen here. F3 was played, which was Otim's suggestion. So queen to c7, stepping out of this the d file.
Yeah.
Then knight e3, putting pressure on the d5 pawn.
Yeah.
Queen to c5, pinning, and then king h1,
Has to
I
leave
believe,
immediately.
Yeah.
Yes.
and then pawn to b4. So this is the current position.
Wow.
Okay, so pawn captures has been played.
Yeah.
What are we capturing with?
That's the question we're asking. About teams, we're asking which one were you going to capture with? You're going to capture with the F pawn or with the D pawn?
Good evening. You're fine.
Chamber Cha.
Mr. Bashar.
You see,
Okay, pawn captures. So now it's Wafa's turn. What to play? I'm even trying to figure
So
out
the question
if
should
something
be
works.
if she takes with the F pawn, you probably trade one pair of rooks. Does she want that?
Yeah, but if you
I
take
think it's better to take
white is it?
with the D pawn.
White
yeah, but if
doesn't
you take with
make
the
pawn
D pawn, isn't it possible to?
exchange coins.
Excuse me.
It doesn't work.
No, I was thinking about pawn to c4 and then just trying to put the knight on
I think
d5.
that queen exchange is stronger.
No, it doesn't
Okay,
work.
queen
After
doesn't
rook
work.
c6.
Queen captures, knight
Takes,
captures,
Check now.
rook c6.
Takes, rook c6. The pawn is hanging behind the knight.
So pawn c4, yeah. Why not?
Yeah. so you
controlling
can-
some light squares.
Yeah, white has to be better.
So I think F taking with F is probably.
So that means most likely we'll see
Although
takes-
there is some bishop d4 idea there, if he's willing to part with that bishop.
Yeah, I don't think
No, I
we
don't
want to
think so.
pursue
I
that.
don't think so.
Okay, so
No, I mean,
what
you
to do
can't
here?
if it's a purely positional decision. I mean,
Rook times,
Because there is rook g6, you know. to
after rook
protect
times,
the
what would
king.
Bishop takes.
I doubt it.
bishop
should
takes,
it be
yeah.
bishop?
Mhm.
Should it be bishop?
Yeah,
It looks
bishop takes
dangerous.
to avoid the rook check.
I was worried. I was thinking half a bit about sacrificing something here, but okay. Let me try this strange move. Pawn to c4.
It's
What
not
happens after
strange.
pawn to
Believe
c4?
me, It's not even a strange move.
It is stranger.
Pawn to c4.
It is stranger.
Trying to
Pawn
tempt,
pushes. d4.
Yeah.
trying to tempt fate a bit. Knight here.
Knight takes.
It is stranger.
Have to take.
Okay, pawn takes.
You have to.
Well, you
Okay,
don't have
okay,
to,
okay,
but we can just. So pawn takes. So what is?
You have to push.
But if you push, then you lose the. Okay, you don't lose
Lose
it.
which pawn?
Okay, I was thinking check here, and then comes here, but there's
So
bishop
check
g7.
block.
Yeah. So
No, this white will not play this way. White will not play this way.
No,
It looks
but-
dangerous. Giving him a pass, but maybe you just block it on light squares, Abi. That's your idea.
yeah, I'm just trying to make my bishop better than his bishop and see if he can play for something. But maybe these pawns are actually
Yeah,
too
but this
dangerous
is
for.
good for.
Yeah, these pawns. Maybe these pawns are too dangerous.
So what was played in the game?
Yes, after this pawn takes, white is still black is still thinking. Black is still thinking. Okay, so what
How
about FM Abdulrahman?
Sorry, quickly go
Yeah?
back. Instead of taking back, can we just take on c3?
Take on c3, but isn't that dangerous?
No.
9 times.
And night time, leave it. You don't have to respond, do you? Rook takes on b.
Am I seeing
Night time
ghosts?
should not work.
Nine
Rook
times.
No, it doesn't work. Rook takes b2.
Rook
So
takes.
9 times. What's wrong with 9 times?
Rook takes b2.
There's
Uh-huh,
knight takes
exactly.
knight check
Yeah, queen
first
takes
before I
check.
have to attend to you.
There's queen takes check.
Queen takes check.
This position, black is better.
Wait.
That pass pawn.
I have knight takes knight check
And that's what I'm saying.
before I
Queen
have to respond to you, and then queen d3
d3.
or even queen check. Queen check does the same thing.
No,
Queen check.
I still in dark squares.
That's not the end though. Pawn takes. Oh, okay. You want to exchange queen? Eh?
Should we exchange queen here? Maybe
Queen
it
f7.
works, yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Okay.
Black will win this.
Or we should take
Because-
the pawn on a6. Or we take the pawn
I
on a6.
seriously
After-
doubt it. Queen takes a6.
No, you're not look. Okay,
Or
after,
we take the pawn on
He
a6.
has a pass pawn, yeah, but so do I.
but he has a dark square bishop.
I have a light square bishop.
And
So
so,
that's why I said instead of queen
Huh?
blocks, maybe just king to dark square.
Okay, king moves,
Yeah.
and then pawn captures.
But-
Or
You
yeah.
can take the pawn, no worry.
Wow.
yeah, but this pawn, I don't know. It doesn't feel so dangerous. I don't know why.
It's not.
You
Our
see
bishop will
the
just make
danger
sure it
soon
never
coming.
sees the light of day.
Queen check.
Doesn't look so dangerous to me.
the
Is dangerous.
Yeah, this
pawn?
pawn. Yeah.
Dangerous like a pet.
I'm collecting more. I'm collecting the one on a6.
Just wait.
Then maybe if
Black
you want to
is
collect,
big, black is
if you
too
want to
big.
collect on a6, then why not just play queen captures?
Direct
No, I
queen.
want to collect all.
Like
Oh,
play it and then
instead
save
of
the
giving a
check.
check?
Yeah, and then save the check for later. Is it possible? Maybe.
I don't. Oh,
No,
okay.
then I
Because
should-
right now he could have ideas
I'll
like
take-
c2
I'll take on
and bishop h6 to follow very quickly.
Yeah, but no,
Well,
c2, rook
Let's
c1.
check.
Yeah, bishop h6 if it can come
Yeah,
very
but-
quickly. It's
Oh,
not yet possible.
I
but-
was thinking as a check,
can
but there's a
come very
queen
quickly
f7.
then. No, you can take the bishop right now.
Then rook takes on.
Oh, okay,
Queen
you
on
can take
a6
it.
can
Yeah,
take
okay,
it
okay.
right now, but the idea
I felt.
is scary.
Okay, so current position. Oh, king took. Okay, so fe4, fe4. Rook captures, king captures,
That's
king
what I said the
captures.
other
Yeah.
time. It's no problem with the king captures. That bishop was stronger than that.
Whoa.
King captures.
Is it just me or is
Something-
white is black better?
Black is better.
Black is.
I like
I-
black.
I'm
My
not say-
goodness,
I'm not
white
saying
should-
better. I will not
white
say
should be
better.
winning.
No.
Eh? White winning this.
White should be winning.
How can you say white winning this?
Yeah, the king is open, and then these pawns are vulnerable.
It's a
The king
dynamic
just
balance.
packs.
You
There's
understand?
nothing balancing here. White has to be winning.
It's a dynamic balance. and
White has to be winning. I feel like.
it's a black.
Okay, so we'll take a sneak peek at the engine.
Okay.
This has to be crushing. Yeah, it has to be good. Why that the king is so open? Like there are so many.
I love black's position. It feels easier.
Go back to
Is
where-
engine saying white?
Find
Yes, at this position. so
Yeah,
white is
but
slightly
not
better,
yeah, but
just
not the move
slightly
she
better.
played. Rook f1 is not.
Like to go back to where she captured on
easier to
d5,
find moves for black.
be on e4, whatever.
Yeah.
Yes. So what does the engine telling us to take on c3?
Yeah, but it's saying we should capture with the d pawn.
Okay. But look
Although
at
it also
bc3
suggests bc3 as
the
also
next
equal.
move,
Yeah, but fe4 and taking with the king is not good.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. So, but not rook f1. Rook f1 takes it back
Is
to
this
e4.
allowed?
Yes, let me switch off the engine.
They are making moves, ahead and.
But
Alright.
if you come to think about it, even the best of us, Maurice Ashley, Grandmaster Maurice Ashley, when he runs, what's it called, commentary, there is this big screen after Grandmaster share Yesar checks using his his brain. Then Maurice Ashley just comes and just say, from move 16, this doctrine says it's a bad move. So it's allowed, sir.
G5, rook captures on G5, pawn to G6, E4, played, pawn captures on D4, rook to B5, and this is the current position.
Between
This is the game between
Abdulrahman.
Nassr, Lina, and Abdulrahman.
wow.
So what is this position? Because if Queen C6 is it trying to play Rook C1? I
Queen
don't-
C6, Rook C1.
No, but Rook C1 can't you
someone doesn't
sacrifice?
work, there's
No,
an
no,
E4
no.
pawn
The
hanging.
e4 pawn is hanging.
Oh,
Queen
okay,
c6
okay,
will
okay.
probably be met first with e5 before we start
E5?
thinking. Yeah, e5 followed by bishop g5 is quite strong.
E5.
Is black to play now?
Black is to play.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
that is if
just move away now.
Yeah,
the
okay,
question
Queen
is
C6.
to what?
No, I don't think queen c6 is way. It is more of a6.
Okay, Queen A6.
Queen a6.
Yeah.
Are you sure
Queen
this works?
A6.
I don't know. I think e5 should work now.
Queen
Where?
a6.
Yeah, it's saying pawn to E5.
Oh, this is looking scary. Bishop moves somewhere, doesn't really matter.
Where can the bishop move?
At
Let's
this
even
point,
include square.
I think that's a list of your
Black
worries. I
will
don't think you
crush
can go to a6.
Black will crush.
No, but I'm surprised that he moved G6. If we go back here, I was thinking that was it really necessary to protect this pawn earlier? Because I was thinking we should just ignore it, and we have already decided that we are going to keep our king in the center. We are going to play like we are going to just go crazy. So if we are going to go crazy, we can't be protecting a pawn. We
Maybe-
just have to continue in the spirit.
How does king f8? How does that?
No, he came from f8 now.
Yeah,
He
came
was
from.
forced to come from f8.
Was he forced?
It wasn't forced. It just had to
He
be
just
moved.
walked in.
Yeah,
Yes.
he willingly
Whoa.
moved
Yeah,
to
nobody
E7,
forced it.
E4. So I mean, this game is hitting up. Back to live. So this is the current position. I mean, I don't know. It's crazy.
I think this lady, from what I've seen so far,
She's quite good.
she's stronger than
Is it possible to see the video feed?
the rating shows.
Is
Yeah, she's.
Yes, if you can click, just click on the on that. Yes, out on the YouTube. Yeah, and this is the
Yeah,
video
I
feed.
wanted to see.
That's see how calm she is on the board over there with her.
Abdulrahman. Uh-oh. My teammate is feeling the heat.
Who's your teammate, please?
Abdulrahim.
He's tense. Can you see?
Yeah, the position is not easy actually.
Mr. Anopita. You guys are teammates. Which team is that?
Actually, I think I understand why she has like 5 points now. Her play is very strong.
Yes.
Or is it 4/5?
No, it's
Three and half of
who?
Lina, Nassr.
They are all on the same points.
Yeah, she's on
She's
fourth.
tying with the leaders.
Yeah.
She,
her play is
Triple A, and Olisa Tennyson. They are all having 4 points each.
Yeah, her play is also quite like it's
Very decent.
more than very decent.
Very, very decent.
Okay, so it seems some things have happened. Rook F1,
Wait, how did you
King
think?
G8. Okay, nothing has happened. Nothing has
Okay.
changed much in that position. So this is the position, and now it's okay. Both sides are definitely not going to castle, but the question is, what is happening?
Okay, before we start, continue breaking our heads over what's going to happen on the chessboard, there is still, I think there is one specific thing I would like Prince Adewale Adeyanka to talk about. Very small thing about City Heights Luxury Hotel itself. Because we from our own perspective, we are just coming in. You know, we come here once in a while and we just check. We've seen how nice how serene the environment is, but it's now interesting that we are noticing that the City Heights is coming up more and more from even the capacity chess tournament, and it seems they are now being, or would I say, they are already infused into our chess. Maybe it should be maybe the Old Trafford of chess right now, or maybe the new Wembley, or maybe the new Highbury. I don't know where we're going to put it. So please, can you please say one or two things about City Heights Hotel? City Heights Luxury Hotel, please. It's different. The City Heights Hotel is luxury, because everything I've been seeing here so far so good is talking, speaking, screaming luxury. So just one or two words for people out there to also know. In fact, maybe it's possible they might even have a chessboard that we don't know about yet. So please, over to you as we get.
Okay, thank you. You see, one thing we have realized is that it's only a lover of chess that will welcome chess buddies into their house. It's only a lover of chess that will sponsor chess tournament one way or the other. CTI is not sponsoring this event. Let me clarify that. City Heights Hotel is just an hotel that is readily available for us within our budgets, and also we looked at logistics. So it's one of those hotels that is available, convenient. That the logistics is actually convenient for us. Yeah, the owner of the hotel, that's Barrister, is someone that is also a friend of the house. Is someone that anytime we say, oh, sir, we don't have this, this is what we have, he will listen to us and also give us the benefit of using his place, even when it's on credits, you know. I'm not going to go into the financial aspect of the whole thing, but he's someone who has actually reasoned with chess players, chess developments in Nigeria, and he's someone that we owe a whole lot of appreciation in terms of what he's doing for us. So, City Heights, we should say thank you to them. We put them as part of sponsor because we got some discounts.
Yeah.
Good discount from them. Of course, it can be better than that. We've asked Chairman to see how he can also improve on the discount that he has rendered to us, you know. So maybe I can use the opportunity to tell the chairman himself to see how we can improve on the relationship that City Heights has built over time with Nigeria Chess Federation. Thank you very much for that question.
Thank you very much. I know Lakota is itching to tell us now that you are seeing some kind of Queen C6 on the board. So you were not expecting Queen C6 because we were talking about Queen C6 before, and I think we said
CCC is actually the only surviving move.
Yeah.
so, somebody was saying Rook C1, and you're saying it's nothing. There's nothing wrong with C1.
Yeah,
because
of
there is a pawn.
on E4.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're looking at Queen to C6 also, like with ideas of maybe pinning and then putting pressure on the E4 pawn. But someone suggested the strong looking move pawn to E5 with the idea of the bishop also joining into the play on the, you know, it looks as if black was the one playing for dynamics, playing for, you know, fancy move with king e7, having the open file, but black has also white has also played a fantastic rook lift. So I mean, it's looking very interesting. And if pawn to e5 comes, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. Where is this bishop going to go to? And is this dangerous for the black king? For example, if the bishop goes to g5, it's holding this pawn, and it's the king probably will be forced to the back rank, somewhere on the back rank. I'm not sure where on the back rank. And once it's forced somewhere on the back rank, that means these rooks are not connected. Basically, what it just means is that before it looked like black was the one calling the shots, but now it's looking like a 3-result game.
It's still looking like a 3-result game, but we are actually looking at it from the perspective of what plan did you have for the bishop after the e5?
So there's 2 squares now.
Yeah.
Bishop c5 or bishop back to a
To b8.
to
I mean
b8.
b8. So we'll go bishop c5.
b c5, yes, but then tactics will sound. I think I've calculated rook c1 now.
Rook
Bishop
c1.
You said bishop c5, yes?
No. I'm saying yes. I said bishop c5.
So
Bishop c5, I was thinking bishop b8. Just
Well, let's go bishop c5 first.
let's see bishop c5.
yeah, because
Bishop c5.
Rook
Uh-huh.
c8.
Rook c8.
c1 you mean?
I mean rook c1. Okay. What do we
So
have
bishop
now?
a6, yes? It has to be.
Why?
To pin the rook now.
It seems
don't
like you
understand.
have
The
a
way you
devilish
say-
idea in mind,
the way
and
you say
then you are
it,
really excited too.
Because I was
And then
What
it's
do you suggest for black?
can't I just move my queen easily to just e4?
e4. You want to trade queens.
Why can't I trade queens?
No, it doesn't work. Because I
Why?
sack.
That's the question. Is why there's no
Yeah,
sack.
So there's no sack.
The English of sack, I don't seem to know where the sack is
Rook
coming
takes c5.
from. Rook takes c5.
Or maybe.
Knight takes c5.
No, sorry. Go back to rook takes c5.
Okay.
Go back to rook takes c5. Let's trade
Okay.
these queens first. Trade those queens first.
Okay. Then bishop takes.
Yeah, so rook takes c5.
Rook takes c5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bishop
Knight takes c5, right?
b4. There's bishop b4.
There's bishop b4. Hold on a second. Fine. You have just temporarily pawn d3. Isn't that pawn d3? Isn't that possible? Bishop drops back, right? Does it work the way I want it to work? I'm thinking of.
I don't think this one works.
I'm thinking bishop takes knight. Is that possible also?
Bishop takes.
I don't think this one is possible.
It doesn't work the way it's supposed to work, right?
Black is better.
Yeah, this knight is going to be lost, so we can't do this.
And it's still going to be lost.
So
Okay.
let's go back. E5,
Bishop. Okay.
bishop b8,
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
bishop b8.
So bishop b8. So what do I have after bishop b8?
So first of all,
Is there no bishop b4 check? Which is stronger?
Why should bishop go all the way to b8 instead of just staying at
C5.
C5?
Yes.
yeah, but that was the problem we're having. We're having some room.
How is it losing? That's the problem.
Not that it was losing. We just had some problems with like the c file and the queen on the c file.
Okay, even from there. Hold on a second. I don't have to take him there, do I? Queen d5.
Queen d5.
Yeah.
I still have.
Okay, there is bishop check.
Queen d5.
Bishop check on g5.
There's bishop check, but we're also thinking, what about some capturing here? Maybe using the pin.
Okay,
If
but
it
this
will be
way
possible.
it doesn't work.
It doesn't work this way. The queen is there.
Protected. Okay. Here. Maybe
Okay,
we
but
just put more pressure.
Okay.
So rook captures,
Knight takes.
then bishop captures. Okay, are you going to move away?
Yeah, the king.
The king just step away.
Where?
You have a light square. You have just go to d8.
D8. Yeah.
That's the only place I can step in without
And
casualties.
there are no.
Now I'm attacking your queen right now.
Chill. This should be bad.
No,
Queen
but
b5.
the bishop is protected.
Queen b5. Yes.
Queen b5.
Yeah.
Pawn to
Queen
D3.
b5, knight check.
I check.
Queen will come back and take now.
Rook takes check.
Okay, the rook will
Okay,
drop.
so knight D3 check, and then the rook drops. Okay, okay.
Interesting.
So are you saying that the
Pawn is,
are you saying that the bishop should go if e5 is played? Are you saying that the bishop should go to c5?
Bishop c5.
this shouldn't work.
But it looks so shaky.
It looks odd, but bishop c5. So far, you can't have you don't have a solution to it at the moment.
Okay, so after rook to c1,
Let's look at the variation again.
Bishop c5, rook c8, rook c1.
Queen
Yeah.
E, is it
Queen e, queen d5.
E5? Okay, so let's.
okay, we don't need
take
to
it without-
sacrifice.
We don't. Yes, we don't need to sacrifice. And now it's even interestingly, it is even. It looks like it's even black that even wants to take the pawn on what is it
E5.
called, on e5.
Can we play a move like Queen C2 here? I didn't even check Queen C2.
Queen c2.
Oh no, but there's
No, you can't play Queen C2.
There's D3.
Queen c2, d3. Just go forward.
There's D3.
What about the strange looking move, pawn to a3?
Interesting.
Pawn to a3.
There's A6.
Pawn to a3.
There's A6.
That rook needs to be attacked. Don't you think now? Can't you just pin the rook?
Yeah, maybe bishop a6.
Bishop a6.
Pawn a6. This is
No,
not fun.
does it work? It doesn't.
Why
work.
doesn't it work?
Okay, so
Bishop a6.
Okay.
Bishop a6,
Yeah, B6, Rook C5.
Rook c5. Knight takes rook.
Rook takes again.
Rook takes again. Wait, hold on a second. Do you remember that bishop?
Yeah.
Bishop takes, rook takes. I'm trying to say bishop takes, rook takes, rook.
Bishop takes.
Rook takes. It has to be rook takes queen, right? Then bishop takes bishop again.
Bishop takes B4 check.
Bishop takes b4 check. The king just stays back. Jejely. Now your knight is hanging. Your rook is hanging. Which one are you picking?
That's true.
You've lost a piece.
okay, but
Lights out.
queen c6, queen c6, e5, bishop c5, yeah, and
Yes.
then bishop to.
Check. Aha. Now we can look at it from this perspective of check.
Okay, so these guys will be calculating like crazy.
I'm telling
But
you.
let's quickly take a sneak peek at what's happening here because it seems like a lot of things have happened since we last saw.
Oh
it.
my God, they've moved a lot.
Rook captures bishop. This is the game between Sana Oprakash and Wafa Shuk. So rook f1 check, and then pawn to b4 was played, and then queen to h5, threatening queen check, and then this allowed white to
Knight
capture
takes.
the
Ah.
pawn for free. And once the pawn has gone,
Queen takes check. Second pawn is dropping.
yes, it's starting to look very, very. It's looking not so good. It's looking not so good.
The WFM is wow.
Yeah, because maybe you're even threatening queen times and then bishop queen to e4,
Yeah, queen to e4.
and then that might not be good. So how do you defend here? So maybe bishop e4, then you have to go into like an end game, hoping. Or can you do that? Or is
No,
that
maybe
not-
rook.
rook e8.
Rook, yeah, exactly.
Rookie.
F, is it E or F?
Okay, rook e8 or rook f8. Okay, I was trying to put pressure on this bishop.
Okay, I think that's probably better.
I'm not sure, but
Okay, rook E8 is better. Try.
Rook e8.
so maybe
Wait, hold on a second. Let me see that rook e8 again, please. Rook e8. Rook e8. Bishop takes pawn on h7.
H7. H7.
yeah, trying to make use of this.
Ah, nice, right? Nice. Caught you unawares. Exactly. That's how it's supposed to be.
But
There's
I
no-
just have rook. Hey, let me go back. Oh boy, it's still coming.
What about queen b5, trying to get into an endgame?
Queen b5. Queen. Can't I just move my queen to?
To capture, I guess.
Oh, I can't even do. I can't do queen. I can't do queen.
Yeah, Just queen
Maybe you can
b4.
go to queen d3 sef.
Yeah, but
No, just do.
queen. Yeah, but queen d3. That's the point. I'm trying to get into an
It's
end
the
game.
same thing now, yeah.
No, just
but
queen takes queen.
You'll be 2 pawns up.
Just queen takes queen.
Yeah,
Yeah, queen
already
takes
I'm
queen
2
pawn.
pawns up, yeah.
Then attack the
Bishop
attack the
attack.
bishop, attack the pawn. Attack
Yeah,
the pawn from
it's
d3.
bad endgame. White will win.
Yeah, it's a very bad end game.
It's a bad endgame. White will win. That bishop takes h2. It's very strong.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So rook. That means we now have to look at rook
Yeah,
f8. Yeah.
Yeah, rook f8.
That's the only.
And rook f8. Do we want to go for that end game?
I think if you go for the endgame, black has higher drawing chances.
Yeah, maybe black should keep queens on the board.
Rook. How about rook? How about rook f5 immediately?
Rook what?
F5.
Rook.
It's not as if you have a mate anyway. So
Let's check.
now, if rook captures, it's going to be a queen that's going to capture.
Yeah.
That wise.
So that's if rook
I
captures.
think we can do queen b now. Abi?
Queen what?
Queen b2.
Queen b2.
Yeah.
Queen b2.
Yeah.
Um,
We can. Oh shit, there's rook takes check.
it doesn't work. It doesn't
Takes
work. I've seen
queen
it. It doesn't
f5.
work. It doesn't work because you have queen. You have queen g7.
Okay, that's queen g7. Okay.
So this is what we're trying to say. Rook captures.
Rook captures.
Bishop
takes,
captures.
Queen f.
Queen f5. Let's just
But instead of having queen f5, go back a second.
Oh, can we check first?
It's still the same thing.
After queen f5, queen a2 check.
After what?
After queen f5, queen a1 check. Sorry, queen a1 check instead of queen back.
And why do you want
Can
to
we
do queen
pick the
a1
pawn
check?
first before going back to defend? That's what I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But
queen
wait,
a1 check.
queen
But
a1
we are
check.
going away from that diagram.
No. Why? No. Why will you move?
Okay, maybe bb1. Abi?
Bishop b1.
bb1.
You're not giving him that pawn for free. Bishop b1.
bb1 is fine. I think.
The bishop goes to b1. It's a block at the same time.
Okay.
Because the problem is the queen even if
Okay,
it's
so moves have been made. So bishop captures on e4 was played. No, this is our own
this
alliance.
is our own.
So this is rook e8, and this was where you were suggesting the
Bishop
move.
takes pawn.
Bishop captures on e4.
Except there's something else that we're missing.
No, I don't think so.
Because that's the best. That's the most. But
After bishop to
My hand is itching.
h7, does rook h not now work?
wait, why is
Abi
my
rook f rather?
okay? Bishop is angry.
Okay, so some development has happened
On
in
Abdulrahman's
Abdulrahman's game.
Black
So
is
let's
already slightly better.
so let's quickly check what happened.
After it was the check
After
played.
Queen.
Yeah,
and then-
bishop check was
Yeah, but
played.
e5 wasn't played. The direct check was played. But this doesn't this
Exactly.
allow f6?
Maybe the idea now is to go e5 after f6. But I mean,
f6.
I think the idea is to go e5.
Okay, let's check it. f6 e5, and then knight captures.
Knight can capture
Why can't knight capture?
because there's knight takes.
Yeah, but why can't knight capture?
So let's show the variation.
Knight.
Knight takes attacking queen.
Wait, I'm coming. Okay, knight takes.
Knight takes attacking the queen.
Knight takes.
Bishop takes, there's rook takes.
Bishop takes. It's rook takes, but there's also pawn takes.
And pawn will take the bishop, that is.
Which rook takes bishop?
Rook takes bishop. Pawn takes.
Then rook takes pawn.
Why should the rook take pawn?
Okay.
No, why should the rook take pawn? Why
Maybe
can't the
queen
queen just
takes
take pawn?
better.
Just take the pawn on g6.
Yeah, that's stronger.
Did you get that one?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm confused about something. So, f6 we're saying.
This is dangerous. So maybe f6 is not the move. Maybe?
Yeah, but
f6 is looking scary right now.
Looks like
yeah, f6.
so these are concrete issues.
Yeah,
You
this
guys
is.
have to figure that.
This
Let's
is
go back.
calculation.
Instead of
There's
that.
always a bailout with queen c3, by the way.
Okay, but the problem.
But it
is
doesn't
queen
work also.
C3,
Queen,
that
there's still pawn takes the bishop.
D6
Check.
is hanging.
Yes, I know. I'm just pointing out something.
Okay.
Because, for example, let's say
And the bishop on B7 as well is hanging. A lot of things are hanging here.
What did I miss?
so knight takes. What did we say?
Knight takes. You said knight takes. Then you said bishop takes.
Wait, we don't have to take with the bishop.
But your queen is hanging.
Yes, we can.
You can do queen check.
We have queen check here. We have queen check here.
I know I wouldn't like that queen check. After queen check, I go king d2.
King
I will
d2.
Sack that rook. So I'm saying I will mate you before you finish.
But there's a
The question
mating
is-
threat. For
No,
example,
Where is the mating threat?
queen check,
Yeah.
king d2,
Uh-huh.
queen captures
capture.
c1. There's
Uh-huh.
a mating
Rook
threat here.
takes first check.
Rook takes what?
Rook
B7.
takes rook blocks.
Rook takes rook blocks.
Okay, rook takes.
Rook takes bishop, right?
Oh yeah, yeah.
No,
Rook-
no, not
Yeah.
rook blocks. King.
Even
no,
king-
not king.
No, king is going to be a check.
Yes,
Another check.
that.
Yeah, okay, king just.
No.
No, nothing is good.
Nothing is good. That's the idea.
Ah.
Plenty buttons.
Okay.
Hold on a
I
second.
see what I missed.
Okay. f6 is what we want to play, but
Well, probably
e5 is
wrong.
killing
I
us.
think
Yes,
F6
but
is not the-
we should calculate it and find, because if it works, it's good.
yeah,
Wait,
if-
why not just capture the bishop?
With capture with the bishop.
She capture that G bishop, White's position will fall apart.
Why not? Okay, we were capturing with the knight before, right?
So,
Abi?
Black to play now.
Yeah, black to play, but we captured with the knight then.
so why not capture with the bishop?
Why not? Let's try capture with the bishop.
Okay.
What's the difference?
Yeah, that's what.
Bishop captures.
Let's
Uh-huh.
see.
So what's next?
Let's see.
Nice cap.
Knight
No,
takes.
no knight takes. What about
Rook
rook
takes.
takes?
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
Rook takes bishop.
Rook takes bishop, queen check.
Queen check where?
Rook takes bishop. Hold on a second.
Yeah, queen
Okay,
takes
okay.
bishop, queen check.
Queen check.
Queen check.
Okay.
Queen check.
Okay.
Yeah.
So should
Uh-huh.
we trade here?
So we trade.
Okay.
Takes. Then one of the bishop or the rook is still going to be captured.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So where do you put your rook?
So which?
Or who
should
do
we
you want to
go?
see?
no,
right
why
now?
not? Why not rook takes instead? Keeping the attack on the knight.
Okay, rook takes. That's another interesting one. I love it. Knight hanging, rook hanging,
Okay.
bishop hanging.
Yeah.
Ah. Omo ya.
So let's go back after bishop takes.
So,
So
f6 is-
F6 is possible.
Let's see. We're not yet done. F6.
Yeah.
E5. E5. So you say
Bishop
bishop
takes.
takes. So let's slow down one bit. Just a little.
Hmm.
How about rook c1 here?
Rook c1.
But
But that's free.
No, there's a bishop hanging at the back.
Oh, okay, that bishop.
No, no,
Bishop
no, 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 no.
Bishop will take.
No, no, don't. Why? Okay.
Oh, there's a
Wait,
bishop
oh,
check.
there is
There's
mate.
a
oh.
bishop.
And
check.
drop the bishop down. Bishop d1.
The bishop has
Then
a
bishop
block.
takes again.
The bishop takes knight again.
Bishop
Queen
takes
takes.
knight.
But queen will take now.
Queen will take.
So I'm not achieving anything.
I can sack that dirty knight.
I'm not achieving anything with that.
Uh,
So this is the part where maybe the knight capture would not be good.
so bishop captures is what we are saying.
Yes.
bishop
But then you
takes.
said queen
takes, yeah.
Now rook takes pawn.
Pawn.
Yeah, rook takes h.
No, but okay,
You
wait,
can't
sorry,
go
just
to
one
it.
more minute.
Yeah.
Is there any knight c5 here that
I will
works?
sack. That's what I'm saying.
Rook times
Or
h.
maybe. Do I even have to sack here? Let's see. Whoa.
Exactly what are you sacking? Oh? Because by the time you are sacking, the rook is leaving that fight, and you are
Who should
already
we
going
sack?
down.
The knight or the bishop? Let's take the bishop out. Take the bishop with check.
You feel the bishop is more dangerous?
Yes, it's more dangerous.
Okay.
And white will survive.
It's no danger, self. Queen
Just
takes
bishop.
pawn.
Just bishop takes knight. Bishop takes knight.
Queen
Rook.
takes.
Queen takes. Rook takes h4
But the idea
pawn.
is you can't check on h1. Because the
He
queen-
doesn't have to check on h1 immediately.
Okay.
There's also the bishop, as in there are some complications in the position.
Okay, how about bishop captures,
That's what I'm saying.
queen captures, and then pawn to d3?
Okay, with bishop check. No,
You
now,
tweet bishop check,
king
okay.
up. King,
I can run away on the light.
king d2 now.
No, not
King d2.
Why not? I can't do king
Let's
d2.
run
King
to the
d2.
corner here.
King d2.
Stopping everything,
What will
stopping.
he now play?
Ah no, this is wrong. Bishop check now. c3.
Bishop check. King
King
takes rook.
just. Your rook is hanging.
Why do you think we went to that place?
Your rook is hanging. The pawn on e3 is hanging. I mean d3.
Interesting.
Okay, we are sacrificing it. Whoa! Whoa! Whoa!
What's up?
Whoa! Whoa!
Abdulrahman has blundered. Oh my
Yes.
god. Oh my god.
f6 that we're talking about.
He didn't play the f6.
Ooh. What is the justification here?
I'm looking at that.
Remember we were saying that
Queen captures on d4. What do you do on queen captures on d4?
Oh,
Attacking
my
this and
god.
attacking this.
Oh my god, that is it. Oh my god, that's painful. Shit. Oh my god, fuck. That is a nasty blow.
if you notice something, I said it yesterday during the live stream. I said it yesterday during the live stream. I said that Lina Nassr, Lina Nassr, if you noticed all our games, the finish of all our games have been beautiful. Tactical finishes. Some sacrifices most of the time to finish the game. And here we go. This is our tactical prowess showing up in this position.
This is painful, man. But I mean, how did Abdulrahman play king back there now?
Because
Let's see the time. That's 41. I mean,
f6 is scary.
it looks scary, yes, but I mean, he's on the outset. You're not to calculate everything in some way.
It's scary to make. Honestly, f6 is so scary to move. So we cannot, you won't blame.
Itself. Okay, maybe it's still same.
But if you look at it from our own past that we're even analyzing, we're doing lots of yf6 e5, ef6 e5. You know, we're calculating f6 e5, and we have the opportunity to move pieces up and down to
But they don't.
compared to they don't have those.
Okay.
It's
No, there's
so
no
complicated. You're looking at the difference,
there's
right?
No, there's none. There's actually no. There
It's
is
it's a piece gone. That's it.
Exchange up.
What did you say? Exchange up?
Sorry, piece down.
It's a piece.
Exchange up, no, Abi. 2 pieces for.
How
Rook
do you
takes
even,
bishop.
okay, if the queen takes, what do you even do after queen captures on d4?
I mean,
Bishop
that
hanging.
squares are going to be maybe if
Bishop hanging.
Nothing.
oh my god,
Rook
this
hanging.
is bad.
Nothing. e5 maybe.
E5 queen takes bishop check.
This is not
No,
just
king
worse.
e8.
King e8 and
Uh,
knight takes pawn.
shit is painful.
Knight takes pawn.
Oh god.
Queen
And-
takes. No, it's not possible. Queen takes. Is it possible?
No, it doesn't work.
Why?
Don't know. There's a knight hanging.
Yeah. But I'm trying to just find something
Knight
to
takes knight.
survive. But it doesn't even work because of bishop e3.
Bishop just goes back easily.
Bishop can go back to e3.
Or bishop can exactly. Bishop
Can
can
we
go back.
even sack the?
Yeah, but it's not really necessary. So.
Which one is that? What are you saying?
Yeah,
Okay,
it
rook.
doesn't matter. We're just trying to find a way
Ah.
to survive.
My
Yeah.
god. A bolt out of the blue.
Rook b7.
But
Boah!
let's go back,
Mm.
like I said, to that king move, because I mean,
No,
king move
we
is
don't
not
want.
even something we should.
No, we don't want
consider.
to. We don't want to go back. We just want to find a solution in this position, or like a way to prolong the game. It's no use.
Triple ace.
Okay, maybe knight e5. Yeah.
Knight e5.
God.
Thunder.
So
Knight
it
e5.
just be a whole piece up.
Knight e5.
Can as well pack board now.
Okay.
Knight e5, bishop f6.
Bishop f6, okay.
Yeah.
No, the queen is
Oh, the
angry.
queen is angry, sorry.
That might be the only move, sha. Knight,
That's a big blow.
very big blow.
Okay, let's move. Let's just move.
If you look at the board, right, if you look at the live feed, you will see Torishe is she's looking comfortable, looking at other games at the moment. And
Okay, let's see her board.
what's going on her board? That probably she gave her opponent a puzzle and she
Okay,
just...
it's a rook end game. It's actually not so clear because black has some pawns going to this side
Oh,
of the
she's
board.
up a pawn. Oh, but the black pawns are running.
Yeah, it's our own pawns are. She has more pawns, but they are blockaded by a bit. But these ones have.
But wait, you see...
But the rook is stuck on a6.
she just needs king b4. Once there is king b4, those two pawns are going nowhere.
Okay.
King b4.
Yeah, king b4.
She wants to move her rook, right?
Yeah. That's
So
why
king
she-
b4.
That's why she moved the king to c4.
c4. So king b4.
Yeah, with king
After
b4,
king b4, then rook a to f2. Then that pawn on f5 suddenly is ghost. It's toast.
I think it's a draw. It's a
No.
draw.
No. I'm not saying draw.
It's a
Draw.
draw now.
I'm
This
not saying a
cannot be a
draw
draw.
because okay. Let's look at the simple plans. Like this, I like simple plans.
King b4.
Rook. Okay. What is white? First, what is black going to do? That's the very first thing.
Who's to play now?
It's black's turn to play.
Okay, king b4.
Black
Black's
to play.
It's black to play.
So why I said it's a draw is because nobody can make progress here.
Who says?
Oh no! White is gonna make progress.
Okay, what do you want to do?
No, don't even go
Wait.
there.
Yeah, go back. King. The idea was king before. Remember?
So I just keep.
Oh wait. You've changed the dynamics. Go back. Go back. So far you move your rook back. Okay, go on. Move the rook back.
That's why I said nobody can make progress.
Rook a to f2.
Rook a to f2.
Yeah. Rook a to f2.
Rook defends under,
Rook defense under.
or maybe by this side, defend under.
Yes,
Yes.
he wants to go to rook f8.
Yes, defend under.
Now king b4.
Rook will
King
check.
b4. Rook check.
Now king a4.
Go back and defend. As I said.
Now rook up.
Rook f4. Rook f4.
c4.
F now.
Okay.
Rook
f4.
f4.
Yeah.
I need to take that pawn.
Yes.
100%.
Drop that rook down.
Uh-huh. Now king b4 again.
Go back and check here.
Now
King c4.
c4.
I won't be able to achieve that way.
Now
To
pawn
achieve.
push.
Which pawn? Check.
No. If
That
is
one.
yeah. Now rook takes.
Checks on that pawn. Abi.
Yeah. No.
No, I don't even have to take
Rook
the
takes
other
a
one.
b4.
Rook
Rook
takes-
takes g4.
yeah.
Like I said, do I have to take that pawn?
You
Can't
have
I
to.
just pawn push?
If you pawn push, I'll take it again.
You take it again now.
No, not this pawn. I'm talking of that A pawn.
Which a pawn?
Like rook takes A6. I do not have to do that.
Okay, go back if you don't want to take the a6 pawn. So what do you want to do?
Push that
A6.
G pawn.
G pawn forward.
Yes.
Then
But sorry.
which of the rooks
Just,
is
I
going
just
to
want
attack?
to ask a question.
I'll just attack with the second rook.
After pawn to a6, rook
Yeah.
captures.
Yeah. Rook takes.
Rook takes. Oh, okay.
Pawn push rook takes.
No, I understand. That's
Pawn takes rook takes and stay at the back.
Yes.
That works. So in your own case of you want to push the pawn forward, I'll move that same rook, right? I'll bring it down to attack the pawn.
I'll push the pawn again.
Then that stay in front of the pawn with the second rook.
Now
Look,
I can.
that one cannot advance. The two rooks are attacking the pawn.
And now I can.
We'll take it for free.
So this pawn will drop for that pawn.
Yes.
And the other rook will now be free to, get into defend as well.
Okay, so what about rook
I
f7?
don't think progress will be made here.
Huh?
What about rook f7?
Okay, this is a move.
Rook f7.
This is a move.
Now rook comes to a1.
where is the progress?
No, do you have to go back? Like maybe slide to A7 or H7 rather.
Move up one more time. Push the pawn to the last.
Push it.
Put it to the last edge.
Yeah.
But that means your rook is stuck here.
It's not stuck. Whose rook?
Black.
Black's rook, Abi?
White rook.
No, white's rook is not stuck.
And both rook are,
White rook is not stuck.
No,
Rook
rook
to
to-
A6.
Exactly.
Go to A6.
No, leave that one first. Bring the second rook back.
Wait.
No, what do you want to achieve with the second one?
Ah.
You want to go to B1
Yeah.
and go in.
Or even come to H and go in through H, depending on what his own rook does.
No, you know what I was trying to do? I wanted to actually tie him down completely.
Yeah, exactly.
So you put the rook on A6. The king has to go back. Do you understand?
pawn
Then you
push
not start.
check.
No, you just start moving the. In fact, you can do pawn push check. Rook takes pawn check.
Exactly.
Come back.
Exactly. There's just too many.
go back to the life position.
Of which one?
What's her name? Torisha.
Torres' position. She's comfortable, but it's not as if it's winning, but she's just
Who's to
comfy.
play? Black to play.
Yeah, black to play at this point.
And
What
Tennyson.
if we don't allow that black rook to, let's say, move like G3?
You want to play G3 immediately.
Yes.
Someone is to move the pawns.
G3 rook G3 rook F3.
Yeah, rook F3.
Which rook?
There's only one rook that can
There's
go to
only
F3.
one rook that can go to F3.
Okay, then G2.
Then
G2.
rook times rook. Oh, okay. Wait.
He wants to promote.
He wants to promote.
That doesn't work.
He wants to do rook here.
Yeah, this
Uh,
one loses a rook.
This is a rook immediately.
So after G3,
So we
After
can G3 return it. So after G3, King B2. I mean King B4. Sorry.
King B4.
Yeah.
Same idea.
B2.
No, I'm not pushing yet though.
Okay.
I like push.
There's nothing to push anymore.
Okay.
Before it landed on the Dr. Dre. I have to pick.
That's something that
Okay, I'll leave you guys to it. I'll be back.
that G3 line.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I don't think she's
I don't think it's the rook. I don't want the rook to get to F2. That's why I think that's the key idea.
So when we said GC, what did they say? King B4.
So
Okay,
bring
to
it-
come to H4. What?
Okay, this looks fine. Yes. So I can.
Okay, so
This looks very decent.
yeah, it does. Rook, rook D2.
D2.
Yeah.
What's the idea? I push F4 and
Mm.
black not just
No,
dominate.
C4.
C4.
Yeah, C4.
No, black is faster.
Oh yeah, now show your workings.
Yes.
Pawn check.
Take on this thing, yes. King takes. Have to capture it.
Rook check.
Which rook?
Yeah, that rook.
That rook.
Mm.
Okay. So stay exactly.
Pawn push.
F3.
Pawn push. No, pawn takes F. Pawn takes.
Yes. That should work. Should it be that move? Should I move? Oh. That's fine.
Okay, rook behind pawn. Rook F1.
So I think I have to go. I didn't like that.
Rook D7.
Whoa. What's this?
Rook
Rook what?
G7.
Instead of
Is it not resignable? You are still
like
doing
it's instead
rook,
of rook f4,
Just
why
take
not
the
just
pawn,
go?
I think.
What's it
Yeah.
called? Aha, okay, that works as well.
I don't know if it works. I was just.
No, no,
No, it works. It
Guys, have you
works.
seen Abdulrahman's game?
Yeah.
I don't. We
What
don't want to look there. It's
well.
depressing, actually. The captures
I
on
thought
P7 and
F6
then-
was the only sensible move.
Yeah.
Because
We're trying to
you
make
had
F6
Yeah, but so
When they did,
the
it
thing
was
is that
Bishop
Bishop
A6.
Mm.
okay, so
Bishop A6 is still there.
so
Let's
yeah,
go.
the E5 was the move that was giving us trouble.
Bishop a6.
So after
if
F6 E5.
Oh, E5. Yeah, this
Mm.
was the move we're talking about.
Yeah. So
But it wasn't easy to.
yeah, but bishop takes at this point. Bishop takes is one move that I think works.
So
Bishop
maybe
takes
Bishop takes
works.
E5.
You understand?
I'm sure any of the captures would work, but
No.
it
Any
doesn't
does
look good.
not work. Oh.
Ah.
Any
Yeah,
move of
maybe
knight
that.
takes
So
is
maybe it
knight
was
takes.
something he was seeing here that
Doesn't
made
look
him.
Mm.
Okay, by the
No,
way,
it's
we
not
have a
easy.
result in.
No, it's obvious that well
What is
she
obvious?
didn't fo-
What
she
happened?
didn't follow
It's- Black is winning, or what?
Black.
through. Black has won.
Black has
Black
won.
won, okay.
It's not possible.
My God.
Yeah, it seems like.
From white winning, Jesus is Lord.
No. Black did not win. They placed the king wrongly.
Aha.
Come on.
Uh-huh.
Queen E4, Queen anything is. Abi?
Yeah,
No, white
this
is
is
winning,
yeah,
yeah,
this
no,
is
white
plus
is
4.6. So
Yeah, white is winning.
we're not
E4 is good enough.
yeah, except
White is winning. She's up a point.
yeah, but if white is winning, white would never resign here.
Yeah.
You mean
I'm sorry, black would never
Black
resign
No,
here.
the two extra.
Considering the
two pawns on
time
king
also.
side.
It's not the pawns,
What
they will
time?
get checkmated.
Mm.
No, but
Okay, there's a
No,
queen
but
D, Abi.
I don't know
Queen
any
D7.
African player that resigns in this position.
Oh.
Yeah, so that's okay. So there's Queen D7.
Yeah.
But there's just bishop back now.
Bishop back, only move.
Bishop back and then Bishop D3.
That
Maybe
allows check.
instead
That
of
queen
allows
check.
D7, sorry,
Queen
go back.
check.
Allows check.
Okay, there's a check here. I was preventing
Yeah.
this check here.
Don't play
I
queen
think
D7.
Queen E4 is simpler.
No,
Mm.
Go back. That was not good.
Yeah, Queen E4 was
Queen
simpler.
Maybe
E4.
Queen B7.
And then
It's
bishop
queen B7.
F6.
Queen B7.
Yeah, but the
Queen
Yes, let's
B7.
take that
Queen
bishop now.
E4.
I'll take this
Okay.
one with check. And when that bishop is out, you
so still
judge
Bishop
don't
G7.
close. Yes.
Okay.
G4 now. Yes, now start pushing now. My queen is
Oga,
on that
just
diagonal.
play Queen E4. We want to checkmate
Queen-
that king. It's
We
not
can't
a-
get checkmated now. That's the problem.
make a
Okay,
move.
check.
I want to go to G4 and then to H5. That's
So-
assuming you put something on F6.
So,
Queen F6.
Queen F6.
Something has to go to F6.
There's
Yeah,
that
but
queen
this-
check.
This is why I say African players don't like. It's not really. It's not
No,
clear.
but there's
Not clear
queen.
like
There's
that, like
queen
that. That's why I
E1
said-
check. No, E8. Sorry, E8 check.
There's no.
Okay.
I'll run on the dark
I'm
square.
just going to play Queen G4 and then ask, what are you going to do now? I'll play H4, King H2, King H3, G4.
The idea is
Okay.
we have to push the king side.
Maybe we are missing something.
Yeah.
Now
Mm.
that variation I was talking about, at least that bishop is not active. It's on G7, doing nothing. Our
Mm.
queen is on B7, holding the diagonal. So now we can start pushing.
Mm.
You understand? The construction is fine. Queen on B7, bishop is on G7. Just
Yeah.
push G4.
Yeah.
And the
Well.
queen can't leave that last round because queen check will come.
Mm.
You understand?
Well.
Oh. These zonals, I'm sure it really drained these guys.
Mm.
Abdulrahman really makes one more blunders like that.
Mm.
It's fine. No, this Tennyson's game.
This construction that Azumimi this it's only a matter of time though.
Mm.
Can try can't wait
Just feels
forever.
like she has no plan. Like
I'm not really sure why she shuffled the rooks.
Aimlessly.
That the rook came here, this one came here. I don't
You
really
come
get-
up with a plan for her. Now.
Yeah.
It's black that has to prove something. You come up
I
with
think
a
we're talking about putting pressure on d5. pawn,
Yeah,
I
so
think. Why
maybe-
not double rooks?
Yeah, double rooks and then maybe try to. Yeah, maybe double rooks and then try to play knight here or something.
Exactly. Get knight to f4.
Maybe just and then get rid of something. That looks very strange.
I mean,
Not that, but it looks more like a plan than
I think
to.
than what she did. She just shuffled them aimlessly.
I'm sure she's happy with what she has.
I see.
Although eventually it will be broken down. You can't just.
I'm so sorry. Somebody is saying we should work on our sound system. Is this too low? Please, out there, can you please say hello? This is the very first time somebody is saying we should work on our sound system.
Oh.
Please, thank you.
Okay.
Just say it in the chat if you think the sound is too low. Thank you very much.
Okay.
What is this?
Yeah, that was what I was saying.
Are you
already.
kidding me?
See why black had to do the dive.
Wait, let me see. How did he get here?
Yeah.
No, just go like 3 moves back. A lot of bad moves were made in this ending. No, that doubling up. H3 has to be bad. Takes. Okay. Oh, she went back.
She shouldn't go back.
Oh, you can't go back.
Because rook f4
I
is
see her plan. She wants to go either rook g1 or rook h, rook g1 or rook g2.
Rook g1 for who for white.
Yeah, but it doesn't work, right?
I think we have to just defend the
Because-
pawn first now.
He has rook h8, right? Defend which pawn?
The white is to play the a3 pawn, with the a5 pawn.
No,
we shouldn't
that
defend.
You
one.
can't do that too.
Just rook to f4 right now.
f4.
Yeah, rook
we checked
f4.
it the other time.
Rook
Rook
f4
f4.
works.
Rook f4 works.
I want to sack that.
Oh.
Rook f4 works.
That might even be cleaner.
f4.
Rook f4 because now you can't. It must lead to an exchange.
Yeah. Now the other rook has to now go back.
That might even be cleaner. Okay. But even then, black is the only one without the play.
Black.
Yeah, black would have a pass
No.
pawn, and then you put your rook behind it. But it's the only one with the pass pawn. Oh, sorry. The pass pawn and e5 too. Well, white pass pawn is not really going anywhere.
The a pawn is still there, even if it's not going anywhere. It's still there.
It's a distraction.
Yeah.
I think in this construction, white will win. Black had to play
Eh?
Okay.
g3.
This is also a possibility. No,
Yeah.
this is a possibility.
This is actually nice.
Mm.
I don't like nice things.
Are you sure this is a possibility?
You don't want to
sir?
jinx it. Abi?
Huh?
You don't want to jinx it.
Yeah. There was no need for this.
What
There
happens
was no
after
need.
f4? I'm curious, please.
F4.
Mm.
No, he just
Please enlighten me after f4.
gives a check,
No, there's
I
no need for
step
that
to
check.
f5.
and then
There's
there's
no
rook
need.
f6. I think.
f4 rook h4 immediately.
Rook h4.
Yeah.
Okay. Pushes that one. Okay.
f4,
Okay,
rook
okay.
h4.
Mm.
And
And then I defend with king f5 now.
Then king.
I don't like this.
I don't like it either, but well, it is what
Apparently
we
the
have.
engine says it's fine.
Mm.
Does it?
is
No.
engine analysis.
It does.
No, it's
engine
not. We
analysis
don't
like
use engine
God.
analysis.
I don't like this.
Hmm.
It feels you shouldn't allow.
F4, Abi.
Yeah, f4.
f4 rook check, king in, rook check, rook takes, pawn takes.
Yeah, that looks good. So let's show what
f4, yeah.
that was what I was calculating. Rook check, king here, then rook check,
Rook takes.
rook takes, pawn
and then there's
takes.
a pass.
I'm not. Which
That's
kind of
not a
pass pawn?
pass
Push
pawn.
pawn.
You just push
Leave it,
f3.
Just push.
Yeah, but f2.
The rook goes back.
The rook goes back, then
There's no then.
Is that f3
It doesn't matter.
or is there a rook here?
Doesn't matter either.
Rook here.
rook there.
Oh, pawn push.
Rook here is met with pawn push. He's queening with a check.
Check.
Ah, yes.
Then what did we miss?
didn't miss anything. It was just the plan
Yeah.
was not fine.
It was not.
It looks a bit flashy.
Just
Mm.
The
flashy.
rook h2. I think rook f4 was just very clean.
Mm.
She looks like she knows what she's doing.
Mm.
Oh, she spied. She knows she made a blunder.
She knows
She
the-
briefly looked at her
Yeah. She knows she has made a blunder.
Oh my
Yeah, F4 has been played.
No, F has not been played. This is
Yeah.
the live position.
Oh, that's like, okay. F4 is just the move at this position.
Well, let's see. What are we missing
Yeah,
after
good
F4?
question. What am I missing?
What are we missing here? What does?
What's
Okay,
what's
wait,
wrong
wait,
with
wait, wait, wait,
f4 rook h5?
wait.
Rook h5, not rook h6, not rook h4.
G3.
G3, then rook behind G.
Mm. Yeah. Yeah.
But there's still a problem. Your pawn on
Okay,
A is
instead
hanging.
of G3, why not be F3 then?
F3 doesn't work.
Listen,
Rook behind G.
then Rook F4.
Rook f4, then king b4, I think. Or
Wait, I'm sorry.
So after Rook H5, he said, I said F3.
F3. Rook behind the pawn.
Then
Rook G5.
rook g5 works.
Then
I
we
think.
say
G5.
Rook
Yeah,
F4.
rook f4, king d3.
Yeah. King
King
D3.
D3,
Yes.
Yeah, that works.
Coming for that.
Okay.
Rook takes pawn. Rook takes the A pawn.
Sorry, I was a bit distracted. I can see that there are some moves being made on the Abdulrahman board. That's why I'm looking at.
Mm.
Interesting.
Yeah, king E3.
That should work.
Yeah, that should work.
You can watch the 2 pawns.
Okay, let's quickly go to the Abdulrahman board and see what move he has made. After CD4, B5, Queen C6, Bishop here. Who captures Queen, captures on B7. And then Queen went to D4. Pawn to F6 was played,
Mm.
and this is the current position.
Interesting.
This is the current position. So his plan is to play King F7
Yeah.
and then Rook HD8
Mm.
and try to fight.
Mm.
So what should White play here now?
So Queen
No.
captures on D6 probably will be played.
If that
Another option is Bishop captures, but I think
No, it
Queen
won't work. Rook
now
will just move. I
Queen
think
Queen takes
check.
check.
No, the Queen can't just move because there's a check.
That's what I'm saying.
Queen takes check. That's no, as in
No,
Queen takes bishop.
Bishop here.
Okay, what about Knight 6?
Knight takes.
Okay, Knight takes.
Let's see the line. Is it not just too flashy?
Queen blocks.
No.
Queen block. Oh, okay. There's that rook. So king moves closer.
But then there's a check.
Okay. So
Yeah.
this is it. Oh, it's bad.
Okay, so and there's that knight flip also.
Maybe
Damn.
King G7 here now.
King G7 only move.
For
Queen takes pawn. Is that even possible?
okay.
Okay, let's go back. We don't have to be too. Okay, King captures on D6 most likely. will be played.
Yeah, most likely. So king steps up.
To where?
Yeah. But then there's knight check.
No, Knight check does not work here now, does it?
I think it does.
Knight check where?
Knight check
E5.
on e5.
No,
No, knight captures now.
Oh, okay. Okay.
even the pawn takes. What's wrong with pawn takes?
No, pawn takes is not good.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Knight
but
is fine.
knight takes. Yeah, knight takes is just.
So what is white to play now? Rook in or what?
Yeah,
Yeah, rook in.
yes.
Well, maybe it's possible to fight here.
Is it?
Yeah, maybe it's possible to fight here.
Well, that bishop isn't okay. It's coming with a knight check.
Maybe it's possible to fight, is it? I'm hoping it is possible to fight.
Mm. Well, there's Queen F4.
Oh, the bishop is hanging.
Queen F4.
Okay, can't take it. Have you?
Yeah.
Oh, looks like a good move. Oh my god.
Okay, can you sidestep everything?
There's rook times knight.
Okay, rook times 9, but the queen can capture, I think.
Yeah, then there's bishop times pawn.
And then king can go to g8.
And then there's still bishop times that guy. And then there's knighting. No. Okay. Bishop takes. Knighting. E5. Well, with this, there's queen to g4.
But there's a checkmate here.
It's not really checkmate, sha.
Okay.
Bishop blocks.
Okay, bishop on the block. Is it possible to just exchange everything and just go?
Yeah, that's a possibility. But the question is, at this point, how do you?
Okay, what about rook captures
Yeah, queen takes,
and then
queen check,
queen f4?
queen f4. Oh, okay. I see.
Is there hope for my boy?
Yeah, this is actually good.
Okay, some moves have been made, so we
Mm.
gotta go back to that. So,
Yeah, bishop left instead of
bishop just went to
Anything.
e3.
no flashy stuff.
Okay, but then rook on h to d8.
Yeah, that should be the continuation.
Okay, let's see. Rook on h to d8. Is there any knight e5, knight g5 blows we are missing?
No, I don't think with the bishop away from that place, I don't think there's any knight g5, knight e5 blows. It's
Okay, so are we thinking knight f4? We played queen f4.
yeah, this is possible.
Yeah, this is difficult because king g7, there's queen h6 check.
Yeah.
And king e7, there is
Well, there's still queen h6.
still queen h6. So maybe we can't even move the rook from there.
Mm.
If we can't move the rook from there, what can we do? Can we exchange queens?
Well, we could move the rook,
So c6.
yeah, to c6.
Whereas the queen will still come to f4.
Yeah, with the rook, with the queen on f4, then we can. No, there's. the
Okay, so they
top
said
queen.
our voice is low, yeah?
Yeah, they said so, but I think this must have been increased.
Yeah, sorry, is anybody still complaining right now that the voice is low?
No, I don't think so.
But have you guys talked about the loss of the young girl that lost to this position? Yes, have you guys seen it?
She lost to who?
She lost to WGM.
Oh, she lost
Yes.
on time.
Yes.
I thought so.
And
I thought so. It must have been time.
she is actually crying.
Ouch.
She was completely crying. I guess we probably missed out on video stream, but she was so painful because she's completely winning.
Yeah.
She's winning.
Well, she is winning.
She's winning this position.
Yeah.
I'm surprised she lost on time, yeah?
Yeah,
lost some
I was
time.
looking at the time, and when I saw the result, I was like, most likely that would be the only
Yeah,
reason.
so it looks like it's a winning position. So we should just clarify to the audience that actually it's not a Lichess mistake.
Yeah,
It's it's not the chess match. She lost on
Wafa
time.
Shrook actually won this
Won.
game on
Oh.
on
time.
time,
How?
on time.
On time.
You
Yeah.
mean White
No, White did
Sorry.
not resign.
Sorry,
White
White
lost.
flagged.
Yes,
Yes.
White flagged. White
It's so
flagged.
painful, you know.
Yeah, having
They've not
played
messed
so
up with the
well.
40 moves to increase the time.
Oh,
so that is
okay.
it.
But
Yeah,
there's added time on every move. Right?
yeah, there
People
is.
still flag. People still flag.
People
Even there's
still
other
flag.
time. Yes. People still flag.
Well,
Another thing is probably, well, I love to interview her. Probably her mindset was still on the 90, maybe for the first 30 moves.
is this a different type control?
It is 40 moves.
It's 40 moves. Not
It is
30.
40 moves.
Not 30 moves.
Not 30 moves.
Well, it was never 30 moves.
I'm just
It
saying.
was never 30
I'm
moves.
just saying, you know,
Mm.
players. In fact, you know, I've seen situations where players come to ask me,
Mm.
even with the fact that
know.
they know that it's even the 90 minutes
Mm.
flat time control plus 30 seconds at a time. You
Mm.
still see players don't answer. Is there still another 30 minutes coming up after? So it's so painful. What a wonderful fight. And I think okay, that's
So that's why I
Okay,
said this
I'll let Josh take the
Josh,
control
yeah.
of the
Mm.
while I quickly take one quick break.
yeah. We can actually take a break. We just watch the game as it is going, or we can just leave.
Yeah, we can.
Meet
Let's
up
all
old teams
take a
and
break. Let's all take a break.
we can take a break.
Yeah, we can
just
take a break.
enjoy the games and we'll get back to you very soon. Thank you.
We can put it on. All right, so we are back. We are back, and yeah, we have some action happening on the board. We'll try to break it down. We took a quick break, trying to, there was so much tension. We were also feeling it on the board. The games are heating up, so we should check
Is there
what
action
is
on
happening
Torres's board? Yeah, she's
on
just
Torres's
won.
board, and she has
Wow.
just won the game.
Wow.
On board 4. We should check out how that happened. So after um, pawn to g4 captures, king d3. Okay, we stop somewhere around here. So rook h4, and then pawn to f4 was played, and she played the direct rook to g4, attacking the pawn on g4, which was protected by king f5, and after that
So this is losing.
there was just rook captures on f4 check,
My
which
God.
just crushes.
Oh.
Rook captures, and then this king can probably
Yeah,
just
this
this
is-
pawn just moves forward, and yeah, that was just game over, which was very lovely. Very lovely, because that was a very nice ending, because first she checked.
It's amazing.
Yes, so if you take, it comes with a check, and
And if you step under the pawn, we promote check.
yes, and if you step under the, after this check, if this happens, after this rook captures and you promote into a queen, then this rook just comes to g8. So that was a wonderful finish
That's
to the game.
beautiful.
That was brilliant by Torresha. That end game is almost as if
Wow.
she was Akiba Rubinstein. That's really great.
Wow.
Okay, so we have how many results?
Yes.
1, 2, 3, 3 results. So we have games on the Tennyson board and the Abdulrahman board. We last checked the Tennyson board where? Around here.
When she shuffled pieces, yeah.
Yeah, so
Before
here,
she went b5.
yeah, it was looking okay for both sides. Queen captures on c3, queen captures, rook captures, and then rook captures here. All right, there was an interesting sacrifice. Rook captures on e3,
Wow.
based on this,
Tactics.
where you are attacking a lot of pieces at the same time. Okay, king moves up, bishop takes, and this became, there was a pin, and it seemed like black lost control. White lost complete control of the position, and is just completely crushed.
And this is
Yeah, so the game ended quickly here. Okay, well,
Are
the
they
game
done?
hasn't ended, but I feel like this should be easy conversion.
It's easy.
Yeah, this is easy conversion. So the only game that has some intrigue left is still the game where FM Abdulrahman is defending,
Fighting.
is
for his
fighting
life.
for his life. Yes, that's the way to say it. Is really,
wow.
really fighting for his life. Queen times, rook d8, and e5 was played,
Okay,
trying,
what you suggested.
yeah, trying as much as possible to close these bishops from having good diagonals. So if the knight, maybe the knight can't jump to good squares, maybe you can just cage the white pieces. Sorry, let me go. After queen captures on c7, e5, rook to d5, king e7, bishop d2, attacking the pawn, rook b8, protecting the pawn, bishop b5, and knight c5 has been played.
The pawn drop. Oh, okay. Doesn't drop.
So
yet.
bishop captures, rook captures on b5, so that's not
Yeah.
possible. And if not, then maybe you can play the move
Yes,
pawn to a5, yeah, like trying to hold
Okay.
this. And okay, maybe you are saying, all right, the bishops are not really as active as they want to be. Maybe
So how is white supposed to break through here?
we are not hoping for white to break. We are not hoping for white to break through.
Yeah, no, I mean the construction looks fine for black, so I'm just asking.
Wow, the computer is saying that the position is looking equal, and it seems like Abdulrahman has found the way, because he has played the move so fast. Okay, so what happens after rook captures on d3? What does he want to do?
So what is the idea here?
What does he want to do? He played the move so fast that it feels like he has seen something.
Can we see the live stream, please? I got a little bit excited there. I got carried away. And what's the time situation? Oh boy.
Okay, 3 minutes. Okay, so what's happening? Rook captures. Okay, so
Wow.
everything has been played. Rook to c2.
Wow. Oh.
Okay, so
And believe me, White has to be careful here not to lose.
White has to be careful.
Yes, not to lose
White
this
has
position.
to be careful. All right. So I don't know. Maybe we are going to be.
Oh my God.
People would say that we are impartial comment. We are partial. We are partial commentators, but suddenly there is excitement on this board. It seems like moves are being made on the board. I'm not sure we have
Oh my God.
rook to c2 on the board, and the
Interesting.
pawn on a2
is doomed.
is falling,
Is
and maybe
doomed. Is
somehow with the queen
Extra
side pawns,
Pawns, yes.
we
That's
have
why
some.
I said White has to be careful.
We have some.
Wow,
Well,
wow,
let me
wow,
not say
wow,
we.
wow.
Abdulrahman has some chances to
Yes, we
to
do.
draw this game, or maybe even do the unthinkable.
I mean, unashamedly, I'm Team Abdulrahman, and I'm putting out there, guys. So, I mean, I don't know.
Yes, so we are all eyes on this board. We already talked about the other board. It's
it's
this one is trivial. White is 2 pawns up and an exchange up, so we're not going to be looking at this
dwelling
one too
on
much.
that.
Yeah, this is where the action is.
That's
And-
correct. Wow, just wow.
And rook to c2, and it happens that there is
Wow.
still 7 moves to the time control,
Wow.
but it seems to me that black's position is easier to play.
In a way, yes. I mean,
Yeah.
wow.
Okay, so moves are on the board. Rook to c2,
Okay.
bishop e3 has
He's
been
trying
played.
to get knight d2 and knight c4. But I mean, let's just start snacking on the pawns.
Yeah, so this is looking very interesting now.
Let's just start snacking on the pawns.
But it's still not so easy, to be
It's
honest.
not
Okay,
easy,
rook
of
captures
course,
on
but I
a2.
mean,
Rook captures on a2.
this is the way to go.
And we are... Okay, so black would try to activate his pieces.
Yeah, that's why I said knight d2, knight c4.
So knight d2, there's also rook d5, but knight d2 looks... Knight d2, okay, bishop c5 has been played.
Interesting.
King goes to e6.
Then there's rook check, king f, king f7, rook check. Okay.
Okay. All right. So we this is going to be very interesting. It's going to be very interesting. I think maybe the black
Where should he go?
should keep his emotions in check, unlike the commentators. They try to just find some really objective moves. King e6 maybe. Yeah.
I think king e8 is I don't know, for some reason I don't want that rook to get in with check. Yes.
But why was it going with check? Oh, rook to d6.
Yes,
Oh, okay,
yeah.
I didn't see that. Yeah, of course. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, but still, rook. What
So
do you
if
do?
rook d6 now, then rook b5, attacking that bishop.
Rook b5.
I think you'll
And
have
then
no
rook-
choice. Maybe it goes back to d5.
e6.
Rook e6.
Check.
Okay, then,
Then-
king d7 again. So maybe there'll be
Then
some
rook
repetition
e7.
there.
Check.
Or
Or
still on
rook
d8.
d6.
So I think there'll be some kind of repetition there.
Rook d6. Okay, so
This bishop move was actually very strong.
the bishop and the rook combination.
Combo,
Yeah,
yes,
the king
yes,
is a
yes.
bit open.
Yes, that's true.
So a move has been made on the board. Okay, so we are just waiting for moves now. So they still have like 5 whole moves to the time control, where and that's a lot. That's a lot. In this time trouble,
Anything can happen.
yeah, anything can happen. So it will be.
Anything can happen.
The question is, who would manage this time trouble situation?
Who would blink first?
Yeah, it's okay. So what was played after King
so he
E8,
actually
knight
played
to,
King E8. Okay,
yeah, knight
yes,
to
nice.
D2 has been played,
Okay.
and well, white is trying to maybe protect the pawn and activate his knight via C4 to
Should he
D6.
exchange rooks now? What do you think?
That's a tough question. That's a very tough question.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's it. That's like because of the situation, you can exchange queens. Maybe even play rook check. Come here and try to take this pawn.
Yes,
Maybe,
okay.
but
That
it's not.
makes sense.
But it's not easy.
Yeah,
it's not
it's
easy
not,
because
but
you are going to also.
lose one of those pawns, have you?
Yes, so that's why it's not really clear to me.
Mm.
It's not really clear to me. And a lot of things can happen.
But it just feels
Still
like
foremost
we
to
should
the time
exchange
control.
rooks.
But you might also be thinking that your opponent is down on time, has less time. That is it possible that if I keep the two rooks on the board, I can confuse just before the time control?
Nah, I don't
Is
think
it?
that's
You need to show some ambition because
Nah.
if you draw the game, then you are really behind. Because if you draw this game as Abdulrahman,
As white or black? As Abdulrahman, yes.
yes,
I mean, if he draws this game, he should be happy. Regardless.
Yeah, but-
he was dead and buried moments ago. I mean,
yeah,
come
but there's
on.
a new reality here.
Yeah, there's a new reality, but
And Tennyson looks like he's on a winning streak, so
okay.
maybe.
The idea is this: if he doesn't trade rooks, when knight c5 comes, and then I think that knight bishop rook is much more the combo is much more dangerous. You understand? So regardless, your two rooks. When that knight gets to c4 and then start jumping check on d.
No, but even the problem now is that rook d8, rook captures on d8, king
Mhm.
captures, and then bishop captures on b4.
Oh,
So maybe a5 will be
okay.
played first.
Okay, maybe a5 first. Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
But still so crazy.
But if this falls, then maybe we switch to the plan of coming to get the h pawn.
The h pawn, yeah. But we can't create a pass pawn.
Okay. you want
Okay,
h5.
so a5 has been played.
Maybe this is more precise. I don't know.
Okay, but this knight coming into c4 is so scary.
I
Yeah?
know, right?
It's so scary.
Extremely.
So scary.
So I have nerves of steel here.
But maybe three pieces, you just feel okay. It's just checks. They can't do anything.
Just checks.
It's just checks they have.
Oh my
Knight so knight to
God.
c4. What do you do?
And c4.
Yeah, just check him and then
Mhm.
come for this pawn on h4.
Okay.
Say nothing. You have nothing.
Can we go concrete here? So nc4, you say rook a. Are we rook a1 check?
Yeah, rook a. Why is this mouse not giving me? Okay, so knight c4.
Yeah.
Then
we say rook a1 check.
rook a1
Yeah.
check.
Yeah. It's not moving.
No, because they are in time trouble. We don't want to
okay,
move
okay,
the pieces.
Okay,
Okay,
so
king
rook a1
e2.
check, king up, rook h4, yes.
Rook h4.
Knight d6 check.
Oh! Oh, this is an interesting move.
Very
Didn't it?
interesting. It didn't even occur to me.
Yes.
But the idea now is after knight check, where is the black king supposed
Yes,
to go?
this is where the problem is. So maybe that's why. But can't you just step out
Maybe
of the check?
run, yeah,
king
just
f8?
run, yeah, just run. I don't
Yeah.
think there's any dangerous discoveries
Yes.
there.
There's no dangerous discovered attack. I say that
Wow. This idea is fine. A4.
Yes, a4. This is the kind of idea I think black doesn't want to meet in time trouble. Yes, it's a
White-
kind of
white you
white
mean.
doesn't want to meet in time trouble. You start to get worried that
yeah, and then you start panicking.
yeah, and she only has maybe like about some seconds on her clock
Wow.
because you start to worry
And
that
the beautiful thing is, White has to decide either to take the pawn or not. I think that's just the best move, because if you don't, it's just going to go to a3 and then it's bye bye, lights out. So now after B,
So is it b3 now or what?
What? This is please.
This is edge
This is bonkers.
of your seat kind of chess. This
Oh,
is
boy.
edge of your seat kind of. I don't
it
want
has to
to
be
know.
B3. It has to be B3. I don't know.
Okay, a move has been played, but
Yes.
it seems it's not b3. It was something else that was played.
I think it's B3. If you don't go B3, the rook will get to B3.
Yes. So what was played?
It's-
But what
it's-
about rook c2 attacking? Okay, no, knight d6.
That's not d6 check. So b3 has to be played.
b3 was b3 played?
Can you refresh?
No, it would automatically.
Yeah.
Okay, b3 has been played. Okay, but it's time trouble. Anything can happen.
Oh,
So,
but
but
this
how-
is it. I think I see the draw.
Bishop a3.
Knight d6 check.
Knight d6.
Yes.
Okay. King f8.
Knight b check, and then he picks the pawn.
Knight b.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a check. But knight d6. Is there any? Can't you go anywhere else?
I'm not sure you can. That's the problem.
Can't you go? I mean,
Our time.
no. I don't think that's live.
Hmm.
Knight d6.
Yeah.
But where do you go with the king?
That's the thing. There's no way you can go. The pawn will drop. Okay, step here.
No, but there's a rook.
Yes, so when he goes to knight b5 check, then you stay on c6.
c6.
Exactly. Chess, Crazy.
And then
game.
you stay on c6. Okay, let's go back to live. Let's see what's happening. So king d7.
Abdulrahman has to find very, very precise moves. They are both low on time here, and it's
So
I mean-
that you can get to the c6.
yes, but
and
it looks forced though. I
Okay,
think,
king
yes,
d7
it's
has been
actually
played.
forced. Yes, that's what
king
has to
d7
happen
has been played.
because b2, b1 is coming. So Abdulrahman will have now. Abdulrahman will be an exchange up.
No, but we don't. Okay, knight b5.
Yes.
Okay, wait. I don't want to move the pieces because of
Okay.
because of their
Yeah. So
knight
b5.
b5.
Yes.
Okay, king
King c.
c6. What about rook
Rook where?
c3?
Rook c3. b2 will win. I'm sorry. b2 will definitely win. Definitely it should win. b2 should win. I'm sorry. b2 should just win, please.
Okay, king goes to c6 is what we are saying now.
Yes.
King goes to c6, and now it's just the move before time control. So this is the last move for both players before the time control. Wow. Wow.
Bonkers.
King to c6
It's
has been
forced.
played.
It's forced. It's all forced. My God.
And now the question is,
My
what will
White
White play?
I won't be surprised if Rook c3 is just a blunder. I will not be shocked.
What will White play? This is the
I'm-
last move
I'm-
before
I'm-
time control.
I'm literally shaking here. Part due to the code and then.
Okay, so
the-
we are not going to go to that game, but we can confirm that Tennyson has won the game
Oh,
against
okay.
Sulaiman Azumi.
Okay.
So we'll just stick with this one, Abdulrahman versus Nassr Lina.
What?
Okay, I think we are still live. We just had a little power outage,
Okay.
and it's move before move 40.
Oh,
Okay, king
I think there's a
c6.
move already because they've reached time control. I think it will update. in
Back
a
to
second.
live. Okay, maybe a move has been made, but we can't see anything yet. So we are waiting at the edge of our seats to see
Oh, boy.
what it is.
King, I think there was a.
I think, is that not king c6? Is that a move that has been made? Are we missing something?
Don't
Okay,
need-
so we are back.
don't
But the
need-
question is, has a move been made? We can't see anything.
I think a move was made because Abdulrahman.
Okay, we
He
are
must
really.
have made a move. Yes. It just hasn't updated.
It would have been nice if we could zoom into the board and
I mean.
just get live video of.
Wow. This is
Okay, so
bonkers, man.
we are still on the king c6 move.
This is bonkers.
Okay, we'll just refresh the page. Normally this doesn't matter, but we'll just refresh the page. King
Okay,
c6 is still
yes,
here. But why is it saying move 40? Okay, did they repeat moves or what? King d7, knight b5, king c6. Okay, so both players have reached move 40.
Yeah.
So it seems like probably they are calming down and
To think now.
yeah. So okay, the question is okay. I think probably this video might be some seconds
Oh,
late.
Okay.
Yeah, because it seems like probably they've made some moves already.
I see.
So king c6. So the question is, can our boy hold this?
This is nail biting.
And
I think it's not even a matter of holding this anymore. I think it's confidence. I mean, he's
well, it's more forte.
I mean,
he should take a breather, maybe go wash his face in the restroom, slap his face, and
oh my god.
say to himself, "We can still do this."
I'm incredibly pumped. It's not even a matter of surviving for him. I think I would want to be black in this position. That's just the truth.
Yeah.
If I
But
was to
okay,
take a
so
peek.
we have our excitement is high, but the question is it possible for White to keep his peace?
I would wager no, it's not possible.
Okay, for instance,
that's what I'd wager.
what happens after the move bishop to e7?
Bishop e7.
Yeah. I'm
Where is
trying to
e7?
find
Okay.
losing moves for opponents now. Okay, maybe not bishop e7, but it's not so easy actually. What to do?
Just b2 now.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. It's not so easy.
That's what I'm saying. He's going to lose. She's going to lose a piece, and then maybe the engine is just saying which piece to lose so that it can hold. I don't know. Maybe knight c6. Knight
rook
c6. I mean,
b3
knight
or
c3 doesn't even work. Knight c3 doesn't work. Okay, knight c3, b2, rook d. How about
Okay.
that?
Knight what?
Knight c3,
Mm-hmm.
then b2, then there's rook d,
Yeah, but then there's rook a1 or
then there's rook b.
then there's king captures on c5.
So,
Okay, but wait, why not bishop d6 for instance?
d6. Is there not still b3? I be b2 rather.
b2.
Yes,
Fantastical.
it's b2. That's the problem.
Fantastical. And then check on c3.
Okay, let me be more precise. bd6, Abi.
Yeah.
Can I do rook takes knight? I think that's much more precise.
But it comes with a check.
What comes with a check?
The pawn takes comes with a check.
Oh, that's the problem. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, so b3.
Okay, so bishop d6. What's
b6.
bishop d6? Or also another option, maybe bishop a7. What does that lead to? I have no idea what. Okay, so we have just one game, and thankfully, whoever is in charge seems to be zooming in on what's happening on the board. We can feel the tension of the players. This
Okay.
is
Bishop d6 or bishop a7. I think rook b7 should still be
Okay,
but
so we should tell the people who
okay.
are viewing that we are trying as much as possible not to use engines while we are watching. We want to be
Okay.
feeling the emotions of the
Yes.
players and be on the edge of the
tension.
seats, yes, as much as they are. So that's why we are switching the engines off and just trying to analyze the position as it is. So right now we are considering the move bishop to d6. It's not really clear. This is the move we are trying to consider to see what can. Is black still good here? So okay, bishop d6, pawn to b2.
I think bishop a7 is better. You know why? Because if bishop d6, then I said I have b2. With b2, you have to go rook b3.
Okay.
So now I can take the knight.
Okay, let me get this.
So that's why bishop a7 is more precise. I
So
think.
you said if bishop d6, what will happen?
Yeah, bd6, there's b2.
b2.
Yeah.
Then what?
After b2, how is white supposed to hold?
Which way did you suggest?
So he has to go rook b3.
Okay, rook b3.
After rook b3, there's rook takes on b5.
Rook takes on b5, but then pawn takes
Yeah,
check.
check. Then I take the bishop.
And then king takes, and then
Yes. And then the pawn will even steal queen next move.
the pawn will queen.
Understand?
So that can be
So
good.
that can be good. So I think bishop a7 is more correct.
But okay, let's check that line again. Bishop d6.
Mm.
Bishop d6.
Yeah.
Then,
Pawn push.
sorry, there's then pawn push.
Yeah.
Then rook b3 seems to be the only way to
Yes.
stop it. Or what about knight to c3?
And c3. And then we said b2 the other time as well. Still b2.
No, bishop d6, b2.
Mm-hmm.
Then knight to c3. The pawn is already on b2.
Oh, okay. Pawn is already on b2.
Yeah.
And we can push check now.
Okay, let's see. Bishop d6,
Yeah.
b2,
Yeah.
knight to c3.
Pawn push check.
It's leading to almost mate. Or mate.
And you have to drop the rook as well. So.
Yeah, and then
it's easy.
yeah, this
And
is
then let's go back. Let's go back.
okay. So bishop a7.
Yeah, so I think this is the critical
So why not still b2?
because I think rook d. No, but everything just seems winning here. I'm sorry. Okay, I think
What about rook d6? Is this not winning for white?
no, I shouldn't win. No,
Where would the king go to?
you can go to b7.
And then check. This is winning for white.
No.
And then rook check.
Oh, you're right though. That rook check is. But okay, let's see.
And then the knight comes to
Knight
c3.
comes to c3. Oh shit. Let's go back again. That's something. So bishop a7, have you?
So bishop a7.
Strong move. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Rook takes on a4. Then pawn push now.
Pawn push.
There's rook check. Then queen.
Okay, but instead of
So maybe knight c. Rook check.
yeah, but you can only win a knight for it.
Maybe you can even block with rook here. Rook here, sef.
Okay.
No, wow, this is crazy, man. So
So-
bishop a7 is the move. White has to find bishop a7. So from here, how would we proceed? After ba7,
Maybe you can just move the rook.
yeah, but then we're seeing some mating construction just now.
Okay, so what about rook captures?
It comes with check. That's the problem.
Yeah, but king. No, but there's a problem. Rook
What's the
d7
problem?
check.
Uh,
And then where does
when
this
you
king
defend,
go?
you have to attack the rook.
Okay, maybe this one. And then maybe it's an equal
Okay,
endgame.
no. This is not equal. Black will queen this pawn now. How do you hold this pawn? How do you stop the pawn? This requires a lot of precision by both players. I think it starts. Oh, that move.
No, it doesn't work.
It doesn't work. B2 will come.
No.
B2 simple.
Okay, I don't know what's happening.
It's a mess.
I don't know what's
It's a
happening.
mess. It's a
But
mess.
somehow, yes, I figured this would happen. I can see that even though there has been some minutes added on their clock, it seems like
White is still.
yeah, WIM Nassr Lina is still thinking, which means that the position is a bit complex.
It is very complex.
Okay, so bishop a7. Are we missing something simple? Are we missing something simple? We already said this leads to some sort of checkmate.
Yes.
So, are we missing something simple? Okay, but why not just take and then check and then
That's what we
it
looked at
comes
just
with a
now.
check.
No,
Like
but
this
we
rook
looked at it.
takes comes with it. No, I was thinking
Oh,
king
to
time.
check. And maybe
this rook
we have to enter the end game then.
No, but okay, this continues actually. The king
No, we just go and
comes
defend
to-
here, man.
c6. No, it
Go
doesn't
and
work.
defend
Okay,
them.
okay.
So I think we have to enter that line you suggested. After BA7,
After BA7.
yeah, so you said, okay, but instead of taking safe, let's see.
Wait, why couldn't we take on A4? I think we looked at rook times A4. What was wrong with it?
Yeah, we looked at it. What was it? Safe. So after
Bishop captures.
takes,
Okay,
yes,
bishop just captures. That was a problem.
yes,
That was a big problem.
very big problem. Yes.
Okay, so we are currently here. Both players are currently here, trying to figure out exactly how to navigate this. I'm sure both of them are tired as crazy, but they are also both using their time. Abdulrahman also probably using his opponent's time to try to figure out what he wants to do and to make sure not to get into a mating net by mistake. I feel like both players will be hallucinating a few things here
I'm telling
because
you.
we with the
I'm-
ability to move the pieces around,
I'm telling
we
you,
are
I'm telling
we are
you.
seeing a lot of things. So what exactly is it that? So bishop a7 is our move that we are thinking about.
Yes. That's
Bishop
the
A7.
only move, in fact.
I don't know about the only move.
It has to be.
Because
Okay, one more move you're not considering. After bishop a7, why not? What if rook a1 check?
okay, bishop a7
Rook a1 check.
and then rook a1 check. Okay, the king
Yeah.
just steps up. Let's say to d2.
Now does b2 work?
Now does b2 work?
So we're looking at the whole check.
No, but the problem was always check.
Okay.
What happens?
Okay.
King comes here,
So same thing.
then check.
Same
King
thing.
comes here, rook check.
Then the knight is in
Then the
time
knight
to
just comes
defend.
back.
Okay.
All right, so bishop a7 is the move we think. But the interesting thing here is I've seen Abdulrahman on the screen. He looks as if he's confident that this.
Well, it's very. I mean, okay.
So
well, let's see.
is it possible that he has seen something,
What are
or
we not?
maybe he hasn't seen the move
What do you-
bishop a7?
What do you think we are not seeing here? Because I honestly believe,
Okay, bishop a7 once again.
yes, it means with bishop a7, this pawn is definitely going to fall. Would you agree with me?
Well, it looks like it.
I think it's destined to fall because I mean, there's no way in hell that the pawn doesn't fall.
Rook captures, pawn captures, and then king to b7.
So maybe we just say, okay, we'll play an endgame where this pawn will fall, this pawn will probably fall, and this pawn will probably fall as well. 'Cause,
So how do you get that endgame?
so the rook has to move away. To which square? I think that's the important thing. Maybe to come and defend our pawn. Do we even have to defend
Which pawn?
pawns? Do we have to
Attacking.
defend pawns? No. If we move the rook away, the rook has to snack on this pawn, are we? Okay, so rook h. Was it played? Is it
No,
live?
no, no.
Okay. So let's say it takes.
No, but wait, what happens
No,
after
no,
this
no,
check?
it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It shouldn't work. There's no more mating construction.
Okay, check. What does?
Okay,
now the
there's still check there.
No, but the king can hide on a8.
Okay. But it's check. Okay, king checks. Okay. So
Okay,
I
the king
think.
can hide on
Yeah.
a8.
So this
So-
is it.
So rook h8.
So we have to drop the b pawn.
So dropping the b pawn.
Yes.
Then rook captures on h4.
Should we take that or we take a4? I think it's better to take a4 first.
No, but we're threatening mate on h1. Like, are we not threatening this mate on h1? And we are also threatening this check.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense as well. That makes sense. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, so what would the opponent do here?
Man, this is dangerous as well. How is he supposed to hold? Wow. It means he can't even take the pawn.
So who is winning here?
Oh my god.
This is the most confusing thing ever.
position. This is a crazy
Okay,
position. Go
back to live. This is Bishop A7 has been
It's
played.
been played. Okay, I think this is a very critical point.
Okay,
This is the most critical
I
point
want
in
to
this game.
I want to refresh the
Fresh.
page to see what is
This is the
happening.
most critical point in this game, and I just
Okay, Bishop A7 has been played.
I just pray that Abdulrahman does not see ghosts.
So what happens? Is Rook A4 the move?
It has to be the move.
Well, we had been looking at a lot of moves and saying they were
I
the
know,
moves.
but this one just feels like,
Because we also looked at takes,
no,
takes,
this doesn't work.
and
This
then
obviously
King
doesn't work.
B7.
This doesn't work.
Why did it not work again?
Okay, we looked at this.
Yeah. Why doesn't it work?
Oh, okay. But in the end game, black is still a pawn up now.
Okay, but what's the move here?
You take the pawn now on B.
Okay, take the pawn and take with what? The king?
Anything you like. So black can win this now.
No, black can win.
So that's the problem. You shouldn't enter that. So I
Because
think
this rook is coming to
yes. So I think that rook H8 line is more.
Okay, so rook H8. Rook H8.
So what should black play? I mean white rather.
As long as there's no checkmate. So we
Yes.
look at this again. Rook check, king moves.
Let's hide it. What did Abdulrahman? Okay, he just played. This live video is what's it called? This YouTube
It's
video
delayed.
is it's delayed. I fear
King B7.
Abdulrahman has to find rook H8. Please.
Okay, king B7. Well, I don't know. We don't know if it's the move. I actually don't know if it's the move. So I don't want to. Okay,
No,
so
he has to.
back to life. Bishop A7. And we move we are considering is rook to H8. After laboring for some hours, we finally found what looked like a possibility for black.
Because I mean, in this position, it's just so easy for black to just be, this construction, I should just mate and I mean, I should just queen and all of that. But
Okay.
is,
So
there
the
is a checkmate on the board.
WIM
So
invested about 15 minutes of our time and played the strong move bishop to A7. So the question is this good? Is this bad? What is it? That's the question. What is this move?
there is no brute force win here. That's what black should be aware of.
WIM also has decided to take a walk.
Abdulraheem, you can't get this.
Okay, so rook H8, king F1, rook times H4. What?
No,
Just
I
pawn
think
to
I just
B2.
push my pawn now.
Okay, pawn
How
to
bad
B2.
should that be?
Okay, so the rook on H8 is far away, prevents any back rank checkmate,
Issues, yes.
keeps. But that means that you can't capture the pawn. For example, let's say rook H8 means you can't capture the pawn because of
Yeah.
the mate seen threat. So is there anything you can do?
No. There's no, even if I capture the pawn, no, I'm not getting mated. I can always run towards the side.
Of course.
Understand? I can always run.
Okay, so
to this place.
rook H8 is the move we are. Rook to H8 is the move we are thinking, but we don't know. We have absolutely no idea.
Is this the computer's
No.
recommendation?
These were some of the moves we were looking
Mid,
at.
okay.
Okay, so rook to H8.
This video, my god.
Rook to H8. So what's happening?
I mean, I can't even make sense of it myself. So I think rook h8 is the kind of move that we just white we just have to reevaluate, because when she finds out that there is no checkmate,
But
then she gets scared that
so,
yeah,
but
I'm going
okay,
to
so
lose and all
rook
of
H8.
that. Yeah.
If we play rook H8
Hmm.
and the rook captures,
Okay, what of check? Can we insert check here?
check here.
Check here.
Okay, check here. Where does the king go?
That's a good question. Oh, I think that's the way to go. Rook check. I think she will draw this way, because you can't step to the last rank. Just keep checking. No, not there. Okay. check. Well, I was thinking after check, I will have check down here, but apparently no.
Okay, so what do you mean? Check.
Check, you have to stay on D. Black.
Bishop e3.
And 5, King H5.
King h5. King
No.
escapes. In that variation, but so many things happen. So many things. Bishop a7. So the question is, what is this? Is it possible? And also, you don't want to overthink it. Yesterday, you would probably be thinking, I had a draw somewhere along the line, and then I missed it. You know, what's happening here?
Well, I think it's different here because yesterday when Abdulrahman went for that pawn capture, it was on 4 minutes. I was looking at the time, so I just told myself, okay, I think it was the time pump. He wanted to make a move, and but now he has to in 3 minutes. His opponent actually went into a think to find this move. So I would expect that that's the bare minimum he should do. He should actually look very deeply and just find that pawn push or some superfluous move here. Doesn't work rather. So I think you find rook h8. I think he will. I don't know.
If it's the move, we still don't know if it's the move. This is our
that's
move.
the
You know.
okay, let's go again. R8. Rook h8. Let's go.
Okay,
rook
so
h8,
you
yeah.
because it seems every time we are discovering something new. We
So
said rook
let's
c3,
no,
right?
let's go rook d6 now.
No, but rook d6 we said king b7.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So and the threat of this and
Yeah,
the
okay.
threat to the pawn promoting
Okay.
and to h4
Mate and all
seems
of
to
that, so,
win for black. However,
okay.
rook h8 if
Mm.
it's played.
Okay, so now let's try to defend for white. Let's say Abdulrahman
Yes.
has this position.
Yes.
So put rook h8 on the board.
So
Let's
we
see.
were talking about rook c3 check. I think that was your move.
Yes.
Rook c3 check.
But
Which looked good.
maybe on retrospection. At the same time, maybe checks are actually silly moves here because
Yeah, but the check, where does the black king go to?
we are going to hide here now. I think we checked it.
Yeah, but
Okay.
no, not this one. If you go here, then the rook just takes. And the rook
Yeah,
can take here
why
because of
not?
knight to c3 check.
Oh, okay. No, wow. Okay, if this is the case,
Okay, so back to live. So
problem.
rook h. This is the move we are looking at. Rook h. Okay, so I love this. The cameraman has zoomed in on the players. Is almost we can almost see
Nice.
their heartbeat from here. So this is good. This is good. But it's the board we are saying. We also want to see the players and their reactions. Okay, so maybe we would send a message to
Toby.
yes. Let me put a message across to the camera, the man in charge of the video feed, to give us a look at the players and the emotions they are going through.
This is a nightmare position, but it's positions like this that make chess very interesting.
Yes.
You know? One misstep and it's hot tears, hot one. So, I back Abdulrahman to find the best move possible because I mean he's a tactician, so let's pray and hope. And then you know what we've been looking at our lines and let's ask the oracle. What do you say?
No.
We shouldn't
don't-
have it at all. Okay.
No.
Okay.
That will spoil all the fun.
Okay.
Especially if there are people out there in the audience
Yeah.
who also okay. So we are getting a bit of the face of the players.
The man is thinking, moving train. He's thinking. Oh, the position. What a position. Look at me. Okay. So after this move.
Okay, so generally they say we should not minimize any of the.
Of the tabs.
Yeah, it would affect the stream and people
Oh.
might not be able to see.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
No, 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 that's fine.
Okay.
Sorry, let me just see if it's still showing on the. Okay, is it? Well, I hope.
Let me check YouTube then.
I hope we can still see, everyone can still see what we're doing. All right, so whoa, back to live. Okay, a move hasn't been made yet. We were the ones suggesting the move rook to h8 as a way for black to play, but FM Abdulrahman is still very much in the hot seat.
It's in a think tank.
Yeah, trying to figure out if he can get a draw or even dream a little bit and keep his
God.
hopes alive of winning the Super Zonals. The Super Zonals. Why is it that everybody is talking about the Super Zonals? The winner of the Super Zonals gets a direct entry into the World Cup, the FIDE World Cup. Imagine that. And also gets an entry into the FIDE Grand Swiss tournament, playing against some of the strongest players in the world.
Yes.
Absolutely amazing, the
That's-
opportunity that you get.
That's bonkers.
So everyone is putting everything they have on the line,
Amen.
everything they have on the line, just to make sure that they get a chance at this at winning this Super Zonals and getting their
that slot.
yes, to the World Cup and the FIDE Grand Swiss. You can see, okay, very good. We have a better view of the players and the board, and we can see how Abdurrahman is just twirling in his seat,
I
and
think he's calculated all of our variations. I'm very sure. I'm
Yes.
very sure. So.
and the WIM is also you can see a hand switching close to a mouth. It's the emotions are there. The emotions are there to see. Everyone is putting everything they have on the line. Everything they have on the line here. So this is edge of our seats. Yes, we would have to admit here we are biased towards the Nigerian, but okay.
I mean,
FM Abdulrahman, by the way, is the highest rated player in Nigeria right now.
Yeah.
So, and here
a
he
live
is.
rating of over 2,300.
Yes, and here he is battling, really battling out.
is the word. Battling is the word. I mean,
All right, he's putting his hand under the table, signaling that maybe he doesn't want to. Okay, I have a move I'm thinking about, but I don't want to make it. I don't want to make it yet. Let me just.
Oh my
Let me
God.
just think a little bit more.
Oh my God.
Let me just think a little bit more. But he's also probably thinking about the time that okay, this position could still continue to be complicated. So what is going to happen?
I
This
don't
is
know.
crazy.
It feels like his eyes are still focused towards the his queen side. He hasn't even. I don't know. Is it just me?
Yeah, maybe he's coming to terms with all the mating threats that are possible, and he's trying to make sure that he hasn't missed any ghosts. Maybe he has his move already, but he's trying to make sure that he hasn't missed any checkmating ideas, and
Okay.
maybe
Okay.
he wants to exercise all the ghosts that
Okay.
he's saying
Okay.
before making a move.
Okay. I hope that's the case, because.
Yeah, so yeah, it's looking like he wants to make a move. It's also looking like
Very good.
yeah. So we won't. This is the move we think, but we have absolutely no idea. We have no engines on, so we are as clueless as the players. We are as clueless as the players. We're just looking at it.
Let me ask this.
Okay.
How do you're a top player and you've been a top player for years now. How do you, if you're in this position, what would be your thinking strategy? Like, I mean, how do you formulate a plan here? Obviously, we've done the move by move, the concrete play that pawn is not going to queen just because they are meeting threats.
Yeah.
So I feel if there is a way we can just streamline our thought process and say, okay, since that pawn is not queening, let's go to the end game. If I snag those pawns off, then maybe I'll have good chances. But I mean, in a game, welcome. In a game, would that be your thought process? Like, would you still be fixated on, pushing this pawn to victory, or would you have, I don't know, immediately just switch to, okay, let's just play the end game?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure about the top player that you first mentioned. Let me first address that. But okay,
Please.
I'd be thinking that, okay, let me first find a path where I don't
you made that
lose.
move? Did you make that
No,
move?
I did not. It has been made on the board.
No.
Rook
If- no,
captures
that-
on a4 has been played.
Yeah, what were you thinking before?
We were considering the move rook to h8. We were considering
Oh,
the move
God.
rook to h8, but rook captures on a4 has been played.
Why this move? I don't understand.
Rook capture. But I think we looked at rook captures on a4, did we not?
So
Okay, maybe he's thinking he's going to capture a few pawns along the way.
So what is the
Remember?
Okay,
bishop
so
takes, king takes, Abi?
bishop takes, then
King
rook takes check. Is that his idea? Rook takes check. And then
But this way is already.
maybe king here, and then king captures.
This way is saying, I just want to draw.
Yes, he's in survival mode now.
Ah.
He's in survival mode.
Wow.
I don't think that
Wow.
opportunity, the idea of rook is really, like you were saying that his eyes were fixated on this side of the board. So
It just felt as though he didn't even consider.
maybe he considered it, but maybe he thought there were some ghosts.
Okay, can we go through the variation again? I mean, this is the 10th time we are checking it, but let's go. Rook h8. What are we missing?
Rook h8. So we have Chief Wales back in the house.
Welcome
Yes,
back,
it's a
Chief
little bit-
Wales.
So
So,
let's see.
what are we? What do Chief Wales? I want you to, I don't know, look at it.
Oh, from a fishy perspective, of course. That
Yes,
this is
come on.
this is
This was a move we thought offered the greatest possibility of resistance, at least when we were looking at it. But maybe we missed something. Did we miss
So, I
something?
mean, what are we missing?
but the apart from rook h8 that you guys actually were thinking about, and that you felt is giving much more resistance, is there any problem with rook a8 itself?
Attacking
The bishop?
No, I think there is a position where the rook will get lost.
So how
Or
is
maybe
the
it
rook getting
meets.
lost? How is the rook
No,
getting lost?
it wasn't here.
How is the rook getting lost from here?
We were.
You can't do rook check, of course. So that's not part of your. That can be part of your move.
What do you mean we can't do?
Oh, sorry. The rook check. Okay. Go on.
So is it possible to do rook check here?
Rook check. King G. King B7.
Yeah.
Is it possible to do another rook check?
Yeah, you have to check on B now.
Now you just be checking. You just be checking. If you stop check right now, I'll take the bishop with the rook.
Okay, what about? Okay, sorry. We have to go back to the live board. Rook captures on a4.
Yeah.
Back to live, and we're expecting. We can see some hand movement. We're not sure what's happening.
No.
We're not sure what's happening.
Chief Rose, was there what reason?
I was looking at rook A. I was
Okay,
looking at
bishop captures on
the rook.
b8 has been played.
Then king takes knight.
No, we're looking at rook check. Okay, pawn to b2 has been played.
But why?
Oh my goodness,
Oh,
this is bad.
because he's looking at. Because he's looking at. He's actually looking at. You see, Triple A is actually looking at rook check and queening.
But this doesn't
Forgetting
work.
that there is a
There's
knight
a knight
c3.
We check this line now.
There is a knight c3 that's
We
top
checked this line.
virtually everything. So that rook just died for nothing.
Maybe he wants to play rook check.
Rook b4.
No, rook check.
Rook check. Yeah.
And rook check. So what? So rook check. Then king just goes to d2.
The only justification now is rook b4. Or even in this end
Rook
game,
b4. Why did you just drop the knight back?
even in this and the bishop.
Or even
before,
king. Even if you don't want to drop the knight back.
The bishop before. So the idea is one piece will fall again, but I mean this end game.
Maybe.
I'm a fish, so I don't know, but
No,
What-
this is not about. This is maybe combination of tiredness and a lot of things. It's not good.
let's go back to Chief Will's idea, please.
No, we can't. I don't think we can leave. I don't think we can leave this tension on the live stream.
Well, we'll make them.
Excuse me.
Okay, no problem.
Because it's
So sorry.
just terrible.
Yeah, sorry.
Because if we go there, then we can probably go to the beginning of the game where where mistakes were made.
Okay, fair enough.
So, yeah,
No,
but
rook. I was looking at rook.
Some writers.
On our way, we're looking at rook a8. That probably rook a8 is the only way to fight for. At least you're holding.
But the idea with
Joyce?
the idea with rook a8 is I don't know, is a8 not a more passive square than h8? At least you know with h8 you're already threatening to take on h4 and then
okay,
to go and
seems
mate.
you guys really want to talk about this position,
Yes.
so we will go back there.
So Chivo's
But you have to. The point is, you have two pieces attacking the. You have a potential two pieces attacking the pawn. I mean, yes, on that file, rook is coming to take the h3, h4,
Okay.
a4 pawn,
okay.
and you have those two same double rooks attacking the bishop. If not, if the
Okay,
king is
Chief
not-
Rose, after rook a8, yes. So what would you play now after I take on b3? White takes on b3.
Rook big three. So your rook can also take the pawn on a4.
White plays rook b. So rook a4, abi?
Yes. Now look at the point. You're having two rooks attacking the bishop already. So that knight needs to move. That bishop needs to move. Right?
Mm.
So, and you have the chance to do rook check or even the. In fact, since the rook has already taken the pawn there, you are now threatening the funny rook takes pawn on e4 check again. I don't know, maybe you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I get your point, but in that your line, I think black is just playing for a draw there.
You don't. Are you really thinking that black is winning this position?
I'm not saying winning, but I don't know. I just feel rook h8 poses more problems.
Okay, so to end this discussion, we'll go back to that point and just try to see what exactly the correct move was. So instead of rook captures on that was played, we want to see what the correct move was in the position. So it turns out that rook a8 was the correct move.
What's wrong with rook h8?
Now, to find what is wrong with rook h8, the problem with rook h8 is rook to c3 check.
Why did you shake?
But
And-
we looked at this as well.
And
okay,
after
yes,
king
yes,
d7, rook to
Rook
c7 check,
yes,
king e6,
yeah.
bishop
Checkmate
to
idea.
c5 with checkmating ideas,
Okay.
f5, knight to d4. But I feel
What
like
is
nobody's
this?
going to see this.
No, this is a
No, wait, what is this move? So after takes what? Hey,
Mate.
No, but how
there's
is it
rook
mate?
there. Pawn push.
E5 is mate. But I feel like this would be next to impossible to see.
Fine now. I mean, this is crazy. No,
But
no,
the lady has been finding some interesting tactics.
No, come on,
No,
see.
wait. The lady has been finding, the WM is finding wonderful tactics throughout this event. So if you are underestimating she not finding this, we might be wrong.
No, but it's actually kind of difficult to find.
But she has more time.
It's difficult.
But she has time. See the problem.
She feels it's hard to find.
You don't know what I'm saying. The problem is she has time.
F5, just knight D4, okay.
Yeah, knight d4 is a difficult move to find. At the end, it's not even at the beginning of the variation.
It's at the end. You
of
still have
the-
to find E5. What was the move again?
Okay,
E5.
let's see. Some moves have been made. Okay, so I'm gonna just switch up the engine.
Oh god, this is a disaster.
Check.
Yeah, I mean this was
No.
terrible.
No, this that's not the variation. That's what we.
That's what we checked, I think.
Yeah. So rook times e4 check is what we're expecting.
So in order to try and deflect, I think it has been played, and I'm seeing the WIM trying to, and see how calmly Triple A is playing the position, and making it feel like he has something, as in something interesting there. Those kind of Sojunu moves, like, say this position, say, I think she has made a move, because it's her turn to play. What did Triple A play there, please?
Oh boy.
Does it look like the rook is at the back of the pawn? On the live stream, it seems the rook is on g4.
No, I think the stream is a bit behind.
This stream is
Okay,
very-
probably the stream is behind. Okay, that's the only justification for that. And let me check our live people watching live directly. And what are they saying
I
on YouTube?
honestly doubt the WIM would have found knight e5 check.
Yeah, that was a
I'm
difficult.
telling
That's a
you,
difficult.
I'm telling
one to
you,
find.
I honestly doubt it.
It's a
I
very difficult one.
honestly doubt it.
It's a difficult move to find at the end of that variation.
I honestly doubt it.
Chess is so difficult.
Everybody knows chess is hard.
This is such a difficult game. Let's see how the players.
Hey, special shout out to Ayokomi Ajayi. He's saying hi, Lakwite, biggest fan here. And Yimika, thank you very much for joining. I guess we can call in IM Tennyson now. Well, please calm down. We still have some fantastic 3 rounds to go.
Three
King
rounds?
Taylor, where are they playing the tournament? It's actually at City Heights Ikeja, City Heights Hotel in Ikeja, City Heights Luxury Hotel. Marvin Ndovu, this is the guy that said we should work on our sound system.
Yeah.
Bernard Hanwari, you know him? He's
Yeah,
saying shout out to
Bernard.
Josh and Lakwite.
I look very-
And thank you very much, you guys have been wonderful. Yes, so we continue with look at the expression. How can you how will you be feeling right now? You have a rook versus 3 pieces of your opponent, rook, bishop, knight, and you only have a pawn that might not end up getting to the promised land.
So the only hope is that after, let's say, rook captures on e4,
Check.
king maybe d2, rook here, threatening to.
Captured. They may promote the threatening to promote the pawn.
Yeah, maybe even bishop e5 is a move. Is it a move?
It can be, I won't be
The
surprised.
bishop b5 after pawn takes. After pawn takes.
I will honestly not be surprised.
After pawn takes, maybe
Pawn
to-
takes.
to
Then
bring
what
the
do you want
knight
to do?
here.
So and the king comes closer. The rook joins. In fact, yes.
Well, we have to take that pawn.
Yeah, but we are
H4.
hoping that we can.
We
We are
draw.
just really hoping that we can draw.
We have to take the pawn on h4.
Yeah, take the pawn on h4.
Take the pawn on h4.
Can
Then
this construction hold?
there is a
Yeah.
rook b3 immediately.
Yeah, maybe there's rook b3 b3. Maybe there's also king c2.
Okay, king c2. But king c2, okay, it can be protected on one account.
Yeah, but it's not so easy because rook
Mm.
rook here, then there's just rook here, and everything holds.
I don't know who the third commentator is. His name is Oyepito Joshua, please. Oyepito Joshua, that's Ayokomi Ajay. Oyepito Joshua, one of the beasts back then in Ibadan before he was catapulted away from that local. They were like, your own is too much. They had to shoot him away through service. Had to go to the northern side of the country. Oh, no, sorry. Was it Kwara or something? Lauren, what did he say? Ilorin. So he had to serve in Ilorin, and guess what? He has been catapulted to Lagos, where he has to be dealing with the creme de la creme of Nigerian chess. And NFOC is on his way. We wish you all the best in over 2000.
Thank you.
Of course, I know you are ready to pick some scalps that you were not able to pick the last time.
Ready.
Is it possible to play? Sorry.
Yeah, go on. Is it possible to play what?
No, is it possible to play rook captures on e4?
And that's what we said in our check. We said king
d2
here.
and
Yeah.
then rook here.
That's exactly what we said.
No, that's not what we said.
And so what happens after king? After
But
king just
this is worse now.
No, no. I was thinking that we could just
No.
promote and then do a double attack, but knight
Defend-
b1 just
Yeah,
comes.
I mean,
yeah, that's the answer already.
Knight b1 just comes.
And now you're playing a 3 pawn versus
Even
three
you don't need
pieces.
knight b1.
3
yeah.
pawns versus 3 pieces.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look for hope.
my head don't depend, mister.
So the only thing is that we expect rook tap times e4 check,
Yeah, she's a very nice to know you.
and then
Thank you, Ayokomi.
that's
That's
the
that-
former
The former Sipan president.
Pan president,
Yeah.
former Team Sachs
Captain. Team Sachs.
former strong player.
What do you mean? Nah, she's gonna say she's gonna beat you.
As the Madam President.
There's a lot of former strong players.
No, and funny enough, if you say I'll play repertoire, it's always the KIA or the KID.
Yes.
Any other thing, you're on your own.
She's famous for playing the KIA
Yes,
and putting a lot of people in difficult positions. Okay, rook captures on e4 has been played. King to d2,
King to D2, of course.
and it's looking.
I'm coming. This
Same.
he has to.
How do you even do this?
Rook, now he's not going to play Rook B4 back now.
Rook b4,
Yeah.
rook b4.
He's going to play Rook B4,
Do
right?
you know I think the easiest win for white here. What do you think?
Did you hear that? What do you mean, former strong player? Calm down. Please, you better defend yourself.
Do you think white should keep that bishop or the knight? What do you think?
Yeah, but we looked at the variation where it looked like the white.
So from here, what we looked at was knight b2.
No,
I mean knight b1. That's what we looked at here.
was it knight b1 or
Yeah.
bishop captures on e5?
Okay, we also looked at that as well. Okay.
Because knight b1. Okay, a move has been made. Let's go back to live. Okay, rook b4.
Rook B4, of course, Rook B4 now threatening. Now the knight is going to go in there. No, the knight. We said we should do bishop takes pawn, right? Now this is what we said: bishop takes pawn, boost, then. AYK. Will you prefer to be black in this position? Just asking. Just asking for a friend.
You are.
I'm asking for a friend.
Yeah, because you can't even promote the pawn.
Yeah, because bishop takes, promotes.
Because after knight takes, rook takes, then there's just rook d6 check.
Oh, damn.
Yes, and there's
whatever,
whatever
there's
so
bishop
you
takes,
munch, you
or
munch
there's
those
bishop
pawns
takes,
also,
there's
so
everything.
it's
So after bishop captures on e5, it
You
is
have to take.
forced, or almost looking forced. Maybe there's some mysterious move we are missing to capture, and then just knight to b1,
You know-
or even king to c2.
You know what I think would be even cleaner for white? Instead of capturing that pawn, just play bishop a a7.
Bishop a7 is possible. Or what about even the move rook? Okay, rook is maybe not me. Am I trying to
Okay,
find
maybe
ways?
maybe bishop e4. 5 is better,
No,
just to destroy the integrity.
I was trying to look at this move.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Yeah, rook check. Yeah, but king now decides to. Oh, it yes, king now goes to.
Are you serious? This is a move?
Okay, something has been
No,
has happened.
no,
Rook
I don't
times
think
h4.
that's
Okay,
what was
that's
there before.
okay. That was the former. Okay, king d2. Okay, that was what was there before. Okay.
Oh boy. Suddenly I feel sick. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, sorry.
not
Sorry.
correct.
I'm feverish.
Sorry. Please don't feel feverish. Your games are starting in the next 2 days.
Today's what? Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Are you playing the
I'm
blitz?
not playing Blitz.
Okay, good. You see, strong players don't play blitz before the main event.
God forbid, but
Mhm.
I'm not strong over tough.
But over 100 players already registered for the blitz. Ladies and gentlemen, the cap is 120. If you have not registered now, go and grab the remaining seats, or else
I can't
you
even-
miss out both on the blitz, you miss out on the classical event, and we just keep on telling you stories of how beautiful, wonderful the National Friends of Chess 2025 was. And
I can't even do.
Mane is even languishing at the moment. You know, man from Spain, he couldn't make it. He's so paying like
Yeah.
lots of players to devour. I think they've. Is it a live feed as a little bit? No, I think it is the.
No, the live feed is slow.
Oh god, my god. So
Okay, now I just play the rook.
oh wow.
Rook G4 live, but it has been played already, anyways.
Okay, the sober mode this is a sober mode, right? It's due to the fact that there was a few moments ago around move 40, it looked like Abdulrahman was getting closer to getting a draw against the WIM.
Yes.
Well, Nassr, Lina.
We're even excited he might win, but
Yes, but suddenly after the move, rook captures on a4, which was played like a few moves ago. Rook captures on a4. At this moment, we were thinking that the game could even possibly be drawn, but then after this bishop a7 move, which we thought was strong, yeah, we thought we were
the
looking
only
at
move
it.
actually.
Yeah, it was the move that we were really, really looking at,
It
and
was
then
the
suddenly
only move.
after rook captures on a4, it seems like I mean it's just I think the white pieces just coordinated really nice. Rook on d3, bishop.
Yeah, discover the missing.
Yeah, somehow the pieces just are coordinating so well. You know, despite there being a pass pawn and everything like that.
Do you think it's possible that Abdurrahman just, I don't know, maybe he wanted to play the rook away and then he just, how do I explain? After that bishop a7, maybe his plan was to play the rook somewhere else, then capture that pawn later. Do you think he just had a freeze?
Yeah, somebody is what's it called? Job was actually looking at rook takes knight here.
No,
Yeah, we
doesn't work.
we looked at
Rook
rook takes
Yeah,
knight.
he was looking at it's just talking about rook takes knight, pawn takes, rook takes bishop. Rook takes
No,
knight.
no, it comes
rook
with a
takes knight
check.
does not come
Comes
with a
with a
check.
check.
No, it doesn't.
That was one of the big issues. One of the issues of that line, not the main issue, but one of the issues. So rook captures on a4. So
was rook a8 the only move? Can you
yes,
please confirm?
yeah, rook a8 was the only move.
Only.
Yeah, but for zeros, then I think there was a rook d8 or rook e8. Sorry, something that was 0.7 or so.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
So rook captures and then rook b4. But it shows how difficult. And rook f3 has been played. Wow. Just going for the pawn. Not even. This is as fancy as it gets.
Kai.
His opponent is ruthless.
Very ruthless.
Ruthless. And we can't even do anything because rook here can be met by rook check first. And then when the king steps somewhere,
You take the other
then-
pawn again. You don't have to go close. Okay, you can go close.
yeah, you can
That's
go
different.
close and then you have everything and then you can still pick up the pawns. It's just terrible.
It's dirty. It's very dirty.
Again, one more time, special shout out again to Ayokomi Ajayi, Madam President, that was the former president of the Chess Players of Association Nigeria. Thank you very much for all you do. And she, according to Lakutola Dotimo, so she's the captain of Team Sachs. during the Sepan League.
Yeah, I
We
mentioned
hope,
that.
we hope to bring in another league. And those were successful leagues back to back run by the lovely president back then. Yeah.
Is she in the country?
Nope, she isn't. She ran away because Laputa was troubling her too much.
Well, we won't want to reveal on stream where Madam President is currently, but she still remains where she is. She still remains a lover of Nigerian chess and a huge supporter
Yes.
of chess in general.
That's beautiful.
So shout out to my captain.
Now, he didn't mention that he had input in the KI and KID anyway.
Oh, you did?
Well, because we are
He's
focusing
humble now,
all our attention on the current position, we won't talk about that one too much. But the question is, so as black, which piece would you want white to have on the board? Would you prefer if white has the bishop, or would you prefer if white has the knight on the board? If you are looking for where your best defensive chances lie, would you prefer to play maybe a move like pawn to b1, keeping forcing the knight to take, and then making white have a bishop? Or would you prefer the move king captures, for instance, or something like that, and then the white keeps his knight? Which do you think offers the best defensive chance for you?
Is there any resistance here? Okay, let me see.
So is plan after king b7, is it to play f5?
No, you can't even play. But white is to play now, right?
Yeah, but I mean after you attack this, what is it? I don't understand. What is it?
Okay. Oh, okay. So let me see. His only defensive idea now is, I feel.
What about king moves? Sorry, rook b3. Is there anything? Does it make any sense?
Nah.
Why? So what is okay? What are you going to do about it?
I'm threatening
king
king.
attacks, king c2.
Yeah, but my point is pawn check,
Oh,
and if the knight takes, rook takes.
trickster.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm trying to trick.
that's what I was wondering.
Rook b3 is like the threat. But maybe it's not actually a bad threat.
It's not a bad threat, though. You should try it.
Okay, so let's say, but okay, the WIM hasn't moved the bishop yet, and probably she won't. Maybe, who knows? But yeah, rook b3. Yeah.
Rook b3,
Yeah.
then rook b3.
Because, well, how does white do this? No matter what he plays, white is going to sack next. He's going to chop c3.
Rook b3.
This is interesting. Okay, but there should be a very simple defense now.
So we are hoping.
What is
that
the simple defense? The
we are,
simple defense
we
is
are
to
hoping
just lose
that
the bishop, right?
we are hoping that someone falls for this trick, rook b3. Even if I'm not even sure if it's a trick per se, but okay, you know.
Yes, then it means white mustn't spend a move on that bishop, but that's just a minute.
Yeah, but maybe you could spend a move on the bishop, but play the move bishop captures on e5.
I accept that.
Bishop captures on
I
e5.
think that
But if you play
must-
bishop
that
captures on,
must
so
be good.
what is black going to do next immediately?
But is rook b3 not still there?
See rook b3.
No, he's no longer there.
Why not? Still there.
No, he's no longer there.
It's still there.
Ouch.
It's still there.
Well, I know Abdulrahman is known to play for tricks. He's known as a trickster. So
The knight went back.
if okay,
The
so
knight went back. So now, it's not. It's nothing because now look at it. Look at it from the perspective
I
of
think this is
king takes bishop,
this is
rook
stronger.
takes pawn.
That's why I said she couldn't afford to move that.
to move the bishop, yeah, because rook b3 was a nasty trick.
Chess is such a brutal game. Like with the
Rook b3 was such
bishop d6 is a move your average player would play. Just defend that but rook b3 is just killing. My God.
that's why prophylaxis till the end.
Chess,
Okay, so
Chess,
king
king
captures. He has decided that is going to play this. Rook
Rook takes
captures.
pawn.
Rook
Rook takes pawn.
captures. So the question is it possible? Is there any hope at all that you will
Taking
get
that
the
last
last
pawn.
pawn? If black can get this last pawn, this is it. You know, there would be fireworks in Ikeja
Who's
tonight.
turn to play?
black to play.
Black to play. So it's
So what?
it's white to play. Sorry.
It's
White
white to
sure?
play.
Yeah, in this position, it's
Okay,
white to
okay,
play. So
okay.
this is what looks like the likeliest out scenario of what will play out. So the question is, what are we doing here? So rook captures. What are you going to do? It's difficult to. Rook c4 or what?
Does rook c4
No,
work?
rook
Rook
c4.
g1.
No,
Rook
wait.
b6.
Ah, there's no rook b6.
Yes,
Rook f4. Oh, I think rook f4 is more precise.
No, but rook f4, king f2. Rook f4, king g2, or king g3 even.
and rook c4
Then
doesn't
maybe
work.
now king c7, just so you don't get checked.
Okay,
No,
king
just go
c7.
for the pawn now. Just rook.
With which piece?
Rook e6.
e6? No, there's rook c4.
Now, this is what we are trying to open to. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is what we are hoping to play for rook. Here.
No,
Yeah, chess can give you a dick.
Okay, king going closer to the pawn.
Okay, so they are back in time trouble, and maybe this offers some hope. Okay, some moves have been made. Let's quickly check out what has happened.
Yes, it's
After
rook
rook,
here, king here,
king here, knight b1,
king takes.
rook tried to save the bishop. Okay, bishop.
Sacks,
Why did
takes,
I drop-
takes.
Why did you go for this? So what did you play next?
He hasn't made a move. But we thought the way to go was to play take
I
with the
mean,
king, so that you at least take one
take
more pawn.
Abi?
But maybe he sees something.
Maybe he
I don't
wants to
know.
create. But I don't know.
What does it say?
I don't know. I honestly don't.
Oh, okay,
So he's still keeping the point is he's still keeping his rook on board.
okay, so he's
here-
going to play rook b4 now.
Okay.
Okay, so what is white going to do?
Rook b4. Does he have to defend the pawn?
Wait, are you guys saying if the rook ends up taking those 2 pawns,
Ah, yeah, then.
it's a draw?
Yeah, yeah, rook
Knight-
knight
knight
versus
versus
rook
rook.
is
Theoretically drawn.
Yeah.
Wow.
That is where your hopes lie.
That's where salvation lies.
Yeah, because a rook knight versus a rook, for those who might not be sure, is a complete draw. It's actually even much easier than a rook bishop versus a rook. Much
Yes,
easier
sure,
to hold.
Sure.
People have been known to
People have
hold
been
it with
known-
their eyes closed. Yes.
And people have been known to mate with rook bishop.
Yes.
So
So rook knight is actually kind of easy, more or less easy. So the question is, can you even get there? Can you get there? Is it possible to eliminate these 2 pawns? Is there such a possibility? Okay, a move has been made. King to c7. Wow.
I think it's coming to fight.
It's keeping. But why is it keeping the?
I'm curious. Are you sure that's what was played?
Yeah, this is a live position.
Something was captured there. Yeah, bishop takes, yes, that was it. That was when the bishop captured. Okay. Somebody is beside the probably as the chief arbiter.
Yeah, maybe most
Yeah,
likely.
it is.
Oh, sorry. There's a drink inside the. I don't know. Maybe. No, it is so things, I don't know. But I know I can vouch for the other one.
You said the drink is what?
Drink is at the freezer.
Oh,
Open the fridge, put drinks in there. And one of those things. Huh? You can take the shard bread, that one is easier, everybody can crush that one.
Yeah, so we are eating the bread.
You guys need to eat, come on.
good.
Okay, so now that the knight is up there, then rook, are we not looking at rook b4 now? Can we look at rook b4? Rook b4, the king is just moving. Triple A.
Do you think a fortress can be created here?
For now.
With 2 pawns, it's not even possible. It's not even close. Okay, so the rook is keeping the okay.
Okay, I think Yimika is saying something about it is not there because of rook g3. Yimika, thank you very much for joining. Special shout out to you. Yimitix, that was one of the strongest player in that Unilag.
Estonia.
No. Before he went all the way out of that was it Unilag. Did he graduate from Unilag? He was tormenting some
I don't
Unilag boys
I don't know
then.
if he finished there,
Except
but-
for Zlatan is saying he wasn't part of the torment. He wasn't part of the people that Jimmy Tix could handle. Anyways, thanks very much for joining. God bless you, yo.
Yeah, I think because Yimika is on the stream, I think Chief Wales is hyping him. Yeah, I think the guy is a weak player. Very weak.
Really? Did he just say he's a weak player?
Very weak player.
Did he Lakota just said you're a weak player? You better tell him to calm down. Show him what you're made of. Or just hack into his account.
So I'm guessing he's going to play rook f4.
Of
But
course,
then
rook
there's
F4,
rook
then rook
h2.
goes back.
But then you just take all the pawns.
No, rook F4.
That means you didn't even get the extra pawn you wanted to get.
I mean,
Well, the king starts moving closer. Instead of going to f4 immediately, just king e6,
Yeah, but even if the king moves
king
close,
e6,
then you
king
just
f5. Those idea. King e6, king f5, and trying to get to g4. Hopefully.
I have.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You
This
don't agree?
No, sorry, I didn't get that. Can you say that again?
I was thinking of
E6.
yes, king e6, king the idea as in king e6, king f5, trying to get to g4.
Yeah, but the rook just steps back.
But if
Like
you can,
for example, king times c3, king f5. You said.
yeah, something like that.
Okay, let's say king c3 maybe.
Rook is rook g4 possible? No, rook
it
f
should be
no rook f4.
Okay,
Yes,
rook
trap
f4.
pawn. Then the king goes to
Rook,
king g4 now.
it doesn't work. now.
King
You can't
G4.
get the pawn also. Where are you going?
So where's the knight going? Is it
Ah,
here,
that knight is too
here,
crazy.
or where is it going?
D2 is better.
d2
Okay,
d2. Can I do e? No. That's getting too much.
e4, then king just comes to d4. Okay, so let's just go to live position. Okay, so those moves that we talked about have been made.
Have been made. Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
rook.
Yes. Yeah.
And then rook here,
Good.
but
So let's say I wants to pan the king's movement now.
there's just nothing. It's just nothing.
In fact, rook g. Hold on a second. Rook g.
Maybe
Wait, rook g4. You don't want to do rook g4, g5.
I think he just wants to push e4.
Yes, I know. You don't want to do rook g4, g5 in the first place because of the potential.
I think Abdulrahman just wants to push e4, e3.
You see, Lakota, you will soon come down. Jimmy Tix. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to push anything. I think he's given up mentally. I think he has given up mentally. The only attempt back then was maybe to capture on h4 and just give up your pawn for this pawn, because you will still lose this pawn eventually.
Either ways.
Yeah, but I don't think it's because now you're not even.
these people actually wanted to give themselves up attention. They said, Nassr just blundered a move. And people started jumping. That would be bloody, could be decisive. And next thing, for you, the guy now came back. Now glitch. You know, it reminded me of back in our own days, you know, when I was opportune to listen to a football commentary on the radio. You know, something like, he's and he's there. Oh, body bag. Which kind of nonsense. Oh, muddy hype, you know.
I can imagine.
Oh God! Now imagine our grandfathers and fathers' days, great grandfathers' days when they were actually watching. Listening to football matches just via the radio commentary. Many people will have had high blood pressure, and oh God, let's come back to chess. King F5, King F5 on the board. Like I said, he wants to milk the situation. You need that hook on the board. Yeah. And we're getting to time scramble where somebody's having 44 seconds and somebody's having 38 seconds. Now this is the part where nerves might get in.
It's trying to create a fortress, but I don't know, man.
You never can tell. Something might give.
Yes, sir.
But this is not the kind of position you can create a fortress. Maybe the kind of position where you can hope that you can capture all the pawns, but not. How do you create a fortress? It's not even, like, I can't even see how you want to create a
Because
fortress.
the problem right now is that knight. That knight is a real pain in the neck.
Yeah, so I guess his idea is that he wants to play rook, maybe even possible, and then try to play g5, making use of the pinish.
Yeah, maybe.
The rook check is coming. Rook on G.
Yeah, but
And then you take then you now go for the pawn and the rook. I mean, attack the rook and the pawn at the same time.
No, but even this is.
Now Oh, do you know something about this live video? The mere fact that we are a little bit faster.
Should we refresh?
No, it's correct. It's actually correct. It's the video,
No, wow.
the video stream. So the play is faster than the moves itself. So 1 minute back and she is having honestly, we have to give a lot of credit to FIDE Master Abdulrahman for his resourcefulness and trying to make the position very, very complicated. Telling black, like, white, okay, what do you have for me? Prove it. Prove what you have. You see what I'm talking about? Prove what you have.
Well, for now, I'm not seeing anything. It's just making moves.
Yeah, it's making moves. Like I'm saying, the point is making moves and gaining more time. Look at it. WIM, look at the time there. 32 seconds. 30 seconds. So she's probably playing at the last seconds for her to be going back to the 30s that we're seeing on the clock.
Yeah, but black can get a stable position. No? Okay,
Knight G2, Knight E3.
She might not get. Hopefully, she doesn't get too carried away, and
I don't, because it's
19 there, 44 seconds. So she actually made that move in 14 seconds remaining. What is the knight
it's
move?
just a clear piece up, so it's not really. And okay, there's a threat of knight e3.
Knight fork. Yes, knight fork is coming.
So,
So you have to do rook check first.
or at least
No,
move
you
the
don't
rook
have to
somewhere.
check. Just keep the rook on that D5.
Trying to keep the king off here.
I don't get it. What is it?
Keep the rook on the D5.
Hey, it is still on the. That's why you're checking. You're checking on the from D3. It's still part of the keeping the rook on the D5. It's just with the check.
What?
No, but it doesn't work.
Rook there. Knight is holding the pawn.
Knight e3 check.
Knight E3 check this game.
Check. 93 check. You're taking the pawn.
Okay,
Remember?
maybe you take on h4.
Okay, what do you want to do now?
But there's a problem. It's now a king, knight pawn versus one pawn.
No, but this is too much.
This should be easy. This should be.
Yeah, this is too much.
Won't this be
That pawn
easier
is
to
fine.
win?
Yeah, the king is just there. It's just not good.
Yeah, the check came up in the game.
That was played.
That's what he played.
This keeping us. Oh boy,
Yeah, but the bar is shut up, which is showing
completely winning from here. Yes, of course.
which is showing down. So it's not even possible
Takes,
to
takes.
resist. It's not even possible to resist. The knight just goes.
It's the job is easier. In fact, the knight can even go.
Okay, we're gonna own that pawn.
No, but
No, you don't. Why would you go and take that pawn?
Why not?
I guess you
And
can.
because the won't black be able to get to your other pawn on time?
Okay, what do you mean?
King
I don't
takes.
think so.
Knight takes check. King here, closer to g. Yes.
Oh, maybe this is wrong.
Oh no, it's not wrong because
It's
it's
wrong.
Knight check.
Knight.
No, knight. Yes, king F3.
But it's knight check.
King F3. So what is it?
Okay.
Mean? Knight check.
Then
Abi king F.
then
But pawn push.
Then e3.
What's that?
So knight can't go there.
If you check, I come to attack your knight.
This is what we would hope. But even this might be winning actually. I don't know. Is it winning?
You attack the knight. Yes.
Take.
Takes, then you take the knight. This end game.
Is
Also
it
what
winning
happens.
endgame?
No, you
Take the
don't-
opposition.
You don't control the.
Take the
You
opposite.
don't control
No,
the key
the-
squares.
Oh, that's
It's
right.
bad,
You can't.
it's bad.
This is losing. It's losing from me.
Mhm.
Even if you go back, it's still the same thing.
That's what she went for.
No,
That's what she went for.
Oh, okay, night check.
King takes one. It's completely winning.
Let's hope.
Knight takes check. With the little time we're dwindling on our clock, so let's hope. Yes, you're hopeful. Yes, you are hopeful for today. Whoa. Why do I have to take the knight when I can simply dance my king closer? That's ends everything completely. Because the interesting thing is, the pawn on e4 will still be captured without hassles. Upon push knight check and the king just stays on. Pawn push knight check, the king stays on. And the king comes to what's it called to e3.
So we are going to just stick with the current position.
Yeah, we'll just watch and see how it pans out. The knight even went back. Knight went back, stopping the king from coming forward to. Just going to munch the pawn.
Yeah, it just covers the g3 square,
Yeah.
and then the king
All
covers
the critical squares.
and that's just it. However, what about king here? With king here, ideas.
Doesn't work because king will just sit on e3, knight will sit on g.
Okay, but if you just sit, how
She
can
has
you win?
she has the construction. This pawn will drop now.
Yeah, but how are you dropping?
Knight g.
Yeah, okay.
So knight e3. It's a perfect
Knight,
match.
yeah.
Knight takes.
And once
Maybe
you get
pawn
this,
takes better. Pawn takes
no,
better.
just pawn push. Why would you take? Just pawn push. Because once the king moves away, the knight takes. Then now you are in the that is that, what's the name of that girl again? That's Falake going for the queen. Football.
Ali.
Okay,
That's sad stuff.
so for the Nigerians hoping also because if Abdulrahman is able to hold was what would have been able to hold WIM Nassr, it will have also given good chances to the female players in the like that we have
The
because
race for
yeah. But now it seems like WIM Nassr is just running away with the female sport, and I think in the male section it's just Olisa Tennyson is just looking like he's in pole position to win. I don't think anybody else is close to him in the male section. He is on 5/6. The closest person to him will be Abdulrahman, who is going to be on 4/6. And yeah,
Nassr will be on 5/6.
yeah, Nassr would be leading in the women's section with 5/6, and then it's both have the.
So what happens if
in pole position.
Lina wins the tournament and Tennyson comes second? Will they both get their IM title?
No.
No,
No, look at it. The event right now is a single event.
So only one person is getting a title.
One person gets the title. But qualifications to FIDE Grandprix and World Cup, first male, first female.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Of course, you can't have two titles in a kind of situation like
That
this.
makes
Just
sense.
only one title.
That makes sense. I think that makes sense.
And even I think when we get to the title English stuff, there might be some clauses with the titles until the tournament is over. Then we'll know.
Crosses regards to rating, I mean.
Okay, so there's a result in the.
Oh, okay.
She has resigned. I mean, he resigned. Ouch! We need to see. Let's look at the face. Let's look at how exactly. Although it has happened, but let us just see the reaction immediately. He resigned in this position. I think we're almost there.
So this was the big moment, the move King F8, the blunder that cost everything. Yes, so earlier I was saying that G6 looks like. I think I was mentioning that it looks
suspect.
Yeah, because somehow you are playing a very sharp position. You don't want to be wasting one move playing a move like G6. It feels like you should just, if you are going, just go.
Short kitchen thing.
Yeah, but if you are playing G6, it's so slow, so slow. Just giving over the initiative to white and change the evaluation completely. But this was the real big moment. After bishop to G5, there was
F6.
Apparently, our whole E5 idea was a mirage.
Yes, though probably it might also be. That's what I'm saying. That he also might be seeing the mirage of the E5 for him to like, you know what? I don't want to deal with E5 complications. Let me just go to F8 and just be safe. And like I said, we out here, we don't have anything to fight for. There's nothing on the line. We can reshuffle pieces at any point in time.
Yeah, and then just
so
go back
to it. But him over there, he's the one in the odd soup that is making the most critical of those decisions. I actually want to see his emotional. That's him. Can you please let me just see? Yes. I want to see. And that was him signing, and that was the Algerian WIM in a very, very cool, calm manner, arranging the pieces back. Put the king
Well, she
conveniently.
lost too.
What do you think?
She only lost to WGM, I think, Wafa at the moment. Okay, at least he's smiling.
Smile when no reach, when no
Yeah, the
dreaming.
players analyzing some things there.
Yeah. Good game.
What did Computer even have to say about his king move actually? Was it a correct idea?
It's
Which one?
Which king move?
His king move.
The king to back to
When
epic?
when he didn't castle.
Oh,
Oh no! That I think that's
that's
there
much
is no
earlier.
problem with that. I don't think so.
Okay, so we can switch the engine on a bit and just see what's happening. Yeah, it seemed to be taking over the initiative in the opening.
Yeah,
before
Yeah, it was
everything-
good. Yes, this was fantastic. Knight
Everything
takes.
was looking
Queen
good.
takes was looking good, and
Queen b6 was also a very good move. Pawn to c5, breaking
Yes.
the
yeah,
center.
King E7 is correct though. Funny
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, King e7 looks good.
King E7 is good. G6 is good early in the game,
Yeah, but maybe you didn't need to play.
and that's
You
it.
didn't need to open the file for the rook. You know, h5 seems to be good, and then you maybe now close the position.
What
with
did he
f6.
play
I'm
instead?
sorry.
Yeah.
Can you pause that video, please? Thank you very much. Just press pause. Click on the pause button there, so that people won't be watching Nakamura freestyle game, which already ended, and Magnus Carlsen actually won the.
You won the second game again.
I think Magnus Carlsen is the winner of the event.
Okay.
Congratulations to Magnus.
No, congrats, Magnus
So
is
after
strong.
King is
Now,
After
I
game,
wanted
what
to
did
say shout out to team.
so what did he
Is
say?
it what,
Captured on
what was it?
Captured.
Is it team? Yes, it's Timothy now, right?
Yeah,
The Magnus
Peter.
the Magnus fan on the other side. Shout out to team if you're watching. Thank you very much. Please
It's a fish. You can't-
show it to the world that Magnus won the
it's a
freestyle.
fish.
Thank you.
Can't be watching
Because
this.
he was so active when Magnus lost during the preliminaries.
You see, I hate this feeling in chess here
F6.
when you're playing a game like it's and then you feel yes.
Was there another move apart from F6, please? Hold on a second. Was there any other alternative
F6 was good.
apart from F6?
F6 was
No, everything.
the-
F6 was the only,
not necessarily
only move.
only, but
only move
Only
that wins for
Okay.
black.
okay.
Yeah, f6 because
Okay,
everything
okay,
else is
okay.
Every other thing is
Plus,
losing.
okay.
And
f6 and so I think the move everyone was worried about was
Knight
e5.
takes.
and knight e5. We agreed on the knight e5 variation. Bishop takes.
And
And you were saying rook takes, right? And this is queen check.
yeah, it was looking a bit scary because of maybe the queen is coming in and stuff like
Yes,
that.
but queen comes in, there's queen check here.
Okay, this is what
That's what we
was.
missed.
Queen check.
Yeah.
It's possible.
And
And
if
this
and
is-
if rook takes this threatening check is coming. Many patterns.
Okay, so from our own end, it was not a great game. It was not great to witness. Okay, so there were some interesting games played. Achim Bachar lost to Amako Arnold. Wafashruk was completely lost against WFM Sana, but Sana before completing that 36 move apparently lost on time
That's
very
and lost
painful.
the game.
I
Yeah.
would love that kind of
I actually
good
love- I
fortune
actually
at
wanted
the
to-
NFOC.
I actually
please.
wanted to talk to her, but we realized that she speaks perfectly French, and unfortunately, parler français on vous, I mean, un peu, just a little French from my own side. There was no way, except I get someone that could translate for us. So,
Yeah,
we'll
Alejandro not there.
and there is Alejandro is now around. Hey, why French?
Shout out
Where
to,
are you
Shout
when
out
we
to
need you?
Alejandro.
Yeah. Anyways,
Yeah, so I mean, apart from that, Torisha won a game in an excellent rook end game against the
I was very
final
impressed. I was very
moments of
impressed.
the rook end game
I was very
was
impressed.
a good technique.
Very good technique.
Sulaiman Azumi lost a game to the countryman Tennyson, who found the rook times e3 sacrifice
Very
that
brilliant. Very brilliant stuff.
that,
I mean,
yeah.
Tennyson is on fire.
yeah, and Abdulrahman was having a good position, but it was so double-edged. Anything could happen. It looked like you had to be calculating on every move, you know, and in a very, very complicated position, he blundered. Got within whiskers of a draw, but then blundered again. I think around move 40, where he had to find maybe an only move that kept the game going, and that was how that game was lost.
Quite difficult.
So yeah, I think from here we'll start signing out. Any last words for?
Yeah, last word. Cole Michael was saying, "Is it the only one that cannot hear us?" Yes, Mr. Cole Michael, you are the only one that couldn't hear us actually. Ayokomi said, "Chess is hard. Congratulations to her. Respect to Triple A always." And thanks again for the commentary, gents.
Thank you too,
mwah.
madam.
We love you. We love you. No, sorry, I love you. I don't know about Lakute because he has been saying trash since morning.
I get this.
Okay, anyways, ladies and gentlemen, it has been wonderful being there, and a special thank you to Oyekut and Joshua for joining us live and direct. And tomorrow, we promise we'll be here also to give you the analysis about the round 7 game, but we might not be available for the round 8, and we might not also be available for the round 9. But I can guarantee you will get the video feed 2 games. We'll get the money round 7, but we might not be able to get round 8 because I won't be available, and we'll not be able to get the round 9. But I can guarantee you'll get the video feed. Just there won't be commentary, just see the players, just you see their faces making the moves, and that's it for now. That's just all I can tell you. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. And look at him drawing it.
So you said love. So from us here at the studio,
Yeah.
CTI to tell it's love and light, and we'll see it later rounds. Bye for now.
Bye. Cheers.
Bye, guys.